Hello, everyone. It's good to see you again. I'm Anne Marie Green. Vladimir Duthiers is going to be joining me shortly. So in just under a half hour, a second day of historic public hearings in the impeachment inquiry into President Trump will be officially underway. Former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, will testify before the House Intelligence Committee today. The career diplomat was removed from her role as ambassador following pressure from President Trump. He told Ukraine's president in that infamous July 25th phone call that she was, quote, bad news and was, quote, going to go through some things. Well, lawmakers will also hear from David Holmes today in a closed-door deposition. He's a State Department staffer who says that he overheard a call between President Trump and EU Ambassador Gordon Sondland about Ukrainian officials needing to pursue investigations linked to the family of former Vice President Joe Biden, a political opponent of the president ahead in 2020. Now, here's a live look at the hearing room on Capitol Hill, where the hearing is set to begin at 9 a.m. You can see it's already pretty full. CBSN will stream Marie Yovanovitch's testimony in its entirety for you as lawmakers prepare to gavel in. We have a team of experts here who will guide us through the day and through what to expect. And we're going to start with Keir Dugal, who's joining me. Keir is a CBSN legal contributor and former assistant U.S. attorney in New York's Eastern District. And I think, and we do. First up, we have Nancy Cordes, CBS News chief congressional correspondent Nancy Cordes, who's on Capitol Hill. Not that I don't always love having Keir, but Nancy, I wasn't expecting you exactly, so I'm thrilled. It's good to see you.
It's an honor to be with both of you.
Okay, let us talk about Marie Yovanovitch. What do people need to know? Why is her testimony going to be significant today?
Well, Democrats say that if the first public hearing on Wednesday was sort of meant to set out the entire arc of this pressure scheme, the book from start to finish, that today is about chapter 1 in their eyes. Marie Yovanovitch, they say, was really the first casualty of this scheme. She was a highly respected U.S. ambassador with apparently an unblemished record, and she was suddenly recalled to Washington months early and told that she had lost the faith of the president. She said she hadn't done anything wrong. She wasn't given any reason why, but she was aware that there was a smear campaign going on. Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal lawyer, had spread untrue stories about her in the press, both in Ukraine, here in Washington as well. And her understanding, and the understanding of many other witnesses who have testified, is that basically Giuliani and others wanted her gone because she was such a straight arrow, because she was leading this anti-corruption effort, and they thought that she was an impediment to their effort to convince the Ukrainians to open these bogus investigations into former Vice President Joe Biden. And so Democrats want her to lay out what happened to her personally, and they think that this could be, frankly, a fairly emotional hearing. She did get emotional in her closed-door deposition when she talked about the fact that she was brought home, that she was told that she wasn't wanted in Ukraine anymore, and frankly, when she described feeling threatened by what she came to learn that the president said about her in that phone call, that she was bad news and that she was going to go through some things. So they think that she can really put a human face on this story.
You know, she also sort of adds another element to this. She spoke in her closed-door testimony about realizing that something was going on because there were stories about her in the media.
Right. There were stories about her in the media that were planted here in the U.S. and in Ukraine. Rudy Giuliani was going on cable news talking about her, and she was actually warned by some of her Ukrainian counterparts first, hey, watch your back, because we're hearing from Rudy Giuliani. We're hearing from his business associates who have now been indicted here in the U.S. on separate charges. They are talking about you. They're saying untrue things about you. They seem to have mounted a smear campaign against you. Other witnesses have described it colorfully as a campaign of lies. And so what Democrats say is that this is an indication of the lengths that the president's allies were willing to go go to achieve their ends, which Democrats argue ran counter to Ukrainian interests and counter to U.S. national interests. They were solely in the president's interest, and that's why Democrats have started to use this term bribery to describe what went down here.
And is the hearing today going to be really similar to what we saw with Bill Taylor and George Kent? It's going to be an attorney questioning her, and then lawmakers will get an opportunity?
Yes, format will be very similar to last time. The chair and the top Republican will have a chance to make opening statements. Yovanovitch will have a chance to make an opening statement, and then you'll see 45 minutes right off the top for both sides, which either Chairman Schiff or his attorney can use to question her. Same goes for the Republican side, and then we'll hear from the lawmakers and see what they have to ask her about. Republicans, I predict, Anne Marie, are going to first argue that, the president has the ultimate right to recall any ambassador for any reason at any time. So he didn't need to give a reason for his decision, essentially, to oust her. He was completely within his rights. And then beyond that, they'll say she's not a true witness to what Democrats are now labeling bribery because she left. She left the country in May. This aid to Ukraine, hundreds of millions of dollars, was not held up until July. So Republicans are going to argue that she is more or less irrelevant here.
All right, Nancy, I know that you got to start to get prepared for this public hearing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, Keir, now I come to you. Is there going to be a challenge here for the Democrats as they sort of as they question Marie Yovanovitch? Because if the overriding argument is there may have been an abuse of power here by the president, her situation is almost a story outside of that. She isn't, it appears, at least in her testimony, she isn't aware of the specifics of what it's alleged that Rudy Giuliani was doing in terms of Ukrainian foreign policy. She just knows that something really weird is happening with her and her job.
Right. So this is one of the sort of classic challenges if you're a prosecutor that you have, right? You have these different bricks of evidence, and you need to...
I'll just let people know that Marie Yovanovitch is arriving now. And I should also let them know that she is still a State Department employee, and so she has testified before and is testifying again, going against the suggestion from the White House, more than a suggestion, the edict from the White House that no one cooperate with this process. Let's say so. Go ahead, Keir.
Right. So as Nancy set up really well, it's about connecting up these different bits of evidence. You have witnesses who see different pieces of a larger picture, and the prosecutor's job is to paint a corner of the canvas, paint another corner, and then tie it all together. So I think the way Nancy set this up is really spot on. So if you look at Marie Masha Yovanovitch as someone who was an obstacle to an extortion and bribery scheme, she is someone who the testimony shows she's a straight arrow. She's very much concerned about anti-corruption, rule of law, promulgating democracy in the Ukraine. That would be an impediment to somebody who had sort of a venal scheme to try to do some of the things that the Democrats are alleging. So she may not know about the overall scheme, but she can testify about the part that she saw. And the key for the Democrats will be to tie that all together. Secondarily, if they can do that, then they create sort of a window into another type of damage to our national security, which is if these malign actors who are seeking to push their agenda on the United States can manipulate our foreign service officers this way to remove an obstacle like this. In the way that the Democrats claim that Masha Yovanovitch was removed, that creates sort of a secondary level of problem and concern for the national security. Now, Nancy also, I think, set up really well that if this is just about the president and Rudy Giuliani being mean to Masha, he's got a right to remove her at his pleasure. If it just turns into that, then I don't think it's going to advance the ball very far, and that will play into Republican narratives that she's really not relevant. She comes before the call, significantly before. I would expect the Democrats to argue, no, what she sees is the setup, which is getting her out of the way so that effectively the embassy's effectively decapitated, doesn't have a leader for weeks and weeks and weeks during this critical moment through the elections of Zelensky and the change of leadership in the Ukraine. So that's, I think, where the battle is going to be today.
Right, and I think probably one of the other things that she can sort of speak to is whether or not this is typically how business is done. She's been, I think it was 30 years or something. I mean, she has decades of doing this sort of work, this sort of diplomacy. And part of the argument that we hear from some Republicans is that, hey, it's not quid pro quo, but you may ask for concessions. I mean, there are things that are done when it comes to foreign aid. There are countries are asked to do certain things when they're asking for our money. And so this is part of the process. And she can sort of speak to the fact that I presume that in her experience, she hadn't seen anything like this before.
Right. So we heard in the testimony on Wednesday this idea of conditionality. Yeah. Aid is conditioned on things. Right. And so the United States foreign policy for a long time has been promulgating rule of law, promulgating democracy. And so I would expect to hear a distinction made between selective prosecutions, directing prosecutions at individuals, which is the type of thing that autocracies do for payback, for political payback, versus rule of law, fact-based, independent prosecutions and investigations. I think we're going to hear some new names today. Shokin, Lutsenko, these are the prosecutors who are yes. corrupt. So we're going to learn some things today. Yeah.
In fact, let's bring in CBS News intelligence and national security reporter Olivia Gaza. She's joining us on the phone. So Kira brought up a couple of additional names, corrupt prosecutors. Yovanovitch's story is so interesting because I almost sort of see it as a bit of a sideshow to some of the other stuff that Rudy Giuliani is being accused of doing in Ukraine. He's also in cahoots with a prosecutor who many have said was corrupt. And they are the ones that, at least according to Yovanovitch's testimony, that she falls afoul of them, right?
That's right, Anne-Marie, and Keir laid it out well. Yuri Lutsenko was the former prosecutor general of Ukraine who Ambassador Yovanovitch heard was looking to hurt her in the U.S. She said that she had gotten wind of this a variety of ways from other Ukrainian officials, and she's expected to lay some of that out today, in addition to some of her knowledge of Giuliani's associates, Mr. Fruman and Mr. Parnas, who were looking, she will testify, to engage in some business dealings in Ukraine that were, for private interests, not necessarily in the national interest of the U.S. Mm-hmm. I think that you'll also hear her talk about how Mr. Lutsenko was attempting to spread falsehoods about her, especially after she was pushing for reforms that apparently he didn't like very much. And she'll say that, there was a critical mass of people at the State Department who agreed with her on this front. But nonetheless, was experiencing Mr. Giuliani getting traction on some of the, the smear campaign that she's supposed to give details on today.
Mm-hmm. And do we know, she has been, as I understand it, maybe you can correct me, she was serving as ambassador to Ukraine, and she was asked by the administration to stay on.
That's right. This is a woman who has 30-plus years of service. She's the daughter of immigrants from the Soviet Union. She's a senior diplomat in Europe. And for that reason, she, testified to something like incredulousness, that she was removed from her post for what she firmly believed were unfounded and false claims that were being made by Rudy Giuliani and others. Important to note that she has served 6 presidents from both parties. And today is supposed to sort of, lay out how these rogue efforts by Mr. Giuliani, by Mr. Giuliani in particular, undermined what she was trying to do in Ukraine and undermined the sort of, broader diplomatic efforts that the United States was supposed to have been engaged in that region.
And so what was sort of the biggest reveal from her behind-the-scenes testimony? And are we expecting anything new or different when she testifies today?
Well, no word yet whether there's a bombshell in her testimony akin to what Ambassador Taylor did with a meaningful update to his own. I think, as Kira pointed out, she's here to illustrate sort of the human toll of these irregular activities, mainly at the hand of Mr. Giuliani. Republicans are going to argue today that she was really not a direct witness to anything of relevance to this inquiry. They'll say she wasn't on the July 25th call. They'll say she wasn't, she's not in a position to testify at all about the withholding of the aid. They'll also make the point that she's serving very much at the pleasure of the president. But I think other witnesses, including Ambassador Taylor, including George Kent, including Fiona Hill, whose testimony we'll expect next week, all said that it was sort of a turning point. The treatment of Yovanovitch in particular was a turning point for a lot of these career officials who just did not understand how she could be legitimately removed from her post for something, for essentially without cause, for rumors and attacks that were unsubstantiated and not based in fact.
Right. All right, Olivia, thank you so much. We're going to let you go. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks so much, Anne-Marie.
All right, so we want to bring in Leslie Sanchez. She's a CBSN political contributor and Republican strategist, and Antoine Seawright. He is a CBSN political contributor and a Democratic strategist. And Antoine, I'm going to start with you. This is a challenge that I think the Democrats are going to have today. I talked to Keir about it. This is a really interesting story, what happened with Marie Yovanovitch, but it doesn't directly connect to the overriding accusation that the president abused his power, that there was an act of bribery. She's not aware of any of that stuff.
Well, I think this is probably another step in the right direction, but it's not the step as this process is. I think what she's going to do is kind of put together the pieces to the puzzle of the president's personal attorney serving as shadow secretary of state in Ukraine, doing the president's bidding, but maybe not on behalf of the United States per se. I think that's where she comes into play, and I think she's going to add credibility to the argument and to the testimony we heard from the two decorated governmental officials early in the week. So I think this is a bit by bit, drip by drip process that the Democrats are going to do leading up to the Saturday testimony when you have the OMB official who will testify about the money. So I think this, I think Nancy Pelosi is very strategic, and Adam Schiff is a very smart lawyer. So I think when you get strategic and smartness together, I think that's a nightmare for the Republicans.
So listen, Leslie, sort of on the flip side when it comes to the Republicans, maybe she doesn't sort of connect directly to this idea that that Rudy Giuliani was out there trying to get people to investigate the Bidens. But her story is really ugly. She is dedicated to serving this country for the last 30 years. And what the testimony is that to get rid of her because she was doing her job exactly what the president said he was doing, which is rooting out corruption, that lies were made up about her out of whole cloth, spread via the media, and it ruined her reputation and her job. It's just not a good look.
I think that's how she's going to feel about it. But let me tell you, these are career diplomats who serve at the pleasure of the president. I'm going to say a distinct thing. There are many career diplomats, and I'm sure that serve honorably and have, outstanding reputations. I'm sure she falls in this category. But these are personal conflicts she has with the president. This is not the first ambassador I've worked with. I have not worked with her, but I've worked with others who, when the president came in, they have a political bias against the president. They don't like his style of management. They don't like his approach.
Okay.
So in many senses,
do we know that to be true?
We don't know if she has a personal axe to grind. That her alignment of how she sees the region is in contrast to what the president sees.
So do you think that's what the Republican lawmakers who question her and perhaps the attorney, that's what they're going to try to sort of
I think
argue?
there's part of that. I think also I found it very interesting yesterday. Nikki Haley, former ambassador to the United Nations, who worked for Trump, had talked particularly about Rudy Giuliani in this context, and she said it's not unusual to have mostly what they call special envoys who go out and conduct these types of relationships, these negotiations, and that should have been under kind of the umbrella of what Giuliani was doing, probably under the umbrella of special envoy, so there wouldn't be a confusion. I think that needs to be unpacked. There's certainly questions about that, but this I expect to hear a personal story of how she feels she was wronged in this sense of, and she has every right to believe that. But I think, again, this does not address the impeachment questions. She may try to tether that together, but she's going to be giving a personal story of how she's been wronged. And as unfortunate that is today, I think that's the overarching message.
But a couple things. So this process is about gathering intel to lay out all the facts involved around all of Ukraine, including the Republicans want to address the Biden issues and all that. Keep in mind, while she was there in the Ukraine, her job was to deal with fraud, waste, and abuse, and dealing with kind of weeding that out on behalf of the United States. The fact of the matter is, as she was doing her job, I think she found out, trying to weed out corruption, she found out what the president's shadow secretary of state, his personal lawyer, and some of the business dealings, and how that impacted her job. And then when she came upon this, all of a sudden the president and others tried to make her seem like the bad person, and then whoop, she was out of there. So I think you can't dismiss that, and we can't paint her as an anti-Donald Trump or anti-anything, because 30 years, that's multiple presidents, multiple administrations, multiple Congress, and so to discredit her, I think will be a disservice to every person who may have superseded other presidents.
But I think we have to work in reality. It is not that it is a discredit to her. It is that career State Department tend to have a bias, and many of them did not like George W. Bush when I worked in the administration. Many of them did not like, and even those who accepted Bush did not like Trump at all in terms of how he dealt with Mexico, in terms of his relationships, in terms of his style is contrary to any kind of reasonable governance that we've seen historically in 3 generations. So there are a lot of people who personally had frustration. I believe she was going about her business the way she was, and it sounds like it was in conflict with what Giuliani was tasked to do.
He was making money, Leslie.
You know what I noticed about
money.
her testimony, though? She is very diplomatic in her testimony. And a lot of her responses to questions, to outright suggestions that there was, a conspiracy to get rid of her, a lot of her responses were sort of like, well, it would seem to be that way, or that is suggested. It's her language is vague, and I remember thinking after her testimony, I don't think she even really knows what was going on, even now. Do you know what I mean? And I wonder how impactful that is.
They never give a decision like one way or the other, because I mean, this is professional training in terms of they are not the decision maker. The president and the White House is the decision maker. They are executing upon what the State Department asked them to do. So they're not the decision maker in there. They're executing upon a set of objectives and orders.
Listen, before you start, I want to let everybody know that Vlad has slid in on the slide.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Vlad.
It's a busy day.
Well, you say that every day.
I say that every day, but it was so busy that I had to be in 2 places at once. And so I was listening to you guys talking about this, and I sort of see both sides of what you're saying. As a foreign correspondent, I spent many years as a foreign correspondent, dealt with a lot of American ambassadors, a lot of chargés d'affaires, and counsels. On one hand, yes, many of them have decades of service to this country, and they do have very strong feelings about the commander-in-chief. That being said, they generally, for the most part, my experience with foreign service officers and people who work at the State Department is that when it goes about to carrying out their responsibilities and their duties and their jobs, they are apolitical. They may, over a beer, say, I don't agree with this policy, or this person may not have the experience that I've had over the 10 or 15 years that I've worked in a particular country, but they are the commander-in-chief, or the Secretary of State is the head of my department, and I must execute those, because that's the only way they could actually ever join the Foreign Service. They know that they're going to, over the course of their career, deal with a lot of people that are going to come and go. So I think it could be problematic for the Republicans to simply say, well, she didn't agree with Donald Trump, which is why he wanted to fire her. Because if that were the case, you would lose a lot of Foreign Service officers.
Exactly.
There would be, in other words, you would lose them under Obama, you would lose them under Bush, you would lose them under Jimmy Carter, you would have lost them under Reagan.
But there are many who left because of Trump, like lower level than
right.
her.
And so,
and
Leslie, to those people,
ambassadors.
you're absolutely right. I know actually a couple who did leave because of President Trump, and that's the point. They said, you know what, can't do it, gotta go.
So then the question is, are the Republicans going to, if they just decide to pursue this, are they going to be able to prove that she's one of those people that stayed in the job despite the fact that she didn't like the president?
I don't think that's what they have to do
Okay,
here.
what do they have to do then?
This is an orchestration of a political effort to try to paint this story, this narrative that does not connect the dots. That's the problem here. Not somebody in the room. I thought we were all talking about this call, and you know, that's what this impeachment inquiry is about. And now we're bringing in a kind of somebody who's personally been wronged,
right.
And we're going to hear that for several hours.
Yeah.
And she has every right to say that.
So I want to ask Kira a question.
Can I just react?
Yeah,
to that?
react to that. Yeah.
Because I think what's so important about today's hearing is that we're going to see Masha Yovanovitch live. We're going to see her testify on camera, and we'll be able to judge her credibility when she says, no, I'm apolitical. I've served under all these different administrations. We'll be able to judge for ourselves whether or not she was someone who was wronged when she was removed. And I would agree, Leslie, that her time frame is before the call, but unfortunately for the Republicans, she's mentioned directly in this summary as someone who was so important. Her role in getting her out of there was so important that it bubbled up into the call with President Zelensky.
Yeah, she was going to be going through some things.
She was bad. And so this whole narrative about was she properly removed, or was she removed because she was an impediment to this scheme?
And can I just say, Kira, one thing that's also we should remind our viewers, two things in fact. One, Ambassador Taylor, when he testified on Wednesday, pointed out that folks like Ambassador Yovanovitch, like Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, left the oppression of Soviet Russia to come to the United States and have served with distinction. The other thing that I think is important is, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't it a Ukrainian official who told President Trump, yeah, we're having a little bit of problem with this ambassador?
Perhaps the prosecutor, the corrupt
prosecutor.
prosecutor.
The corrupt prosecutor said to
to
President Trump, we're having an issue with this ambassador, and next thing you know, she's under the gun. And that's, I think, more problematic to me than it's like she's going about doing her job. Maybe she has an anti-Trump bias, maybe she doesn't. We have absolutely no idea. But what we do know is that the Ukrainian prosecutor said something to President Trump about her, and all of a sudden now she's in trouble.
What we don't know, because this is so complicated when you delve into what happened in Ukraine, is whether or not that had anything to do with the aid and foreign policy and the phone call, or if it had to do with some other freelancing thing that Rudy Giuliani and some businessmen, the two guys were arrested, whatever he had going on in Ukraine. We don't know what that was.
Would you advise them to attack her, Leslie, on the stand here?
No. I mean, you can't attack a career
Jim
diplomat.
Jordan can be kind of tough. I'm wondering, what would you tell him? How would you as a strategist, what would you advise Jim Jordan when it comes to interrogating this witness?
There are many. It's so funny advising him. He's such a pit bull when he goes out there. He's really just kind of like and I feel he's very cogent in the way he puts his ideas together. He's going to be it's hard to decipher between is this a personal view of what she thinks happened. She does not know, and that in terms of why these efforts happened, she doesn't know if they legitimately happened in the order that they did. This is her perception of that as somebody who's been wronged. So it's a very fair point. How can you argue with that? This is her personal perception on that. I think the more interesting part is what was she working on? Can we see a cross section between her challenges to this call? That was there a touch point where I started to look at this and then this started to happen that really kind of makes the connection?
Kira, I want to get this into you now. We're just moving away a little bit. You mentioned how smart Nancy Pelosi is. Yesterday, one of the things that everyone was talking about was how Nancy Pelosi accused the president of bribery, moving away from the phrase quid pro quo. She wants to implant that in the minds of observers and the minds of voters. Why is that significant?
Well, because the substantive provisions in the Constitution about impeachment are treason, bribery, and high crimes and misdemeanors. So the framers knew exactly what they were doing when they imported that phrase, high crimes and misdemeanors. There was 400 years of English precedent, of English impeachments that the framers knew very well about, and they imported it all. Basically, it resolves around abuse of office, abusing the office for personal gain, hurting the United States policy is what that kind of catch-all phrase is. But that's a tough one because it sounds like high crimes. It sounds like it must be a crime. A crime is not required So, you know, the key is, I think it's.
Is bribery, the way it's written there, the same as the kind of bribery that we know about in sort of the.
So bribery, as it was understood back in the 1700s,
right,
is slightly different, and we have a broader definition of bribery now. In the federal statutes, but that just sort of goes to the problem. The framers, I think, understood that, you know, over the next hundreds of years that the republic was going to stand, that those definitions were going to move. So I don't think they tied it to, you know, what bribery was in 89 or 88 when the Constitution was ratified. And so Nancy Pelosi's movement to that, something that's easy to understand, something that's directly written in the Constitution, I think is tactically smart, and we'll see whether or not Adam Schiff in his opening statement can tie it all together.
We're about to see that right now. Stand by for a CBS News special report coming to you live.
This is a CBS News special report, the impeachment hearings. I'm Norah O'Donnell in Washington, and today we will hear from a career diplomat who says the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, staged a smear campaign against her, and that led to her being sent home from her post in Ukraine. The 30-year public servant says she felt threatened. House Intelligence Committee members and spectators are gathered right now in the ornate Ways and Means Committee room on Capitol Hill. You see the chairman sitting right there. And day two follows a dramatic escalation yesterday when we heard from the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, who said President Trump's phone call at the heart of this investigation was attempted bribery. That is significant, those choice of words. Now, this morning we are going to hear from Marie Yovanovitch. She was the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine from August 2016 until President Trump recalled her 6 months ago. Yovanovitch says she was removed because she stood in the way of an attempt to get Ukraine's government to investigate former Vice President Joe Biden and his son Hunter and a widely debunked conspiracy theory. Let's go back inside the hearing room as we watch some of the arrivals there and what is expected to be a day of discovery by the House Democrats, and we'll see the Republican strategy. We've got a team of correspondents covering this from Capitol Hill to the White House, and Margaret Brennan joins us here, our host of Face the Nation. Margaret, I know you have been speaking with people close to Ambassador Yovanovitch. What is she likely to say today? What are we likely to learn?
This will be a personal story from Ambassador Yovanovitch, Masha, as her friends call her. She served this country for more than 30 years, through 6 presidents, 7 different countries she has served at post. And she will be part of what the Democrats will argue is the case here that showed that the president's private interests were what were dominating and undermining national security. That because she was so strong in her anti-corruption push that she earned some powerful enemies, including 2 close business associates of Rudy Giuliani, Igor Fruman and Lev Parnas, who have since been indicted here in the United States. That is what all of this personal attack stems from. She will lay that out. She will also try to make a broader case here, which is that for her, as she has said, political targeting, she is the highest example of that, but that it is continuing to happen within the State Department.
Can you help us remind, because we're going to hear a lot about Rudy Giuliani today, and I think we might hear about these 2 other men. People who don't like them have called them the thugs. You know, they've been indicted up in New York on several different accounts. What was the involvement with Rudy Giuliani and these 2 individuals in terms of, she calls, a smear campaign against her?
Well, this was all very mysterious, and you see that in emails that have since been shared publicly that show State Department officials trying to figure out why these posts were appearing first online in the Ukraine, then in the United States, and picked up by conservative media, smearing the U.S. ambassador and really trying to accuse her of corruption, someone who was cracking down on it. And what we now know through reporting that has been uncovered by the Wall Street Journal and others is that these 2 individuals, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, who have been indicted here in the United States, particularly in regard to election fraud, that they had perhaps personal business interests in the Ukraine, that they also had ties to oligarchs there who might have been on the wrong side of her crackdown. So that this is why Democrats will try to use that case to say that this is about the president and his friends serving themselves rather than serving the public. And Republicans will push back on that.
Thank you for setting the table in terms of that background information, because I think that's going to be key to understanding some of the questions that happened today. Let's go to Nancy Cordes. She is outside the hearing room on Capitol Hill. And Nancy, we saw the Democrats begin to lay out this case about bribery yesterday. What have you learned about what the focus will be today?
Well, I think you'll hear that term bribery a lot more today now that it has essentially been sanctioned by the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. And this could be the most emotional of the 7 public impeachment hearings that are scheduled. Democrats are hoping that Yovanovitch can really put a human face on this pressure campaign. She did become emotional in her closed-door deposition when talking about the fact that she was recalled suddenly to Washington. She was told she hadn't done anything wrong, but that she had lost the faith of the President of the United States. And so they're hoping that she can embody really one of the casualties of this pressure campaign, this scheme. Republicans, on the other hand, are going to argue that the president has every right to recall any ambassador at any time for any reason. And so Mr. Trump didn't do anything wrong. And beyond that, they'll say she's really not a witness to what Democrats are now describing as bribery, because she left her post in May and the president didn't freeze military aid to Ukraine until July.
That's an important point, Nancy, as we see Ambassador Yovanovitch entering now the hearing room, and as the many press photographers snap pictures as she sits down at the table. I want to go quickly to Paula Reid as well at the White House, which at this moment is trying to draw attention away from what's happening on Capitol Hill with the release of a transcript from April 21st, which we've known previously the details of this call, which was a good call described as short, bubbly, positive, a congratulatory call. No big disclosures there, right, Paula?
No, none, Nora. It appears that the White House is trying to draw some attention away to what's going on the Hill with the release of this transcript. Now, the president has teased this repeatedly over the course of the week. There's no coincidence that they are releasing it at this moment as these hearings get underway. I have looked at this transcript, and it is as you've described, just as people have testified. They're saying that it was bubbly. It's a congratulatory call. The president has described it as, quote, perfect, but it does appear to be an innocuous call between President Trump and the leader of Ukraine. Now, the president and some of his supporters here at the White House, they believe that this helps establish a pattern of appropriate communication between the White House and Ukraine. But of course, one appropriate call does not undermine the testimony of over a half a dozen top administration officials who have testified that there was indeed a quid pro quo.
All right, Paula Reid at the White House with that new development there. Let's listen in now as Chairman Schiff welcomes everybody.
This is the second in a series of public hearings the committee will be holding as part of the House's impeachment inquiry. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. There is a quorum present. We will proceed today in the same fashion as our first hearing. I will make an opening statement, and then Ranking Member Nunes will have the opportunity to make a statement. Then we will turn to our witness for an opening statement, and then to questions. For audience members, we welcome you and respect your interest in being here. In turn, we ask for your respect as we proceed with today's hearing. It is the intention of the committee to proceed without disruptions. As chairman, I will take all necessary and appropriate steps to maintain order and to ensure that the committee is run in accordance with House rules and House Resolution 660. With that, I now recognize myself to give an opening statement in the impeachment inquiry into Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States. In April 2019, the United States ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, was in Kiev when she was called by a senior State Department official and told to get on the next plane back to Washington. Upon her return to D.C., she was informed by her superiors that although she had done nothing wrong, she could no longer serve as ambassador to Ukraine because she did not have the confidence of the president. It was a stunning turn of events for this highly regarded career diplomat who had done such a remarkable job fighting corruption in Ukraine that a short time earlier she had been asked by the State Department to extend her tour. Ambassador Yovanovitch has been in the Foreign Service for 33 years and served much of that time in the former Soviet Union. Her parents had fled Stalin and later Hitler, before settling in the United States. She is an exemplary officer who is widely praised and respected by her colleagues. She is known as an anti-corruption champion whose tour in Kiev was viewed as very successful. Ambassador Michael McKinley, who had served with her in the Foreign Service for several decades, stated that from the earliest days of her career in the Foreign Service, she was excellent, serious, committed. I certainly remember her being one of those people who seemed to be destined for greater things. Her successor as acting chief of mission in Ukraine, Ambassador Bill Taylor, described her as very frank. She was very direct. She made points very clearly, and she was indeed tough on corruption. And she named names. And that sometimes is controversial out there, but she's a strong person and made those charges. In her time in Kiev, Ambassador Yovanovitch was tough on corruption. Too tough on corruption for some, and her principled stance made her enemies. As George Kent told this committee on Wednesday, you can't promote principled anti-corruption action without pissing off corrupt people. And Ambassador Yovanovitch did not just piss off corrupt Ukrainians, like the corrupt former Prosecutor General Yuri Lutsenko, but also certain Americans, like Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's personal attorney, and two individuals now indicted who worked with him, Igor Fruman and Lev Parnas. Lutsenko, Giuliani, Fruman, Parnas, and others who would come to include the president's own son, Don Jr., promoted a smear campaign against her based on false allegations. At the State Department, there was an effort to push back, to obtain a statement of support from Secretary Pompeo, but those efforts failed when it became clear that President Trump wanted her gone. Some have argued that a president has the ability to nominate or remove any ambassador he wants, that they serve at the pleasure of the president, and that is true. The question before us is not whether Donald Trump could recall an American ambassador with a stellar reputation for fighting corruption in Ukraine, but why would he want to? Why did Rudy Giuliani want her gone, and why did Donald Trump? And why would Donald Trump instruct the new team he put in place, the three amigos, Gordon Sondland, Rick Perry, and Kurt Volker, to work with the same man, Rudy Giuliani, who played such a central role in the smear campaign against her? Rudy Giuliani has made no secret of his desire to get Ukraine to open investigations into the Bidens, as well as a conspiracy theory of Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election. As he said in one interview in May 2019, we're not meddling in an election, we're meddling in an investigation, which we have a right to do. More recently, he told CNN's Chris Cuomo, "Of course I did," when asked if he had pressed Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden. And he has never been shy about who he is doing this work for, his client, the president. One powerful ally Giuliani had in Ukraine to promote these political investigations was Lutsenko, the corrupt former prosecutor general. And one powerful adversary Lutsenko had was a certain United States ambassador named Marie Yovanovitch. It is no coincidence that in the now infamous July 25th call with Zelensky, Donald Trump brings up a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor and praises him. Against all evidence, Trump claims that this former prosecutor general was very good, and he was shut down, and that's really unfair. But the woman known for fighting corruption, his own former ambassador, the woman ruthlessly smeared and driven from her post, the president does nothing but disparage, or worse, threaten. Well, she's going to go through some things, the president declares. That tells you a lot about the president's priorities and intentions. Getting rid of Ambassador Yovanovitch helped set the stage for an irregular channel that could pursue the two investigations that mattered so much to the president: the 2016 conspiracy theory, and most important, an investigation into the 2020 political opponent he apparently feared most, Joe Biden. And the president's scheme might have worked, but for the fact that the man who would succeed Ambassador Yovanovitch, whom we heard from on Wednesday, Acting Ambassador Taylor, would eventually discover the effort to press Ukraine into conducting these investigations and would push back, but for the fact also that someone blew the whistle. Ambassador Yovanovitch was serving our nation's interest in fighting corruption in Ukraine, but she was considered an obstacle to the furtherance of the president's personal and political agenda. For that, she was smeared and cast aside. The powers of the presidency are immense, but they are not absolute, and they cannot be used for corrupt purpose. The American people expect their president to use the authority they grant him in the service of the nation, not to destroy others to advance his personal or political interests. I now recognize Ranking Member Nunes for his remarks.
I thank the gentleman. It's unfortunate that today and for most of next week we will continue engaging in the Democrats' day-long TV spectacles instead of solving the problems we were all sent to Washington to address. We now have a major trade agreement with Canada and Mexico ready for approval, a deal that would create jobs and boost our economy. Meanwhile, we have not yet approved funding for the government, which expires next week, along with funding for our men and women in uniform. Instead, the Democrats have convened us once again to advance their operation to topple a duly elected president. I'll note that five Democrats on this committee had already voted to impeach this president before the Trump-Zelensky phone call occurred. In fact, Democrats have been vowing to oust President Trump since the day he was elected. So Americans can rightly suspect that his phone call with President Zelensky was used as an excuse for the Democrats to fulfill their Watergate fantasies. But I'm glad that on Wednesday, after the Democrats staged 6 weeks of secret depositions in the basement of the Capitol, like some kind of strange cult, the American people finally got to see this farce for themselves. They saw us sit through hours of hearsay testimony about conversations that two diplomats who had never spoken to the president heard secondhand, third-hand, and fourth-hand from other people. In other words, rumors. The problem of trying to overthrow a president based on this type of evidence is obvious. But that's what their whole case relies on, beginning with second-hand and third-hand information cited by the whistleblower. That's why on Wednesday, the Democrats were forced to make the absurd argument that hearsay can be much better evidence than direct evidence. And just when you thought the spectacle couldn't get more bizarre, committee Republicans received a memo from the Democrats threatening ethics referrals if we out the whistleblower. As the Democrats are well aware, no Republicans here know the whistleblower's identity because the whistleblower only met with Democrats, not with Republicans. Chairman Schiff claimed not to know who it is, yet he also vowed to block us from asking questions that could reveal his or her identity. Republicans on this committee are left wondering how it's even possible for the chairman to block questions about a person whose identity he claims not to know. The American people may be seeing these absurdities for the first time, but Republicans on this dais are used to them. Until they secretly met with the whistleblower, Democrats showed little interest for the last 3 years in any topic aside from the ridiculous conspiracy theories that President Trump is a Russian agent. When you find yourself on the phone, like the Democrats did with Russian pranksters offering you nude pictures of Trump, and afterward you order your staff to follow up and get the photos, as the Democrats also did, then it might be time to ask yourself if you've gone out too far on a limb. Even as they were accusing Republicans of colluding with Russians, the Democrats themselves were colluding with Russians by funding the Steele dossier, which was based on Russian and Ukrainian sources. Meanwhile, they turn a blind eye to Ukrainians meddling in our elections because the Democrats were cooperating with that operation. This was the subject of a July 20th, 2017 letter sent by Senator Grassley to then Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. The letter raised concerns about the activities of Alexander Chalupa, a contractor for the Democratic National Committee, who worked with Ukrainian embassy officials to spread dirt on the Trump campaign. As Senator Grassley wrote, Chalupa's actions appear to show that she was simultaneously working on behalf of a foreign government, Ukraine, and on behalf of the DNC and the Clinton campaign in an effort to influence not only the U.S. voting population, but U.S. government officials, unquote. After touting the Steele dossier and defending the FBI's Russia investigation, which are now being investigated by Inspector General Horowitz and Attorney General Barr, Democrats on this committee ignore Ukrainian election meddling, even though Chalupa publicly admitted to the Democrats' scheme. Likewise, they are blind to the blaring signs of corruption surrounding Hunter Biden's well-paid position on the board of a corrupt Ukrainian company, while his father served as vice president and point man for Ukraine issues in the Obama administration. But the Democrats' media hacks only cared about that issue briefly, when they were trying to stop Joe Biden from running against Hillary Clinton in 2015. As I previously stated, these hearings should not be occurring at all until we get the answers to three crucial questions the Democrats refuse to ask. First, what is the full extent of the Democrats' prior coordination with the whistleblower, and who else did the whistleblower coordinate this effort with? Second, what is the full extent of Ukraine's election meddling against the Trump campaign? And third, why did Burisma hire Hunter Biden? What did he do for them? And did his position affect any government actions under the Obama administration? I'll note that House Democrats vowed they would not put the American people through a wrenching impeachment process without bipartisan support, and they have none. Add that to their ever-growing list of broken promises and destructive deceptions. In closing, Mr. Chair, the President of the United States released his transcript right before the hearing began. I think it's important that I read this into the record so that there's no confusion over this first phone call that occurred on April 21st with President-elect Zelensky, and I'd like to read it. The President: I'd like to congratulate you on a job well done, and congratulations on a fantastic election. Zelensky, good to hear from you. Thank you so very much. It's nice to hear from you, and I appreciate the congratulations. The President: that was an incredible election. Zelensky: again, thank you so very much. As you can see, we tried very hard to do our best. We had you as a great example. The President: I think you will do a great job. I have many friends in Ukraine who know you and like you. I have many friends from Ukraine and frankly expected you to win. And it's really an amazing thing that you've done. I guess in a way, I did something similar. We're making tremendous progress in the U.S. We have the most tremendous economy ever. I just wanted to congratulate you. I have no doubt you will be a fantastic president. Zelensky: first of all, thank you so very much again for the congratulations. We in Ukraine are an independent country, an independent Ukraine. We're going to do everything for the people. You are, as I said, a great example. We are hoping we can expand on our jobs as you did. You will also be a great example for many. You are a great example for our new managers. I'd also like to invite you, if possible, to the inauguration. I know how busy you are, but if it's possible for you to come to the inauguration ceremony, that would be great. Great for you to be with us on that day. The President: that's very nice. I'll look into that and give us a date. At the very minimum, we'll have a great representative or more from the United States will be with you on that great day. So we will have somebody at a minimum, a very, very high level, and will be with you. Really an incredible day for an incredible achievement. Zelensky, again, thank you. We're looking forward to your visit, to the visit of a high-level delegation. But there's no words that can describe our wonderful country, how nice, warm, and friendly our people are, how tasty and delicious our food is, and how wonderful Ukraine is. Words cannot describe our country, so it would be best for you to see it yourself. So if you can come, that would be great. So again, I invite you to come. The President, well, I agree with you about your country, and I look forward to it. When I owned Miss Universe, they always had great people. Ukraine always very well represented, was always very well represented. When you're settled in and ready, I'd like to invite you to the White House. We'll have a lot of things to talk about, but we're with you all the way. Zelensky, thank you for the invitation. We accept the invitation and look forward to the visit. Thank you again. The whole team and I are looking forward to the visit. Thank you for the congratulations, and I think it will still be great if you could come and be with us on this important day. The results are incredible. They're very impressive for us. So it will be absolutely fantastic if you could come on that day. The President, very good. We'll let you know very soon, and we will see you very, very soon regardless. Congratulations, and please say hello to the Ukrainian people and your family. Let them know I send my best regards. Well, thank you, Zelensky. Well, thank you. You have a safe flight and see you soon. President, take care of yourself and give a great speech today. You take care of yourself and I'll see you soon. Zelensky, thank you very much. It's difficult for me, but I will practice English and I will meet in English. Thank you very much. The President laughing. Oh, that's beautiful to hear. That's really good. I could not do it in your language. I'm very impressed. Thank you so much. Zelensky, thank you so much. The President, good day. Good luck. I'm glad I was able to read that into the record so now the American people know the very first call that President Trump had with President Zelensky. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman is not recognized. I do want to comment, and
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order under H.Res. 660.
The gentleman will state her point of order.
The point of order is, will the chairman continue to prohibit witnesses from answering Republican questions as you've done in closed hearings and as you did this week when you interrupted our questions?
That is not a proper point of order. The gentleman will suspend.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I have a...
The gentleman is not recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
The gentleman is not recognized.
I have a point of order, though.
The gentleman is not recognized. I do want to respond. I allowed the ranking member to...
I have a point of order.
The gentleman is not recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there are 4 transcripts that have not been released.
The gentleman is not recognized.
Holy
The ranking
cow.
member was allowed to exceed the opening statement, and I was happy to allow him to do so. I do want to respond to the call record. First of all, I'm grateful that the President has released the call record. I would now ask the President to release the thousands of other records that he has instructed the State Department not to release, including Ambassador Taylor's notes, including Ambassador Taylor's cable, including George Kent's memo, including documents from the Office of Management and Budget about why the military aid was withheld.
Mr. Chairman, I want you to release the 4 transcripts of depositions. That's my point of order.
The gentleman will suspend.
Gee.
We would ask the President to stop obstructing the impeachment inquiry. And while we're grateful he has released a single document, he has nonetheless obstructed witnesses in their testimony and the production of thousands and thousands of other records. And finally, I would say this, Mr. President. I hope you'll explain to the country today why it was after this call and while the Vice President was making plans to attend the inauguration that you instructed the Vice President not to attend Zelensky's inauguration.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order. Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order under
H.Res.
H.Res.
not recognized.
So we know clearly you're going to interrupt us throughout this hearing.
Gentlewoman is not recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Today, no.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent
Gentleman is not recognized. Today we are joined by Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. She was born in Canada to parents who fled the Soviet Union and the Nazis. Ambassador Yovanovitch immigrated to Connecticut at 3, became a naturalized American at 18, and entered the U.S. Foreign Service in 1986. She has served as U.S. Ambassador 3 times and been nominated by presidents of both parties. George W. Bush nominated her to be ambassador to the Kyrgyz Republic where she served from 2005 to 2008. President Obama then nominated her to be U.S. Ambassador to Armenia, where she served from 2008 until 2011. And U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, where she served from 2016 until she was recalled to Washington by President Trump this May. Beyond these ambassadorial posts, she has held numerous other senior positions at the State Department, including in the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs. She served as a dean at the Foreign Service Institute and taught national security strategy at the Defense University. She also previously served at U.S. embassies in Kiev, Ottawa, Moscow, London, and Mogadishu. Ambassador Yovanovitch has received multiple honors from the Department for her diplomatic work, including the Presidential Distinguished Service Award and the Secretary's Diplomacy and Human Rights Award. Two final points before our witness is sworn. First, witness depositions as part of this inquiry were unclassified in nature, and all open hearings will also be held at the unclassified level. Any information that may touch on classified information will be addressed separately. Second, Congress will not tolerate any reprisal, threat of reprisal, or attempt to retaliate against any U.S. government official for testifying before Congress, including you or any of your colleagues. If you would please rise and raise your right hand, I will begin by swearing you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record. With that, Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Nunes, and other members of the committee.
And Ambassador, you'll need to speak very close to the microphone.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to start with this statement, to reintroduce myself to the committee, and to highlight parts of my biography and experience. I come before you as an American citizen who has devoted the majority of my life, 33 years, to service to the country that all of us love. Like my colleagues, I entered the Foreign Service understanding that my job was to implement the foreign policy interests of this nation as defined by the President and Congress, and to do so regardless of which person or party was in power. I had no agenda other than to pursue our stated foreign policy goals. My service is an expression of gratitude for all that this country has given to me and to my family. My late parents did not have the good fortune to come of age in a free society. My father fled the Soviets before ultimately finding refuge in the United States. My mother's family escaped the USSR after the Bolshevik Revolution, and she grew up stateless in Nazi Germany before also eventually making her way to the United States. Their personal histories, my personal history, gave me both deep gratitude towards the United States and great empathy for others, like the Ukrainian people who want to be free. I joined the Foreign Service during the Reagan administration and subsequently served 3 other Republican presidents, as well as 2 Democratic presidents. It was my great honor to be appointed to serve as an ambassador 3 times, twice by George W. Bush and once by Barack Obama. There is a perception that diplomats lead a comfortable life, throwing dinner parties in fancy homes. Let me tell you about some of my reality. It has not always been easy. I have moved 13 times and served in 7 different countries, 5 of them hardship posts. My first tour was Mogadishu, Somalia, an increasingly dangerous place as that country's civil war kept grinding on and the government was weakening. The military took over policing functions in a particularly brutal way, and basic services disappeared. Several years later, after the Soviet Union collapsed, I helped open our embassy in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. As we were establishing relations with a new country, our small embassy was attacked by a gunman who sprayed the embassy building with gunfire. I later served in Moscow. In 1993, during the attempted coup in Russia, I was caught in crossfire between presidential and parliamentary forces. It took us 3 tries, me without a helmet or body armor, to get into a vehicle to go to the embassy. We went because the ambassador asked us to come. And we went because it was our duty. From August 2016 until May 2019, I served as the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. During my tenure in Ukraine, I went to the front line approximately 10 times during a hot war to show the American flag, to hear what was going on, sometimes literally as we heard the impact of artillery, and to see how our assistance dollars were being put to use. I worked to advance U.S. policy, fully embraced by Democrats and Republicans alike, to help Ukraine become a stable and independent democratic state with a market economy integrated into Europe. A secure, democratic, and free Ukraine serves not just the Ukrainian people, but the American people as well. That's why it was our policy, continues to be our policy, to help the Ukrainians achieve their objectives. They match our objectives. The U.S. is the most powerful country in the history of the world, in large part because of our values. And our values have made possible the network of alliances and partnerships that buttresses our own strength. Ukraine, with an enormous landmass and a large population, has the potential to be a significant commercial and political partner for the United States, as well as a force multiplier on the security side. We see the potential in Ukraine. Russia sees, by contrast, sees the risk. The history is not written yet, but Ukraine could move out of Russia's orbit. And now Ukraine is a battleground for great power competition, with a hot war for the control of territory and a hybrid war to control Ukraine's leadership. The U.S. has provided significant security assistance since the onset of the war against Russia in 2014. And the Trump administration strengthened our policy by approving the provision to Ukraine of anti-tank missiles known as Javelins. Supporting Ukraine is the right thing to do. It's also the smart thing to do. If Russia prevails and Ukraine falls to Russian dominion, we can expect to see other attempts by Russia to expand its territory and its influence. As critical as the war against Russia is, Ukraine's struggling democracy has an equally important challenge: battling the Soviet legacy of corruption which has pervaded Ukraine's government. Corruption makes Ukraine's leaders ever vulnerable to Russia, and the Ukrainian people understand that. That's why they launched the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, demanding to be a part of Europe, demanding the transformation of the system, demanding to live under the rule of law. Ukrainians wanted the law to apply equally to all people, whether the individual in question is the president or any other citizen. It was a question of fairness, of dignity. Here again, there is a coincidence of interests. Corrupt leaders are inherently less trustworthy, while an honest and accountable Ukrainian leadership makes a U.S.-Ukrainian partnership more reliable and more valuable to the United States. A level playing field in this strategically located country, bordering 4 NATO allies, creates an environment in which U.S. business can more easily trade, invest, and profit. Corruption is also a security issue, because corrupt officials are vulnerable to Moscow. In short, it is in America's national security interest to help Ukraine transform into a country where the rule of law governs and corruption is held in check. It was and remains a top U.S. priority to help Ukraine fight corruption, and significant progress has been made since the 2014 Revolution of Dignity. Unfortunately, as the past couple of months have underlined, not all Ukrainians embraced our anti-corruption work. Thus, perhaps it was not surprising that when our anti-corruption efforts got in the way of a desire for profit or power, Ukrainians who preferred to play by the old corrupt rules sought to remove me. What continues to amaze me is that they found Americans willing to partner with them, and working together, they apparently succeeded in orchestrating the removal of a U.S. ambassador. How could our system fail like this? How is it that foreign corrupt interests could manipulate our government? Which country's interests are served when the very corrupt behavior we have been criticizing is allowed to prevail? Such conduct undermines the U.S., exposes our friends, and widens the playing field for autocrats like President Putin. Our leadership depends on the power of our example and the consistency of our purpose. Both have now been opened to question. With that background in mind, I'd like to briefly address some of the factual issues I expect you may want to ask me about, starting with my timeline in Ukraine and the events about which I do and do not have firsthand knowledge. I arrived in Ukraine on August 22nd, 2016, and left Ukraine permanently on May 20th, 2019. There are a number of events you are investigating to which I cannot bring any firsthand knowledge. The events that predated my Ukraine service include the release of the so-called Black Ledger and Mr. Manafort's subsequent resignation from President Trump's campaign, and the departure from office of former Prosecutor General Viktor Shokin. Several other events occurred after I returned from Ukraine. These include President Trump's July 25th, 2019 call with President Zelensky, the discussions surrounding that phone call, and any discussions surrounding the delay of security assistance to Ukraine in the summer of 2019. As for events during my tenure in Ukraine, I want to reiterate first that the allegation that I disseminated a do not prosecute list was a fabrication. Mr. Lutsenko, the former Ukrainian prosecutor general who made that allegation, has acknowledged that the list never existed. I did not tell Mr. Lutsenko or other Ukrainian officials who they should or should not prosecute. Instead, I advocated the U.S. position that rule of law should prevail, and Ukrainian law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges should stop wielding their power selectively as a political weapon against their adversaries and start dealing with all consistently and according to the law. Also untrue are unsourced allegations that I told unidentified embassy employees or Ukrainian officials that President Trump's orders should be ignored because he was going to be impeached or for any other reason. I did not, and I would not say such a thing. Such statements would be inconsistent with my training as a Foreign Service officer and my role as an ambassador. The Obama administration did not ask me to help the Clinton campaign or harm the Trump campaign, nor would I have taken any such steps if they had. Partisanship of this type is not compatible with the role of a career Foreign Service officer. I have never met Hunter Biden, nor have I had any direct or indirect conversations with him. And although I have met former Vice President Biden several times over the course of our many years in government service, neither he nor the previous administration ever raised the issue of either Burisma or Hunter Biden with me. With respect to Mayor Giuliani, I have had only minimal contact with him, a total of 3, none related to the events at issue. I do not understand Mr. Giuliani's motives for attacking me, nor can I offer an opinion on whether he believed the allegations he spread about me. Clearly, no one at the State Department did. What I can say is that Mr. Giuliani should have known those claims were suspect, coming as they reportedly did from individuals with questionable motives and with reason to believe that their political and financial ambitions would be stymied by our anti-corruption policy in Ukraine. After being asked by the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs in early March 2019 to extend my tour until 2020, the smear campaign against me entered a new public phase in the United States. In the wake of the negative press, State Department officials suggested an earlier departure, and we agreed upon July 2019. I was then abruptly told, just weeks later in late April, to come back to Washington from Ukraine on the next plane. At the time I departed, Ukraine had just concluded game-changing presidential elections. It was a sensitive period with much at stake for the United States and called for all the experience and expertise we could muster. When I returned to the United States, Deputy Secretary of State Sullivan told me there had been a concerted campaign against me, that the President no longer wished me to serve as ambassador to Ukraine, and that, in fact, the President had been pushing for my removal since the prior summer. As Mr. Sullivan recently recounted during his Senate confirmation hearing, neither he nor anyone else ever explained or sought to justify the President's concerns about me, nor did anyone in the department justify my early departure by suggesting I had done something wrong. I appreciate that Mr. Sullivan publicly affirmed at his hearing that I had served capably and admirably. Although then and now I have always understood that I served at the pleasure of the President, I still find it difficult to comprehend that foreign and private interests were able to undermine U.S. interests in this way. Individuals who apparently felt stymied by our efforts to promote stated U.S. policy against corruption, that is, to do our mission, were able to successfully conduct a campaign of disinformation against a sitting ambassador using unofficial back channels. As various witnesses have recounted, they shared baseless allegations with the President and convinced him to remove his ambassador, despite the fact that the State Department fully understood that the allegations were false and the sources highly suspect. These events should concern everyone in this room. Ambassadors are the symbol of the United States abroad. They are the personal representative of the President. They should always act and speak with full authority to advocate for U.S. policies. If our chief representative is kneecapped, it limits our effectiveness to safeguard the vital national security interests of the United States. This is especially important now, when the international landscape is more complicated and more competitive than it has been since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Our Ukraine policy has been thrown into disarray, and shady interests the world over have learned how little it takes to remove an American ambassador who does not give them what they want. After these events, what foreign official, corrupt or not, could be blamed for wondering whether the U.S. ambassador represents the President's views? And what U.S. ambassador could be blamed for harboring the fear that they can't count on our government to support them as they implement stated U.S. policy and protect and defend U.S. interests? I'd like to comment on one other matter before taking your questions. At the closed deposition, I expressed grave concerns about the degradation of the Foreign Service over the past few years and the failure of State Department leadership to push back as foreign and corrupt interests apparently hijacked our Ukraine policy. I remain disappointed that the department's leadership and others have declined to acknowledge that the attacks against me and others are dangerously wrong. This is about far more than me or a couple of individuals. As Foreign Service professionals are being denigrated and undermined, the institution is also being degraded. This will soon cause real harm if it hasn't already. The State Department as a tool of foreign policy often doesn't get the same kind of attention or even respect as the military might of the Pentagon. But we are, as they say, the pointy end of the spear. If we lose our edge, the U.S. will inevitably have to use other tools, even more than it does today. And those other tools are blunter, more expensive, and not universally effective. Moreover, the attacks are leading to a crisis in the State Department as the policy process is visibly unraveling. Leadership vacancies go unfilled, and senior and mid-level officers ponder an uncertain future. The crisis has moved from the impact on individuals to an impact on the institution itself. The State Department is being hollowed out from within at a competitive and complex time on the world stage. This is not a time to undercut our diplomats. It is the responsibility of the department's leaders to stand up for the institution and the individuals who make that institution, still today, the most effective diplomatic force in the world. And Congress has a responsibility to reinvest in our diplomacy. That's an investment in our national security. It's an investment in our future, in our children's future. As I close, let me be clear on who we are and how we serve this country. We are professionals, we are public servants who by vocation and training pursue the policies of the president, regardless of who holds that office or what party they affiliate with. We handle American citizen services, facilitate trade and commerce, work security issues, represent the U.S., and report to and advise Washington, to mention just some of our functions. And we make a difference every day. We are people who repeatedly uproot our lives, who risk and sometimes give our lives for this country. We are the 52 Americans who 40 years ago this month began 444 days of deprivation, torture, and captivity in Tehran. We are the dozens of Americans stationed at our embassy in Cuba and consulates in China who mysteriously and dangerously, and in some cases perhaps even permanently, were injured and attacked from unknown sources several years ago. And we are Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Patrick Smith, Ty Woods, and Glenn Doherty, people rightly called heroes for their ultimate sacrifice to this nation's foreign policy interests in Libya 8 years ago. We honor these individuals. They represent each one of you here and every American. These courageous individuals were attacked because they symbolized America. What you need to know, what Americans need to know, is that while thankfully most of us answer the call to duty in far less dramatic ways, every Foreign Service officer runs the same risks. And very often, so do our families. They serve too. As individuals, as a community, we answer the call to duty to advance and protect the interests of the United States. We take our oath seriously, the same oath that each one of you take, to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to bear true faith and allegiance to the same. I count myself lucky to be a Foreign Service officer, fortunate to serve with the best America has to offer, blessed to serve the American people for the last 33 years. I thank you for your attention. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ambassador. We count ourselves lucky to have you serve the country as you have for decades. We'll now move to the 45-minute rounds. I recognize myself and Majority Counsel for 45 minutes. Ambassador Yovanovitch, thank you again for appearing today. All Americans are deeply in your debt. Before I hand it over to Mr. Goldman, our staff counsel, I want to ask you about a few of the pivotal events of interest to the country. First of all, was fighting corruption in Ukraine a key element of U.S. policy and one on which you placed the highest priority?
Yes, it was.
And can you explain why?
It was important, and it was actually stated in our policy and in our strategy. It was important because corruption was undermining the integrity of the governance system in Ukraine. And as I noted in my statement, countries that have leaders that are honest and trustworthy make better partners for us. Countries where there is a level playing field for our U.S. business makes it easier for our companies to do business there, to trade, and to profit in those countries. And what had been happening since the Soviet Union, and this is very much a Soviet legacy, is that corrupt interests were undermining not only the governance but also the economy of Ukraine. We see enormous potential in Ukraine and would like to have a more capable, more trustworthy partner there.
And I know this may be awkward for you to answer since it's a question about yourself and your reputation, but is it fair to say that you earned a reputation for being a champion of anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine?
Yes, yes.
I don't know if you had a chance to watch George Kent's testimony yesterday, but would you agree with his rather frank assessment that if you fight corruption, you're going to piss off some corrupt people?
Yes.
And in your efforts fighting corruption to advance U.S. policy interests, did you anger some of the corrupt leaders in Ukraine?
Yes.
Was one of those corrupt people Prosecutor General Yuri Lutsenko?
Yes, I believe so.
Was another one of those corrupt people Lutsenko's predecessor, another corrupt prosecutor general named Viktor Shokin?
Apparently so, although I've never met him.
At some point, did you come to learn that both Lutsenko and Shokin were in touch with Rudy Giuliani, President Trump's lawyer and representative?
Yes.
In fact, did Giuliani try to overturn a decision that you participated in to deny Shokin a visa?
Yes, that is what I was told.
And that denial was based on Mr. Shokin's corruption?
Yes, that's true.
And was it Mr. Lutsenko, among others, who coordinated with Mr. Giuliani to peddle false accusations against you as well as the Bidens?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And were these smears also amplified by the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., as well as certain hosts on Fox?
Yes, yes, that is the case.
In the face of this smear campaign, did colleagues at the State Department try to get a statement of support for you from Secretary Pompeo?
Yes.
Were they successful?
No.
Did you come to learn that they couldn't issue such a statement because they feared it would be undercut by the president?
Yes.
And then were you told that though you had done nothing wrong, you did not enjoy the confidence of the president and could no longer serve as ambassador?
Yes, that is correct.
And in fact, you flew home from Kiev on the same day as the inauguration of Ukraine's new president?
That's true.
That inauguration was attended by three who have become known as the Three Amigos, Ambassadors Sondland, Volker, and Perry, was it?
Yes.
And 3 days after that inauguration, in a meeting with President Trump, are you aware that the president designated these Three Amigos to coordinate Ukraine policy with Rudy Giuliani?
Since then, I've become aware of that.
This is the same Rudy Giuliani who orchestrated the smear campaign against you?
Yes.
And the same Rudy Giuliani who, during the now infamous July 25th phone call, the president recommended to Zelensky in the context of the two investigations the president wanted into the 2016 election and the Bidens?
Yes.
And finally, Ambassador, in that July 25th phone call, the president praises one of these corrupt former Ukrainian prosecutors and says they were treated very unfairly. They were treated unfairly. Not you, who was smeared and recalled, but one of them. What message does that send to your colleagues in the U.S. Embassy in Kiev?
I'm just not sure what the basis for that kind of a statement would be. Certainly not from our reporting over years.
Did you have concern, though, or do you have concern today about what message the president's action sends to the people who are still in Ukraine representing the United States when a well-respected ambassador can be smeared out of her post with the participation and acquiescence of the President of the United States?
Well, it's, I think, been a big hit for morale, both at U.S. Embassy Kyiv, but also more broadly in the State Department.
Is it fair to say that other ambassadors and others of lesser rank who serve the United States and embassies around the world might look at this and think, if I take on corrupt people in these countries, that could happen to me?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Yovanovitch, on April 24th of this year, at approximately 10 p.m., you received a telephone call while you were at the embassy in Kyiv from the Director General of the State Department. This was just 3 days after President Zelensky's election and the call between President Trump and President Zelensky that we just heard from Ranking Member Nunes. At the time that this urgent call came in, what were you in the middle of doing?
I was hosting an event in honor of Katya Handzyuk, who is an anti-corruption activist, or was an anti-corruption activist in Ukraine. We had given her the Woman of Courage Award from Ukraine, and in fact, the Worldwide Woman of Courage event, at the Worldwide Women of Courage event in Washington, D.C., Secretary Pompeo singled her out for her amazing work in Ukraine to fight corrupt interests in the south of Ukraine. She very tragically died because she was attacked by acid, and several months later died a very, very painful death. We thought it was important that justice be done for Katya Handzyuk and for others who fight corruption in Ukraine, because it's not a, kind of a tabletop exercise there. Lives are in the balance. And so we wanted to bring attention to this. We held an event and gave her father, who of course is still mourning her, that award, the Women of Courage event.
And her Women of Courage Award stemmed from her anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine?
Yes, that is true.
Was it ever determined who threw the acid and killed her?
There have been investigations, but while some of the lower-ranking individuals that were involved in this have been arrested, those who ordered this have not yet been apprehended.
After you stepped away from this anti-corruption event to take this call, what did the Director General tell you?
She said that there was great concern on the 7th floor of the State Department. That's where the leadership of the State Department sits. There was great concern. They were worried. She just wanted to give me a heads up about this. And, things seemed to be going on. And so she just wanted to give me a heads up. It's hard to know how to react to something like that. I asked her what it was about. What did she think it was about? She didn't know. She said that she was going to try and find out more, but she had wanted to give me a heads up. In fact, I think she may even have been instructed to give me a heads up on that. And so I asked her, kind of what is the next step here? So she said she would try to find out more, and she would try to call me by midnight.
What happened next?
Around 1 o'clock in the morning, she called me again, and she said that there were great concerns. There were concerns up the street, and she said I needed to come home immediately, get on the next plane to the U.S. And I asked her why. And she said she wasn't sure, but there were concerns about my security. I asked her my physical security, because sometimes Washington knows more than we do about these things, and she said no, she hadn't gotten that impression that it was a physical security issue, but they were concerned about my security, and I needed to come home right away. I argued this is extremely irregular, and no reason given. But in the end, I did get on the next plane home.
You said there were concerns up the street. What did you understand that to mean?
The White House.
Did she explain in any more detail what she meant by concerns about your security?
No, she didn't. I did specifically ask whether this had to do with the Mayor Giuliani's allegations against me and so forth, and she said she didn't know. It didn't even actually appear to me that she seemed to be aware of that. No reason was offered.
Did she explain what the urgency was for you to come back on the next flight?
The only thing that's pertinent to that was that when she said that there were concerns about my security. That's all. But it was not further explained.
Now, prior to this abrupt call back to Washington, D.C., had you been offered an extension of your post by the State Department?
Yes. The Undersecretary for Political Affairs had asked whether I would extend for another year, departing in July of 2020.
When was that request made?
In early March.
So about a month and a half before this call?
Yes.
Did anyone at the State Department ever express concerns about your job performance?
No.
Now, after you returned to Washington a couple days after that, you met with the Deputy Secretary of State. And at your deposition, you said that the Deputy Secretary of State told you that you had done nothing wrong, but that there was a concerted campaign against you. What did he mean by that?
I'm not exactly sure, but I took it to mean that the allegations that Mayor Giuliani and others were putting out there, that's what it was.
And who else was involved in this concerted campaign against you?
There were some members of the press and others in Mayor Giuliani's circle.
And who from Ukraine?
In Ukraine, I think, well, Mr. Lutsenko, the prosecutor general, and Mr. Shokin, his predecessor, certainly.
And at this time, Mr. Lutsenko was the lead prosecutor general, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And had President Zelensky indicated whether or not he was going to keep him on after the election?
He had indicated he would not be keeping on Mr. Lutsenko.
And I believe you testified earlier that Mr. Lutsenko had a reputation for being corrupt, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, during this conversation, did the Deputy Secretary tell you about your future as the ambassador to Ukraine?
Well, he told me I needed to leave.
What did he say?
He said that, I mean, there was a lot of back and forth, but ultimately he said the words that, every Foreign Service officer understands: the president has lost confidence in you. That was, a terrible thing to hear. And I said, well, I guess I have to go then. But no real reason was offered as to why I had to leave and why it was being done in such a manner.
Did you have any indication that the State Department had lost confidence in you?
No.
And were you provided any reason why the president lost confidence in you?
No.
Now, you testified at your deposition that you were told at some point that Secretary Pompeo had tried to protect you, but that he was no longer able to do that. Were you aware of these efforts to protect you?
No, I was not until that meeting with Deputy Secretary Sullivan.
And did you understand who he was trying to protect you from?
Well, my understanding was that the president had wanted me to leave, and there was some discussion about that over the prior months.
Did you have any understanding why Secretary Pompeo was no longer able to protect you?
No, it was just a statement made that he was no longer able to protect me.
So just like that, you had to leave Ukraine as soon as possible?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Terrible, honestly. I mean, after 33 years of service to our country, it was terrible. It's not the way I wanted my career to end.
Now, you also told this Deputy Secretary that this was a dangerous precedent. What did you mean by that?
I was worried about our policy, but also personnel. And I asked him, how are you going to explain this to people in the State Department, the press, the public, Ukrainians, because everybody is watching. And so if people see somebody who, and of course it had been very public, frankly, the attacks on me by Mayor Giuliani and others, and Mr. Lutsenko in Ukraine, if people see that I, who have been, promoting our policies on anti-corruption, if they can undermine me and get me pulled out of Ukraine, what does that mean for our policy? Do we still have that same policy? How are we going to affirmatively put that forward, number one? Number two, when other countries, other actors in other countries see that private interests, foreign interests can come together and get a U.S. ambassador removed, what's going to stop them from doing that in the future in other countries? Often, the work we do, we try to be diplomatic about it, but as Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent said, sometimes we get people really angry with us. It's uncomfortable. And we are doing our jobs, but sometimes people become very angry with us. And if they realize that they can just remove us, they're going to do that.
How did the Deputy Secretary respond?
He said those were good questions, and he would get back to me.
Did he ever get back to you?
He asked to see me the following day.
What did he say to you then?
The conversation was more, again, I'm grateful for this, but really more to see how I was doing, and what would I do next? How could he help?
But he didn't address the dangerous precedent that you flagged for him?
No.
Now, you understood, of course, that the President of the United States could remove you and that you served at the pleasure of the President. Is that right?
That's right.
But in your 33 years as a Foreign Service officer, have you ever heard of a President of the United States recalling another ambassador without cause based on allegations that the State Department itself knew to be false?
No.
Now, you testified in your opening statement that you had left Ukraine by the time of the July 25th call between President Trump and President Zelensky. When was the first time that you saw the call record for this phone call?
When it was released publicly at the end of September, I believe.
And prior to reading that call record, were you aware that President Trump had specifically made reference to you in that call?
No.
What was your reaction to learning that?
I was shocked, absolutely shocked, and devastated, frankly.
What do you mean by devastated?
I was shocked and devastated that I would feature in a phone call between two heads of state in such a manner where President Trump said that I was bad news to another world leader and that I would be going through some things. So I was, it was a terrible moment. A person who saw me actually reading the transcript said that the color drained from my face. I think I even had a physical reaction. I think, even now, words kind of fail me.
Well, without upsetting you too much, I'd like to show you the excerpts from the call. And the first one, where President Trump says, the former ambassador from the United States, the woman, was bad news, and the people she was dealing with in the Ukraine were bad news. So I just want to let you know. What was your reaction when you heard the President of the United States refer to you as bad news?
I couldn't believe it. I mean, again, shocked, appalled, devastated that the President of the United States would talk about any ambassador like that to a foreign head of state. And it was me. I mean, I couldn't believe it.
The next excerpt, when the President references you, was a short one. But he said, well, she's going to go through some things. What did you think when President Trump told President Zelensky and you read that you were going to go through some things?
I didn't know what to think, but I was very concerned.
What were you concerned about?
She's going to go through some things. It didn't sound good. It sounded like a threat.
Did you feel threatened?
I did.
How so?
I didn't know exactly. It's not, a very precise phrase, but I think it didn't feel like I was. I really don't know how to answer the question any further, except to say that it kind of felt like a vague threat. And so I wondered what that meant. It concerned me.
Now, in this same call where the president, as you just said, threatens you to a foreign leader, he also praises the corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor who led the false smear campaign against you. I want to show you another excerpt or two from the transcript, or the call record rather, where the President of the United States says, "Good, because I heard you had a prosecutor who was very good and he was shut down, and that's really unfair. A lot of people are talking about that. The way they shut your very good prosecutor down, and you had some very bad people involved." And he went on later to say, "I heard the prosecutor was treated very badly, and he was a very fair prosecutor, so good luck with everything." Now, Ambassador Yovanovitch, after nearly 3 years in Ukraine where you tried to clean up the Prosecutor General's office, was it the U.S. Embassy's view that the former Prosecutor General was a very good and very fair prosecutor?
No, it was not.
And in fact, he was rather corrupt, is that right?
That was our belief.
The Prosecutor General's office is a long-running problem in Ukraine, is that right?
Yes.
So how did you feel when you heard President Trump speak so highly of the corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor who helped to execute the smear campaign to have you removed?
Well, it was disappointing. It was concerning. It wasn't certainly based on anything that the State Department would have reported, or frankly, anybody else in the U.S. government. There was an interagency consensus that when Mr. Lutsenko came into office, we were very hopeful that he would actually do the things that he said he would set out to do, including reforming the Prosecutor General's office, but that did not materialize.
So this was not the uniform position of the official U.S. policymakers, is that right?
Right.
Now let's go back to the smear campaign that you referenced, and in March when you said it became public. And you previously testified that you had learned that Rudy Giuliani, President Trump's lawyer and representative, who was also mentioned in that July 25th call, was in regular communication with the corrupt prosecutor general in late 2018 and early 2019. And at one point in your deposition, you said that they, that being Giuliani and the corrupt foreign prosecutor general, had plans to, quote, do things to me. What did you mean by that?
I didn't really know, but that's what I had been told by Ukrainian officials.
Did you subsequently understand a little bit more what that meant?
Well, you know, now with the advantage of hindsight, I think that meant removing me from my job in Ukraine.
Who did you understand to be working with Mr. Giuliani as his associates in Ukraine?
Well, certainly Mr. Lutsenko, Mr. Shokhin. I believe that there were also Ukrainian Americans, Mr. Parnas and Mr. Fruman, who have recently been indicted.
Those are the two who have been indicted in New York?
Southern District of New York.
Now, at the end of March, this effort by Giuliani and his associates resulted in a series of articles in the Hill publication that were based on allegations in part from Lutsenko, the corrupt prosecutor general. And just to summarize some of these allegations, there were, among others, 3 different categories. One category included the attacks against you, which you referenced in your opening statement, including that you had badmouthed the president and had given the prosecutor general a do not prosecute list. There was another that included allegations of Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election. And then there was a third that related to allegations concerning Burisma and the Bidens. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
Were these articles and allegations then promoted by others associated with the president in the United States?
They seem to be promoted by those around Mayor Giuliani.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits, including a tweet here by President Trump himself on March 20th, which was the first day that one of these articles was published. It appears to be a quote that says, John Solomon, who's the author of the articles, as Russia collusion fades, Ukrainian plot to help Clinton emerges, unquote, at Sean Hannity at Fox News. And then if I could go to another tweet 4 days later, this is the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., who tweets, we need more at Richard Grenell's, who's the ambassador to Germany, is that right?
That's correct.
And less of these jokers as ambassadors. And it's a retweet of one of John Solomon's articles, or an article referencing the allegations that says, calls grow to remove Obama's U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Were you aware of these tweets at the time?
Yes.
What was your reaction to seeing this?
Well, I was worried.
What were you worried about?
That this didn't seem, these attacks were, being repeated by the president himself and his son.
And were you aware whether they received attention on primetime television on Fox News as well?
Yes, they did.
Now, was the allegation that you were bad-mouthing President Trump true?
No.
Was the allegation that you had created a do not prosecute list to give to the prosecutor general in Ukraine true?
No.
In fact, didn't the corrupt prosecutor general himself later recant those allegations?
Yes.
Now, when these articles were first published, did the State Department issue a response?
As you said, there was a series of articles. So after the first article, which was an interview with Mr. Lutsenko and was only really about me and made certain allegations about me, the State Department came out the following day with a very strong statement saying that these allegations were fabrications.
So the statement addressed the falsity of the allegations themselves?
Yes.
It didn't say anything about your job performance in any way?
Honestly, I haven't looked at it in a very long time. I think it was generally probably laudatory, but I can't recall.
Did anyone in the State Department raise any concerns with you or express any belief in these allegations?
No. I mean, people thought it was ridiculous.
Now, after these false allegations were made against you, did you have any discussions with anyone in leadership in the State Department about a potential statement of support from the department or the secretary himself?
Yes. After the tweets that you just showed us, I mean, it seemed to me that if the president's son is saying things like this, that it would be very hard to continue in my position and have authority in Ukraine unless the State Department came out pretty strongly behind me. And so, over the weekend of like March 22nd, I think that's about the date, there was a lot of discussion on email among a number of people about what could be done. I and the Undersecretary for Political Affairs called me on Sunday, and I said, it's really important that the Secretary himself come out and be supportive, because otherwise it's hard for me to be the kind of representative you need here. And he said he would talk to the Secretary. I mean, that's my recollection of the call. That may not be exactly how it played out, but that was my recollection.
This is David Hale, the Undersecretary of Political Affairs, who's the #3 person at the State Department?
Yes.
Did he indicate to you that he supported such a statement of support for you?
I think he must have, because I don't think he would have gone to the Secretary if he didn't support it. I mean, you wouldn't bring a bad idea to the Secretary of State.
Your general understanding is that you did have the full support of the State Department, is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, during your 33-year career as a Foreign Service officer, did you ever hear of any serious concerns about your job performance?
No.
Was this statement of support ultimately issued for you?
No, it was not.
Did you learn why not?
Yeah, yes. I was told that there was a concern on the 7th floor that if a statement of support was issued, whether by the State Department or by the Secretary personally, that it could be undermined.
How could it be undermined?
That the President might issue a tweet contradicting that or something to that effect.
So let me see if I get this right. You were one of the most senior diplomats in the State Department. You've been there for 33 years. You'd won numerous awards. You've been appointed as an ambassador 3 times by both Republican and Democratic presidents. And the State Department would not issue a statement in support of you against false allegations because they were concerned about a tweet from the President of the United States?
That's my understanding.
Mr. Goldman, if I could follow up on that question, it seems like an appropriate time. Ambassador Yovanovitch, as we sit here testifying, the President is attacking you on Twitter. And I'd like to give you a chance to respond. I'll read part of one of his tweets. Everywhere Marie Yovanovitch went turned bad. She started off in Somalia. How did that go? He goes on to say, later in the tweet, is a U.S. president's absolute right to appoint ambassadors. First of all, Ambassador Yovanovitch, the Senate has a chance to confirm or deny an ambassador, do they not?
Yes, advise and consent.
But would you like to respond to the President's attack that everywhere you went turned bad?
Well, I don't think I have such powers, not in Mogadishu, Somalia, and not in other places. I actually think that where I've served over the years, I and others have demonstrably made things better, for the U.S. as well as for the countries that I've served in. Ukraine, for example, where there are huge challenges, including, on the issue that we're discussing today of corruption. Huge challenges, but they've made a lot of progress since 2014, including in the years that I was there. And I think in part, the Ukrainian people get the most credit for that. But a part of that credit goes to the work of the United States and to me as the ambassador in Ukraine.
Ambassador, you've shown the courage to come forward today and testify. Notwithstanding the fact you were urged by the White House or State Department not to, notwithstanding the fact that, as you testified earlier, the President implicitly threatened you in that call record, and now the President in real time is attacking you. What effect do you think that has on other witnesses' willingness to come forward and expose wrongdoing?
Well, it's very intimidating.
It's designed to intimidate, is it not?
I can't speak to what the President is trying to do, but I think the effect is to be intimidating.
Well, I want to let you know, Ambassador, that some of us here take witness intimidation very, very seriously. Mr. Goldman.
Ambassador Yovanovitch, you indicated that those same articles in March that included the smear campaign also included allegations related to Ukraine's interference in the 2016 election and the Burisma-Biden connection. Is that right?
Yes.
So I'm going to end my questioning where we were before, which was the July 25th call. And President Trump not only insults you and praises the corrupt prosecutor general, but he also, as you know by now, references these 2 investigations. First, Immediately after, President Zelensky thanks President Trump for his, quote, great support in the area of defense, unquote. President Trump responds, I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot and Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people, the server. They say Ukraine has it. And then he goes on in that same paragraph to say, whatever you can do, it's very important that you do it if that's possible. Now, Ambassador Yovanovitch, from your experience as the ambassador in Ukraine for almost 3 years, and understanding that President Zelensky was not in politics before he ran for president and was a new president on this call, how would you expect President Zelensky to interpret a request for a favor?
The U.S. Relationship for Ukraine is the single most important relationship. And so I think that President Zelensky, any president, would do what they could to lean in on a favor request. I'm not saying that that's a yes. I'm saying they would try to lean in and see what they could do.
Fair to say that a president of Ukraine that is so dependent on the United States would do just about anything within his power to please the President of the United States, if he could?
If he could. I mean, I'm sure there are limits, and I understand there were a lot of discussions in the Ukrainian government about all of this. But yeah, I mean, we are an important relationship on the security side and on the political side. And so the president of Ukraine, one of the most important functions that individual has is to make sure the relationship with the U.S. is rock solid.
Now, are you familiar with these allegations of Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election?
I mean, there have been rumors out there about things like that. But, there was nothing hard, at least nothing that I was aware of.
There was nothing based in fact to support these allegations?
Yes.
And in fact, who was responsible for interfering and meddling in the 2016 election?
Well, the U.S. intelligence community has concluded that it was Russia.
Ambassador Yovanovitch, are you aware that in February of 2017, Vladimir Putin himself promoted this theory of Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election?
Maybe I knew that once and have forgotten, but I'm not familiar with it now.
Well, let me show you a press statement that President Putin made in a joint press conference with Viktor Orban of Hungary on February 2nd of 2017. Where he says, second, as we all know, during the presidential campaign in the United States, the Ukrainian government adopted a unilateral position in favor of one candidate. More than that, certain oligarchs, certainly with the approval of the political leadership, funded this candidate, or female candidate to be more precise. Now, how would this theory of Ukraine interference in the 2016 election be in Vladimir Putin's interest?
Well, President Putin must have been aware that there were concerns in the U.S. about Russian meddling in the 2016 elections and what the potential was for Russian meddling in the future. Classic for an intelligence officer to try to throw off the scent and, create an alternative narrative that maybe might get picked up and get some credence.
An alternative narrative that would absolve his own wrongdoing?
Yeah.
And when he talks about an oligarch, and he talks about the support of the Ukrainian government, there's also a reference in the July 25th call to a wealthy Ukrainian. Is it your understanding that what Vladimir Putin is saying here in this press statement in February 2017 is similar to what President Trump says on the July 25th call related to the 2016 election?
Maybe.
Now let me show you another exhibit from the call related to the Bidens, which I'm sure you're familiar with. President Trump says the other thing. There's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution. So if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. Now, are you familiar with the these allegations related to Vice President Biden?
Yes.
Do you know whether he ever went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution of anyone?
No.
And in fact, when Vice President Biden acted to remove the former corrupt prosecutor in Ukraine, did he do so as part of official United States policy?
Official U.S. policy.
And that was
endorsed and was the policy of a number of other international stakeholders, other countries, other monetary institutions, financial institutions.
And in fact, if he helped to remove a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor general who was not prosecuting enough corruption, that would increase the chances that corrupt companies in Ukraine would be investigated. Isn't that right?
One would think so.
And that could include Burisma, right?
Yes.
Now, at the time of this call, Vice President Biden was the front runner for the Democratic nomination for president and President Trump's potential next opponent in the election. Is it your understanding that President Trump's request to have Vice President Biden investigated, was that part of official U.S. policy as you knew it?
Well, I should say that I had, at the time of this phone call, I had already departed Ukraine 2 months prior.
Right, but you're familiar with, it didn't change that much in 2 months, right?
It certainly would not have been the policy in May when I left.
And were these two investigations part of the anti-corruption platform that you championed in Ukraine for 3 years?
No.
And these investigations, do they appear to you to be to benefit the president's personal and political interests rather than the national interest?
Well, they certainly could.
Now, just returning to the allegations in the Hill publication in March that were promoted by Mr. Giuliani, the president's lawyer, were those two allegations similar to the two allegations that the president wanted President Zelensky to investigate?
Yes.
So ultimately, in the July 25th phone call with the Ukrainian president, the President of the United States endorsed the false allegations against you and the Bidens. Is that right?
Yes.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry, please.
The gentleman will suspend. Votes are fairly imminent. We're going to take a brief recess. I would ask everyone to remain seated to allow the witness to exit the room, and we will resume after votes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman can seek recognition after we resume.
All right. There is a short break here because the entire House is voting on some parliamentary procedures. So while the hearing is in recess for just a few moments, we are going to talk to our group of experts here. And this should only be, well, hang on a second. What's going on here? Let's watch. It's interesting as the side, the two of them talking there. So we thought that there was some continuance of the hearing there, but what you could see is when there's when politicians, both Democrats and Republicans, are not showboating for the cameras, they can actually talk to each other in civil tones, which is always interesting to see. All right, so we've got Molly is here, Kira, you're here. Let's sort of step back for a moment and we'll reset and tell our viewers, if you're just joining us here at CBSN, we are into the first hour and a half of former Ukraine ambassador from the United States to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch. She is testifying there before the House Intelligence Committee. She read a very lengthy opening statement before she was then questioned by the attorney for the Democrats, Mr. Goldman. And, you know, we can talk about what she said, but I mean, the thrust of her opening statement was to reiterate and to highlight the work that she and other Foreign Service officers at any level, meaning ambassadors down to the very first consular officer who joins the Foreign Service, does over the course of their career. And that is generally apolitical. She stressed very strongly, and I'm quoting here, "We are professionals, public servants who by vocation and training pursue the policies of the president, regardless of who holds that office or what party they affiliate with. We handle American citizen services, facilitate trade and commerce, work security issues, represent the U.S., and report to advise Washington," just to mention a few of our functions. We are the 52 Americans who 40 years ago this month began 440 days of deprivation, torture, and captivity in Tehran, thereby highlighting the very dangerous work that a lot of them do. Molly, you're here with us. Kira, you're here with us. Let me just ask for you, Kira, what your first initial thoughts were.
Well, I was interested to see that she started off by praising President Trump. She praised President Trump about his assistance to Ukraine in the hot part of the war. I think she's referring to the javelins there. She tied the anti-corruption forces that were in play, or the folks who were against the anti-corruption forces. That she was trying to root out corruption. There were corrupt people. She tied that directly to her removal. I also thought that her demeanor was very important today. There was leading into this, the pregame for this. There was a lot of talk about how this was going to be emotional, how, sort of setting expectations at a certain level. I thought she was very clear, concise, and a very good witness.
Well, I think that I also think she was a good witness, and it also speaks to just how the procedures changed for this congressional hearing, for the impeachment hearings. It's a lot different when you have a chunk of 45 minutes to continue asking questions and actually build a narrative, and then the next side, we'll see what Stephen Castor does, the Republican attorney, but really to get into what happened and her response to it. The Republicans, I think, have a difficult time. Prior to this hearing, there had been talk behind the scenes among Republican lawmakers about, how do we sway this to take the heat off President Trump? Okay, Gordon Sondland, we can go after Gordon Sondland. We can kind of throw them under the bus. Rudy Giuliani's another one. Kurt Volker, not so much. But it seems to me that they have a more difficult job at this point because President Trump, in the middle, Vlad, as you pointed out, while we were watching this, chimes in with this tweet about Mogadishu, and because Ambassador Yovanovitch had served in Mogadishu, but this was prior to the whole Black Hawk Down situation.
Right.
And
I mean, I'm guessing because she says it was her first tour, and then she didn't. Later on in her career, she was posted to Russia, and that was in the 93. So I'm guessing this is long before that happened, given her tenure is over 3 decades long.
And her response to that, when Adam Schiff broke in, I mean, we were all kind of like, oh no, what's she going to do? What's she going to say? And she was very calm and said, yes, I feel intimidated. Well, what are you thinking? Do you think the president is intending to intimidate? Well, I can't speak to what he's thinking, but this is my response and this is my reaction to it.
It's very...
So, Kira, I want to ask you, because she is so measured, is that going to be problematic for the Democrats, though? Because, there's a lot of things that she can't say with certainty, and she is essentially saying, this is the way that I feel.
Yeah, so she is, if you believe the Democratic narrative, she's a victim of the sort of malign forces that she's talked about. She places herself in sort of this geopolitical context where President Putin would have she explains how he would have benefited from the narrative. But she knows what she knows, and I think by being circumspect, by constraining herself to what she knows, I think that aids her as a witness. That will allow the Republicans to make the argument that she doesn't know what she doesn't know, perhaps she's not relevant, and the Democrats will have to connect all these dots up. I mean, that's sort of the job of argument as a lawyer.
We do have the sound of her in response to that question from Chairman Schiff. Let's play a little bit of that.
What did you think when President Trump told President Zelensky, and you read that you were going to go through some things?
I didn't know what to think, but I was very concerned.
What were you concerned about?
She's going to go through some things. It didn't sound good. It sounded like a threat.
Did you feel threatened?
I did.
How so?
I didn't know exactly. It's not, a very precise phrase, but I think it didn't feel like I was. I really don't know how to answer the question any further, except to say that it kind of felt like a vague threat, and so I wondered what that meant. It concerned me.
So, when we were talking about this as we were watching it, and people, who are supporters of President Trump are sending me tweets on social media. They're saying, when President Obama became president, he got rid of all of President Bush's ambassadors. That is the prerogative of the commander-in-chief, and she acknowledges that. In fact, Ambassador Taylor acknowledged that. George Kent acknowledged that. No one who has stood before these members of Congress has said, the president can't do what he wants to do. They all acknowledge that. The question here becomes, is the President of the United States taking direction from other officials from other countries in the pursuit of their national interests or perhaps business interests over the interests of an American citizen, and what kind of effect that's going to have not just on an ambassador who's a high-level diplomat, but anybody else who joins the Foreign Service and understands that it's really a life of hardship.
So I think when you perhaps remove all ambassadors at the beginning of an administration across the board, that's likely to be explained by sort of change of watch, right? Your watch is ended, we're having a new watch. And so there's an obvious and perhaps reasonable explanation for that. The difference here is in the atmospherics with this smear campaign. We see it in the Hill, relying on this corrupt prosecutor who makes allegations that are then recanted and withdrawn. So in those atmospherics, you have the targeted removal of a particular ambassador who is the subject of the smear campaign. It takes away that sort of neutral explanation for why the president would exercise his or her constitutional authority to remove a subordinate.
And when you consider that phone call occurred after she had already left, she wasn't involved in anything to do with Ukraine anymore. She wasn't going on, cable TV to spout out about it. So why would she then be going through some things? It does sort of almost feel retaliatory.
Well, I mean, if she wants to bring a case against the State Department, as an attorney, I'm sure you probably think she has a good one. I mean, it's hard to prove that in other circumstances, but when you have the President of the United States talking about you, I mean, what are you going to do? But I think that really right now Republicans, it's a good thing that they have these procedural votes, I have a feeling, because they have about 40 minutes to sort of reconfigure or finesse their line of questioning and how they're going to approach this witness, given, again, what the president said or tweeted midway through her initial opening statement and her initial back and forth with the Democrats, and the fact that, it would seem that they would want to go after Rudy Giuliani here and really press her and say, okay, where are all these allegations coming from? Rudy Giuliani, are they coming from the president? No. Well, how do you know all these things? How do you know that there was a smear campaign? Who specifically told you, and what specifically did you know? You're talking about rumors. But again, when the president weighed in, to my understanding that
you could see them sort of
they
talking,
all started
yes, yeah, because then now they've got to address that, and it's something that we've delved into. We've asked, Weijia Jiang and about what the White House strategy. Weijia's our White House correspondent. We've asked Paula Reed about this. We've asked Ben Tracy. What is the strategy? Because the president is his own communications chief, and the Republicans can say they can get together and talk about what the strategy is, only to have it upended in the middle of the testimony by the president. And now what do? Do you go back and you get up there and you say, so what happened when you were in Mogadishu?
That's right.
You can't do that because it has no relevance to what is being discussed at hand.
Well, and it comes across as an attack. And covering Capitol Hill for a long time, and I've sat through a lot of hearings in my day. They're all very fascinating. But, the second that you see members of Congress on the same side look at each other and then start to confer in the middle of testimony that they really are paying attention to, that's probably not the best sign.
Well, witness intimidation is a very serious thing. And it's something that as a prosecutor I was always very concerned about. I had trials where my witnesses were threatened in the middle of the trial or immediately before the trial, and it's all hands on deck. Agents drop their food on their plate, and we go out and start arresting people. Now those efforts, the things that I had to deal with were more direct than a tweet that is intimidating, more serious. But the effect, I think the ambassador is very credible when she says that she is sitting there on the cameras feeling intimidated because of these things that the most powerful person on earth is saying about her live. It's disturbing.
And I mean, not for nothing, we had 2 men 2 days ago testify, be very critical of the behavior that they observed, and the president didn't tweet anything, attacking them in the middle of their testimony.
In fact, he said he wasn't watching.
Well, he was also busy with the president of Turkey.
Right.
Maybe he needed another meeting today.
Yeah, right. Maybe. But we've sort of kind of acknowledged a little bit the fact that this is, at this point, anyways, the only woman who has come forward to have to sort of face this. And one of the things that the Republicans have struggled with when it's come to other hearings like Brett Kavanaugh is that they have hardly any women on there, and some of the
there's only one on this committee,
right.
I believe.
Elise
Stefanik,
Stefanik,
Some of the questioning has been particularly aggressive. You saw, Jim Jordan, and he can really sort of go after somebody who's testifying. And I'm wondering if they have to be very cautious, especially now that it looks like part of the argument that the Democrats is setting up is like that the president was actively trying to intimidate this person even after she had already vacated the position that he thought was so troubling.
Well, exactly, and it will be interesting to see if Elise Stefanik does take more of the questioner role in this upcoming, portion of the hearing. I mean, the last hearing, a member would get their 5 minutes, maybe make 1 or 2 points or ask 1 or 2 questions, and then yield their time to Jim Jordan so that he could go after. We'll be seeing if, those Republicans will be yielding their time to Elise Stefanik, who actually, in the last hearing, she really did prove to be a reliable, steady voice up on that Republican side of the dais. And I think that she's the youngest one up there for the Republicans, a New Yorker. So we'll see.
Kira, let's talk about Devin Nunes and his opening statement, where in the midst of this hearing, I think that Devin Nunes, for our audience who's just joining us, Devin Nunes, the ranking member on the committee, read what he said was a readout, a transcript of another phone call that President Trump had with the president of Ukraine. And the president had been saying all along that he was going to release this. They chose the exact moment that the hearing was starting to release that. He read it to the camera. And I wasn't exactly sure, because it sounded like a perfectly normal and reasonable call for 2 presidents to be having, what they're trying to suggest by reading out that transcript.
I thought they were trying to suggest that, because that one call seemed to be so cordial and affable, that the other one was completely innocuous too. I'm not sure that you can make that connection. We all know that, people who I think in our experience, we all know that there are people who can be very pleasant at times and also very unpleasant simultaneously, in different contexts. So, the relevancy of that is, I think, an issue for the Republicans. The Republicans, I think, when they come back to do their effectively cross-examination with Mr. Castor, I think it'll be the same question. How is Marie Yovanovitch relevant to this? I think that's where they're going to try to push back. I think they've got some uphill sledding because of the atmospherics and because President Trump mentions her specifically and ties her directly into this in the July 25th summary readout that we have. He makes her an issue in the call with President Zelensky.
Do you think they'll bring up President Zelensky's response to that in the phone call? Because nobody said it, where he sort of agrees with the president.
Well, and that was interesting about her response, because I believe it must have been Mr. Goldman who said, how would the president of Ukraine interpret this request for a favor? And really, Marie Yovanovitch was very clear in saying that the single most important relationship for Ukraine is the United States. And, he'd do everything he could as far as he could go, but noting that a lot depends on this relationship with the United States. And she said that she understood that there were many conversations in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian government, about that request.
Because part of the Republicans' argument is that, well, Zelensky didn't have a problem with any of this. He said he didn't feel threatened. He wasn't aware of the fact that aid was being held up. And so, her suggestion is, this is such an important relationship. Who knows what he would say to maintain it?
With regards to that, which has become a talking point, too, that you've heard from one side, which is, look, they weren't aware that the aid was being held. In fact, I saw an interview that former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley did yesterday with Wolf Blitzer. She was asked about this again, and she said, well, the aid was released, right? So, but in the previous hearing on Wednesday, when Joaquin Castro was interrogating the two State Department officials, he asked about attempted, whatever it happens to be. He made, attempted murder, attempted bribery, attempted, kidnapping, and was that against the law? And so, does it matter, Keir, as a lawyer, does it matter if they say, well, ultimately, when the news broke, the president released the aid, so there was no quid pro quo?
On a criminal analysis, no, it wouldn't matter. There are lots of people in prison for attempt who were not successful. They didn't successfully complete the crime all the way through. They took substantial steps forward, or they took an overt act in furtherance of a conspiracy, and it wasn't ultimately successful. We don't, under the criminal law, we don't reward criminals who goof up effectively. But this is a sort of quasi-legal, quasi-political issue, so you can make that argument, I think, because it sounds good.
So let me ask you another question. Now we're talking about sort of a legal argument based on all the testimony that we're familiar with now, what we've seen and what we know that others have testified to. Part of the argument has also been hearsay, circumstantial, essentially. But plenty of cases are built on hearsay and circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, so the question around hearsay is reliability. And so there's a lot of hearsay that comes in at a criminal trial. There are a lot of exceptions to the hearsay rule. So just as an example, business records, as long as they're in the ordinary course, they all come in. They come in for their truth. So here, it doesn't surprise me that a lot of this evidence, a lot of this is coming in just without, because the federal rules don't apply here. A lot of it comes in. But again, we have to remember that the president is refusing to allow witnesses who are closer to him come in and testify. And right now, the State Department hasn't produced these business records, notes of conversations and internal memoranda that I presume are under subpoena. Those are not coming in. So the Democrats are having to rely on, they've got to go with what they've got.
Right, we don't have any firsthand. In fact, we have the ambassador to Ukraine here, but she didn't have any conversations with the president.
Well, that was what was striking in her opening statement. She says, I was gone before this call took place. I didn't know this other stuff was happening, so I'm just putting it out there.
Right.
I can't really speak to these matters directly, but here's my story. Here's what happened to me. and I can speak. But going to that issue of hearsay and whatnot, this really is a political process. I mean, this is all a story that Democrats are trying to tell to the American voters who are going to go to the polls in 2020, because even Democratic leaders behind the scenes don't think that President Trump is going to be removed from office. And that's what they've always thought, which is the reason why going forward with impeachment was such a gamble for them. But, you know, the Democrats have to take what they learn at these hearings and these moments, these sound bites, the intimidation, and turn that into a story that American voters understand. And because it's a lot easier for Republicans to say, hearsay, he said, she said, we don't even know who these people are. Nobody spoke to the president. But, you know, that's why Democrats really are trying to be very deliberate in the witnesses that they bring up to establish some kind of timeline, perhaps a direct correlation between the whistleblower's initial complaint and 2 days later, the aid being released. You know, and so there's a lot of those kind of issues that Democrats are going to have to really get to the bottom of, and I think that we'll see that next week with a witness from the OMB, you know, that the agency that's in charge of essentially spending the money.
Right.
So on the here, I don't want to get too geeky, but on
geek
the
away. You got like a minute
this
to
is
geek
CBS,
out.
man.
Okay.
We geek away here.
So at a federal criminal trial, if there is a conspiracy charged, the statements of co-conspirators come right in, even though they might otherwise be considered hearsay. And so, the one thing that I think all the lawyers on the panel would understand, certainly the former federal prosecutors like Swalwell and Schiff would understand that to the extent that it's a conspiracy between Giuliani and Parnas and Fruman and Sondland and the Three Amigos and President Trump, that these statements, even though the person didn't directly speak to President Trump, when they hear somebody else talk about it, it comes in.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Keir. We are going to pause just for a moment to welcome CBS News viewers to CBSN's continuing coverage of today's public impeachment hearing. Hi, everyone. Welcome to CBSN's continuing coverage of today's impeachment hearing and the testimony of former Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. She is that former ambassador to Ukraine. We are so glad to have you with us. I'm Vladimir Duthiers alongside Anne-Marie Green, and we are joined on set here by Keir Dugal. Keir is a CBSN legal contributor and former assistant U.S. attorney in New York's Eastern District, and Molly Hooper. Molly is a CBSN political contributor. Thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate it. All right, so we are in a moment of recess right now where there is a procedural vote that is happening on the Hill in the House, and so they've paused the testimony. Let's sort of reset for our viewers who are joining us here at the top of the hour, Keir. Very strong statements by both Adam Schiff, who is the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, and Devin Nunes, who's the ranking member. Chairman Schiff, no different than what he has been saying all along, that the president is sought to remove this ambassador because she conflicted with his personal interest. Devin Nunes took the opportunity to read a new transcript of a new phone call that President Trump had with the Ukrainian president, something the president was saying that he was going to do all along. And Republicans seem to believe that, look, if this call went so smoothly and this call was a perfect one, why are you guys so focused on the July 25th phone call?
Right. So let's sort of remember where we are. I think the issue, whether or not there was this conditionality on the aid in the White House meeting, in the July 25th meeting, it comes in a larger context. And so with the question for this particular witness is, because she left the embassy beforehand, is does she give color as to the lead up into the forces or the effort to try to extract from the president of the Ukraine these promises about the investigations. So Mr. Nunes, when he talked about the prior conversation, I think that's closer in time to when Ambassador Yovanovitch was there. He did indeed, from what I could hear, it sounded like an innocuous, cordial phone call. But we have to wonder how relevant that is, given that people can have different moods at different times. They can people who are not nice can be very pleasant at times.
So, she sort of mapped out how she became aware that there was rumors being generated, falsehoods being generated about what she was doing in Ukraine, and that she was in fact not an anti-corruption ambassador, but the opposite of that. But do you think that there's a challenge here for the Democrats to connect all of that rumor mill and everything to the president? I mean, after all, she didn't interact with him, really.
I think that's what Republicans want to exploit when they have their next 45-minute chunk to ask questions. I think we'll see Stephen Castor essentially asking questions to spell out that narrative. And, if anything, Republicans up on Capitol Hill and talking to them behind the scenes, they're not very happy with Rudy Giuliani's role in this entire ordeal. Remember, keep in mind that back when President Trump became the president, he asked Rudy Giuliani, "What job do you want in my cabinet?" In fact, the president wanted him as Attorney General, but no, Rudy Giuliani only wanted to be the Secretary of State. But there was a reason why the president could not make him the Secretary of State, because he had all these business dealings with foreign countries that were shady. And I mean, that says a lot, given that President Trump sent up some interesting individuals to head cabinet agencies, Yeah. But that came from members of the Republican conference in the Senate who said, we can't vote for this guy to be Secretary of State. Homeland Security, different story. Attorney General, probably less so. But Secretary of State, no. And so to see Rudy Giuliani behind the scenes with the shadow foreign government already upsetting Republicans on Capitol Hill, I wouldn't be surprised to see Republican lawmakers and Stephen Castor ask Marie Yovanovitch questions in a way that really ties directly back to Rudy Giuliani and his rumor mills, as opposed to President Trump.
All right, stand by, guys, because we've got Major Garrett standing by for us as well to talk about this. Major, you've been obviously listening along to the testimony from Marie Yovanovitch. We don't see you, but I'm assuming we have you.
I'm right here.
Major Garrett is joining us now. So, Major, one of the things that I think I've seen a lot of people sort of commenting on in real time is this notion of witness intimidation by the president in real time. Two things that Ambassador Yovanovitch said. In the first one, which I thought was sort of chilling, which is when she said that she read that in that transcript, she's going to go through some things, how she took that. And she responded that she felt as if she was being intimidated, as if this was a threat. And then in real time, you've got the President of the United States suggesting that whatever happened in Mogadishu, Somalia, was somehow the responsibility of this ambassador. How do you read it?
Well, I know this for a fact. That's not the approach House Republicans wanted to take or instructed their members on the House Intelligence Committee to take. I know there was a memo drafted saying, look, we're going to make 2 points today, and we're essentially going to leave Ambassador Yovanovitch alone. We know she's going to come across as a credible witness with a lot of history and with a point of view being, if not a fact witness to the underlying Ukraine quid pro quo / bribery component of this story, she's a fact victim. She's someone who was clearly victimized by a smear campaign originated by a discredited and, in the eyes of the U.S. government, corrupt prosecutor general in Ukraine, amplified by Rudy Giuliani, and then gullibly swallowed by the President of the United States. For what reason, we do not know. But those facts seem pretty clearly established, and the one victim of that, and that series of facts, is this ambassador. So Republicans said, look, just deal with two things. You don't have factual evidence about the July 25th call or allegations of bribery quid pro quo, so say that and make sure she testifies to that. And also get her to establish on the record that she, like any ambassador, can be fired for any reason or no reason, and leave it at that. And what does the president do? Ignores all of that strategic advice, jumps into this fray, meaning he's watching. 2, by watching, he's legitimizing. And 3, introducing himself in a voice that could only be interpreted as a heavyweight voice. She said it was intimidating. Others will possibly come to a different conclusion. But that's not what the Republicans said this day was going to be about, and would not be pleased and are not pleased the president has jumped into it in the way that he has. But I think we should pause and do one thing here, because there was mention made at the top of the hearing about this second phone call, the very first phone call in April. There's an important point to make about that phone call, because the White House, in its own words, described what that phone call was about in April. And let me read to you something that the White House said about this call. The first call between President Trump and President Zelensky, just winning the election in Ukraine. The White House said on the phone call, President Trump did the following. Direct quote, President Trump underscored the unwavering support of the United States for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, and expressed his commitment to work together with the President-elect Zelensky and the Ukrainian people to implement reforms that strengthen democracy, increase prosperity, and root out corruption. Go back and listen to what Devin Nunes said when he read the entire transcript before the committee. Territorial integrity, internationally recognized borders, rooting out corruption are not part of that phone call at all. 0. So what the White House said this call was about in April is not what this transcript says. There is a vast difference between what this transcript of this phone call says and what the White House said about it back in April. That leads me to believe the White House was trying to portray that phone call back in April as something it wasn't. Why? What are the motivations there? Why this great divergence between what actually happened and what you said happened in your own voice, without getting a subpoena from a House Democrat, without anyone alleging any wrongdoing at all? You're doing this on your own. Why are you putting out a representation of this call that cannot be backed up by the call itself?
Major, the initial partial transcript that you all received, we remember the ellipses. I haven't seen the transcript of this phone call. Is the suggestion that this is the complete phone call, the transcript that we got?
It's the representation from the White House that it is, and there is a general notation in all these calls that it is based on note takers. It is not precise in every word, but it is the essence and the most available and best available representation of the exact give and take. And look, if the White House wants to add another transcript to say, oh, there's a different one, suggesting this wasn't as transparent as originally advertised, maybe it will. I don't know. What I know is the White House is saying this is another perfect call, all in the name of transparency. Well, your transparency doesn't match your original description of this call. And if you don't think for Ukrainians the issue of territorial sovereignty and internationally recognized borders is important in any conversation with any president of the United States, you're wrong. It is very important. The White House said, oh, all of that was covered. It's not in this call. And therein lies some divergence in the way the White House itself describes what the president is doing and what, in fact, he actually did.
And then the question is, why introduce this then?
Let me ask Nancy Cordes. Let's bring Nancy Cordes into the conversation to talk about just that. Nancy, I wonder what you were hearing from your sources on the Hill as this was playing out, because it seems to me as if sort of two things sort of got upended. One, the introduction of this transcript, this phone call that President Trump had before the July 25th phone call, and then the president tweeting in real time attacking Ambassador Yovanovitch, which the reporting out there was that perhaps that they were not going to go after her personally. They were going to go after her, what she may have thought, what she may have heard, but not to go after her own integrity.
Because it almost felt like in Nunes' opening statements that transcript was injected in there.
Yeah.
As we were listening to him, we were like, what's he reading? So what's the argument that he's building here? Like, why is he reading this right now?
Yeah.
I think, if I had to hazard a guess about why he read that entire transcript of the phone call aloud, it was perhaps out of a desire to cause viewers to get bored and change the channel before Marie Yovanovitch had an opportunity to testify, because Republicans and Democrats alike knew that her testimony would be quite powerful. Remember that they all interviewed her behind closed doors. They knew what she was going to say. They knew the gravity with which she spoke. They knew how much experience she had behind the words that she was uttering. And so it's possible that Republicans simply wanted to stall to try to drive some American eyeballs away from what ended up unfolding afterwards. As to that presidential tweet, let me read to you the reaction from Jackie Spears. She's a Democratic congresswoman from California. She sits on this committee. She will be questioning Yovanovitch herself coming up later today. She said the president tampering with and intimidating a witness in real time while testifying is shocking and beneath any office, let alone the office of the president. And this highlights one of the most important things that I think is going on at this hearing, and that it's going to have the most lasting impact on this inquiry. It's not just the fact that Yovanovitch is laying out all the times that she was hung out to dry by the State Department, by the President of the United States and his allies. She's also laying out all the times that the President and his allies sided with individuals in Ukraine who were known to be corrupt over her and her embassy colleagues. Once again, the president and his allies like Rudy Giuliani appeared to side with corrupt Ukrainians over their own U.S. Foreign Service officers. And she talks about the fact that, we haven't really discussed this that much, but in that presidential phone call on July 25th, the president brings up a prosecutor in Ukraine who had been removed, known widely around the world to have been very corrupt. What does the president say? He says he was treated very badly. This is the same phone call where the president calls his own U.S. ambassador bad news and warns that she's going to go through some things. So, when you talk about intent, when you talk about motive, Democrats are going to be hammering again and again at the fact that at a number of critical junctures, the president, his personal lawyer, appeared to want to side with corrupt individuals in other countries instead of with people who were supposed to be on their own team as Americans.
We want to bring in Ed O'Keefe now as well. Ed, as you've been listening to the testimony and you've been sort of listening to the way our guests have been critiquing it, what's kind of standing out to you?
Well, I think there's universal understanding now that what happened there in terms of the ambassador's testimony and then the president responding to it in real time and then having her react to it in real time was quite something and dramatic. But I can report, having spoken a little while ago, having texted a little while ago with a member of the committee, Democrats actually anticipated this. They had gamed out in advance the possibility that the president would be tweeting during the hearing in real time and were prepared to ask Ambassador Yovanovitch about it were he to do exactly what he did. So in essence, they were prepared for this, knew that it could potentially happen, and by doing so, it's essentially elicited the moment of the day. At least so far. Other members of right now, as the viewers may realize, they're in a vote, a regularly scheduled vote of the full House over in the Capitol itself. That's why we're in this longer recess. And so as a courtesy, committees always recess during a full House vote. Well-timed, you might notice, to basically right at the end of the Democratic portion of the ambassador's questioning. And so we're able to elicit some reaction from members as they go. And much like most Americans, members of Congress like to text. So if you keep in touch with them that way, they'll tell you things. I asked one who's down there right now, sort of what's the vibe on the floor among Democrats as this vote continues. And this member says, Democrats I've talked to think it is horrible for Trump, what's transpired this morning. A couple have even been pleasantly surprised that it's going so well for our side. Also, genuine admiration for the witnesses, the true heroes in this. That's from a Democratic member. Remember, the Democratic strategy this week was to allow the witnesses to be the stars, to allow the public to begin to hear from these people directly what it is that they either were, as Republicans would say, second or third-hand witnesses to, or what they experienced themselves, in the case of the ambassador, by being ousted before much of this began. And so, in the view of Democrats at least, they seem to think it's going quite well. As we reported earlier, at least during the network coverage, one senior Republican aide who's been watching this conveyed to us that what the president tweeted there, quote, was, and let me pull up the exact wording of it here again, that tweet did not help, said this senior aide. Would have been much better it would have been a much better tweet if it just pointed out that she, the ambassador, admitted she didn't have firsthand knowledge and was 2 months away from the call. In other words, was ousted two months before the July 25th call. So real-time admission there to a real-time tweet by the president that Republicans are not necessarily in as good a shape as they might have anticipated. The morning began, of course, in great shape for them. The White House released the transcript of the April call between the new Ukrainian president and President Trump, as the president had said he would, trying to signal that, look, you know, I can have pleasant, or as he says, perfect conversations with this guy. And then you saw the ranking Republican, Devin Nunes, read it all into the record. There, at the beginning, if you're Republicans, you're thinking, good, look, we have some coordination on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, and we're trying to tell the president's side of the story. But then, for whatever reason, the president tweeted during the hearing, and we got that reaction from the ambassador, giving us a riveting and sort of unprecedented moment here in congressional testimony.
Yeah, it was a pretty remarkable moment indeed, Ed. Major Garrett, let me just ask you before I go back to our guests here in the studio. You know, Ambassador Yovanovitch, at one point, towards the end of her opening statement, made the point of this. And I sort of want to bring this up. I want to keep bringing it up because there are a lot of Trump supporters on social media, people who are watching this on CBSN, that are saying, look, it's the prerogative of the president to get rid of people who he doesn't like and who he thinks are not on his team. So she said this in her opening statement. We are professionals, public servants who by vocation and training pursue the policies of the president, regardless of who holds that office or what party they affiliate with. And she goes on to then, very movingly, I thought, mention the 52 Americans who 40 years ago this month were deprived for 444 days. They were tortured in Tehran. She mentions Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Patrick Smith, Ty Woods, Glenn Doherty, sort of underscoring the dangerous job that being a public servant in the diplomatic corps is, and yet they take this job on willingly, depending, it doesn't matter to them who the president of the United States is. And of course, I was even reminded as I was listening to her of Francis Edward Malloy, who was killed he was a U.S. diplomat murdered in Beirut, Lebanon when I was a kid. Sure. That was a very big deal. I remember that very distinctly. So the question, Major, then is the distinction that she is making is that she is happy to go if the president is unhappy with her. But what she saw, or what she felt was happening, was corrupt politicians in Ukraine and the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, embarking on this disinformation campaign, which ultimately is why she feels she was ultimately let go. The president listened to those individuals as opposed to people who put their lives on the line for this country.
Right. She, at one point in her opening statement, said, the president can relieve me, can recall me from any ambassadorial position. Of course he has that power. I recognize that power. I would never question or try to circumvent that power. What I do know is I was in Ukraine and was on behalf of official U.S. policy working to try to minimize, or if possible, in certain identified cases, eliminate corruption. And I was going up against someone who not only under U.S. policy was regarded as a corrupt prosecutor general, Yuri Lutsenko, but that prosecutor general was also identified by other international organizations and other U.S. allies as a force of corruption. So she asked, I understand the president can remove me, but if I'm carrying out anti-corruption policy on behalf of the United States government, why? Why me? Why am I the one who's carrying out this policy to address corruption and removed? And how is it that this prosecutor general, Yuri Lutsenko, can set in motion a smear campaign which he then recants under pressure in Ukraine, meaning the allegations he leveled against her, he had to, on the record, recant and say, no, those are not true. Those are, in fact, fabrications. Why was he allowed to set that in motion? Rudy Giuliani take it up, and then the president buy into it and continue to believe it. So that's the nexus here. If the ambassador is carrying out U.S. policy, which is to fight corruption, is attacked by someone who is viewed by us and others as corrupt, those allegations, never true, are then recanted, yet still linger. Still part of the case against her, still part of the smear campaign against her that ultimately leads to her removal. Does that set the course for something else to go on? And if it does, what is that other thing? And all we know about that other thing is the people involved, Rudy Giuliani, Igor Fruman, and Lev Parnas, 2 of them are under indictment, and 1 is under investigation. These kinds of questions are part of an evidentiary pattern that I'll be fascinated to see if Republicans, when they get their chance to question, try to undercut. Are they going to try to deal with these evidentiary statements that Ambassador Yovanovitch has made? If they don't, they will be conceding some evidence here that speaks to either a pattern or at least a set of motivations that at minimum do not comport with the existing U.S. policy in Ukraine or its anti-corruption agenda, at minimum.
And beyond the argument that the Democrats are trying to build and the Republicans will try to sort of combat, is that she says in her opening statement that this is, much bigger than me. This is much bigger than Ukraine. She talks about how she was amazed that, and continues to be amazed that there were Americans who were willing to work with corrupt Ukrainians. And she says, such conduct undermines the U.S., exposes our friends, and widens the playing field for autocrats like President Putin. She's, reinforcing the role of the State Department as not just, she's not just there to defend and pursue policies that are beneficial to the U.S. Those policies are beneficial to many, many countries. The U.S. policy, the policies that are beneficial to the U.S. are policies that are beneficial to the Ukraine, too. And when you undermine that, you set up a sort of a domino. There's a domino effect that could happen where you undermine what is in the best interest of many other countries as well.
She said in her opening statement, the United States is the most powerful country in the world, in part or in large measure because of its values, not just because of its economy and not just because of its military. Our military isn't everywhere, and our economy is not everywhere. Both cast a significant shadow. Everyone understands that. But our values and our commitment to rule of law and our commitment to a general process is what gives us credibility and a sense of consistency in places where either corruption is rampant, people with big business interests who can manipulate the government, which is another form of corruption, are rampant, or military forces have undue influence over the government, civilian or otherwise. The United States operates in all these places, and when it operates from a place of consistency and values, the ambassador said, in general, it is strengthened, and our alliances are strengthened, and we bring more nations to our cause because of that underlying consistency and that adherence to values stated by the United States government through its democratic process and through Republican and Democratic presidents. She said that's been essentially her entire career in American diplomacy. That's been her career until now. Something's different. Why is it different? What are the motivations behind it? And what are the long-term effects? These are very real institutional questions that have nothing to do with whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. These are about the ways in which the United States operates and what are the risks if it abandons its historical approach.
She has honorably served 3 Republican presidents and 2 Democratic presidents. Major, stand by. Ed, stand by. Nancy, stand by. If you can, I want to bring back Keir and Molly here. Molly, are you getting text messages like Ed and Nancy are getting from some folks that you cover on the Hill about what they think?
Well, I'm getting directions towards certain tweets and the message that the Republicans want to put out there. Which is over these past 6 meetings, with the exception, of course, of this phone call readout that we have from the White House in April, there has been 0 mention of political aid and connecting that to between security aid and political investigations. And that's, Mark Meadows, that's sort of the theme of the day. And they're really going to try to focus on, again, what Major Garrett said. This witness has no firsthand knowledge of what's going on. And again, 0 mention of the aid in these 6 meetings. But I guess it appears as if there's a little bit of a wrinkle in that, given that the original White House readout from the call involves corruption.
Right.
I mean, wasn't that part of the readout? That corruption was mentioned. So they have a little bit of revamping to do, and they have a few more minutes out on the House floor where they're voting on a different measure to come together. But this will be tricky.
Is that a risk for Democrats here and we've talked about this earlier, which is we saw Jim Jordan on Wednesday saying, look, these are their 2-star witnesses. In other words,
you want us to focus on the call and whether or not aid was withheld and whether or not there was, as Joaquin Castro put it, bribery. But in fact, you're putting up all these other individuals, and now you've got this, distinguished Foreign Service officer who's saying, she felt threatened. Now you're moving on to that. You've been out to get this president from day one, and you're just going to try and grab at straws until you get him.
Look, if you're the Republicans, you'd very much like to control the Democrats' case, right? And so if you can narrow the Democrats' case down to just this call transcript without any of the context, it becomes a much more difficult sled. They don't get to do that. And the Democrats are trying to paint a much broader picture. And cycling back to what Major said, I think the point that he brought us all to focus on about the disparity between the original description of the call and the readout that we heard from Devin Nunes today, I think that's going to become a much larger deal. It's going to focus the issue on, was President Trump truly trying to be an anti-corruption efforts, advance those in these calls? That is going to be a key issue about whether or not there was this larger campaign. It sounds like a pre-made defense. As a prosecutor, you would want to try to cover up your behavior with some kind of prepackaged defense. Oh, well, no, I wasn't. This was broad anti-corruption efforts. It wasn't about a shakedown. It wasn't about a squeeze, and so. This disparity coming from the White House, I think, is going to become a much bigger deal. I wonder whether Gordon Sondland is going to issue a new declaration, an addendum now to this transcript. We've already seen one of these. We got to change things up. And finally, I think Nancy mentioned that by injecting this tweet in the middle of Yovanovitch's testimony, a witness who otherwise you could make all those claims not relevant, out of the timeline. Suddenly, she has become very relevant.
What are the legal ramifications of? First of all, is it what Adam Schiff called it, threatening a witness?
She said that she was intimidated. Look, at this point, you have to use your common sense, right? If you call somebody a rat, I had a witness. The way he was threatened. Someone came up to him in a bar and said, you're a rat. And we all know what happens to rats, okay? So what does that mean? Well, you have to use your common sense. That individual was arrested, put in jail immediately. This happened in the middle of one of my trials. Now, the difference in a criminal trial is my jury didn't know any of all that. You separate that out, trying not to sort of inject all of that into the trial. Unfortunately for President Trump, he's let the entire world know that he thinks that he needs to intimidate this witness.
And how so? Let me take the flip side of that. When you see these Republican members of Congress try and defend, they don't have to. They're probably not going to address it, but they're going to be asked by reporters after this hearing is over. Mitch McConnell's probably going to be asked, because they're very good at defending the president. Well, he's not your typical president. He's there to drain the swamp. He's not elegant. How do you defend something like this if you're advising somebody illegally?
I hesitate, because I would advise somebody to never do this in the first place, right?
It's that bad.
But you play the cards you're dealt. So what I've heard people say before is, let Trump be Trump. Don't pay so much literal attention to what he says. I think this is a very difficult thing to defend.
And I'm going to be really watching for the questioning come questioning period, when the members actually get to ask their questions in 5-minute chunks. I'm going to look at Mike Turner, who already voiced concern about this back in the original whistleblower inquiry hearing on the 26th of October. I'll be looking at him, Will Hurd, former CIA operative, and Elise Stefanik, to see whether they even address it at all, or how they handle their questioning, whether that changes.
Do we still have Major Nancy and Ed with us? Let me go to Nancy briefly. Nancy, one of the things that we were talking about earlier is the fact that Ambassador Yovanovitch is so far the only woman that's been called to testify before the House Intelligence Committee, and the Republicans only have one woman on that committee. Elise Stefanik of New York. Do you expect that she will have a bigger role in questioning Ambassador Yovanovitch here? Because on Wednesday, almost everybody, spoke for about 30 seconds or a minute and then turned over their time to Jim Jordan. Are you hearing that may play out exactly the same way? Because I'm curious about the optics of being the only woman there and dealing with a bunch of angry men who are questioning your integrity and your motives.
Well, they may want her to play a larger role, but the format kind of hampers them from doing that, because when we come back from this recess, the Republican ranking member, Devin Nunes, will have 45 minutes to question Yovanovitch. If he wants, he can cede some or all of that time to the lawyer on the Republican side, but he can't cede the time to other members. So Stefanik is still going to have to wait her turn, wait until after this lawyer and Nunes have done their questioning for 45 minutes. And then, at the very most, she'll have 5 minutes to do her questioning, unless they were somehow to get through all 22 lawmakers and then decide to do another round. But as it stands right now, based on the rules, she gets 5 minutes max to ask her questions of Yovanovitch.
So, Ed, I heard that you sort of had a response to the question as well. Is it similar to what Nancy said? Ed O'Keefe, can you hear me?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, hello. Sorry. No, just adding to what Nancy said, that we had inquired this morning with leadership aides about whether there would be some push to defer to Stefanik more often, given that she is the only woman on the Republican side, and the guidance was that there was no plan to do that. But you're right, she is the only woman on that side of the dais. Part of the reason why I know I was curious is because, remember, during the confirmation hearing of Brett Kavanaugh, when Christine Blasey Ford showed up to testify and share her story, the Republicans, all men on the Senate Judiciary Committee, went out and found a prosecutor from Arizona, a woman, to come and ask most of the questions, at least initially, because they were concerned about the optics. There appear to be no concerns on the House side here in this different committee, but it is something that certainly was raised. And Stefanik clearly has been a prominent member of the committee, or prominent sort of surrogate on behalf of House Republicans. It's part of the reason why she's there. She's a former aide to House Speaker Paul Ryan, former aide to Mitt Romney during his 2012 presidential campaign, and represents the Adirondacks in lovely upstate New York, and one of the younger members of the House, certainly one of the younger women, who's made a big push in recent years, trying to tell party leadership, you need more people who look like me up here. And she's kind of hit a brick wall, certainly during the last cycle, in her attempts to diversify the conference.
Interesting. Nancy?
Add to that, this came up very recently when Republicans were talking about adding at least one outside lawmaker to this committee temporarily for these hearings. They ended up adding Jim Jordan to the committee. In order to do that, they had to take someone off. And Stefanik's name inevitably came up because she is one of the newer members of the committee with the least seniority. But quickly that idea was dismissed because, as you noted, she is the only woman, and the optics of removing the only woman on the committee for the Republican side would not have been great, and they went with another member instead. And that's part of the reason why, even though it had been discussed that perhaps they could add even more of the president's chief defenders to this committee temporarily for the purpose of these hearings, they didn't do it, because trying to remove either Elise Stefanik, who's the only woman on the committee, or Will Hurd, who is the only African-American Republican on the committee, only woman Republican, only African-American Republican, Will Hurd, those were seen to be non-starters.
Major, before, could some of this have been alleviated? I keep thinking about Rudy Giuliani and how he sort of looms large over these hearings and over all that's being reported. And what would have been, could some of this have been alleviated if the President of the United States had just designated Rudy Giuliani as a special envoy?
Possibly. And that would have brought him closer, that is to say, if a special envoy status had been conferred upon Rudy Giuliani, closer to the State Department bureaucracy, integrating it within the State Department bureaucracy. That was certainly an opportunity available to the president. He can make a special envoy anywhere or nowhere. Why didn't he? And why was this I think in the youthful vernacular of the day, this side hustle created.
You're pretty youthful there, Major.
This side hustle created, and why was it built on a scaffolding of falsehoods? Why was the president so able or willing to listen to these falsehoods or accept them initially, and even when they were recanted, still, in essence, believe them? Why did echo chambers on Fox News amplify them? Even as it's been testified by several people, the State Department actually intervened with Fox News to say, look, you got to get off this stuff. This stuff isn't wrong. This isn't valid. Stop attacking Yovanovitch in this way. And that had some kind of calming effect. But all of these things are, to use words testified to earlier this week, an irregular channel. That is an understatement. It is very different for things to operate this way. And I think it is worth underscoring what the ambassador said. Yes, U.S. ambassadors, U.S. diplomats get attacked in tough places all the time by people within those tough places. Business interests, military figures, corrupt politicians, and the like. What they are unaccustomed to, and what she had never seen in her 33 years in the Foreign Service for this government, was Americans taking up that self-same cause. Why? What is the motive behind that? What was the aim it was pursuing? And why didn't the President of the United States, with all the vast powers of that office, put a stop to it?
So we have a little bit of sound of Marie Yovanovitch speaking to the influence and the activities of Rudy Giuliani. Let's take a listen.
I do not understand Mr. Giuliani's motives for attacking me, nor can I offer an opinion on whether he believed the allegations he spread about me. Clearly, no one at the State Department did. What I can say is that Mr. Giuliani should have known those claims were suspect, coming as they reportedly did from individuals with questionable motives and with reason to believe that their political and financial ambitions would be stymied by our anti-corruption policy in Ukraine.
All right, so we want to bring in, we've got two more people to bring in. We want to bring in Leslie Sanchez, CBSN contributor, as well as a Republican strategist, and Anton Seawright, CBSN contributor and Democratic strategist. I want to ask you, Leslie, we had talked earlier about Devin Nunes reading the transcript of this other earlier phone call. And now we know that the readout from the transcript and the actual transcript don't seem to go together.
No, the readout is one thing, and then the transcript. So they gave us a readout,
which included the subject matter that was discussed. That is not present in the transcript at all. Was this been a major misstep? Because it certainly seemed like in Devin Nunes' opening statement that the readout of this call didn't actually fit into anything in particular. At least it didn't fit into the argument that we thought we were going to see from the Republicans. So it seemed like he wanted to use this as a platform to sort of showcase the transcript. But then now we're finding out that there may be more to this transcript, or something's not right here.
Well, I think we're still going to be pulling that apart for a little while in terms of the disconnect, and then certainly what the president is tweeting now, and kind of adding layers to that. I think that the biggest Republican pushback on all of this is they're trying to insert some sort of parity into this. They've been asking for GOP witnesses. They've been asking to insert different types of testimony. And this is really the only mechanism they've had so far to do that. So overall, that was really the intention behind that. They may have been perhaps using the wrong apparatus, let's just say that.
From the very beginning, it's been crystal clear. They've tried to discredit the process, and every witness that the Democrats bring forth, no matter how serious, how deep or wide the content that they bring forth through these hearings come out. Look, we saw in the middle of the hearing, the president did the GOP a big disservice by, again, trying to discredit a very credible witness, a 30-year diplomat in the State Department. Now, we can say diplomats, they tend to insert their political feelings. I don't believe that to be true, because this lady, had this not been an issue, we would not have had her in front of this committee testifying to the things she's testifying for. And the big elephant in the room today, and I think going forward, is going to be Rudy Giuliani's shadow role as Secretary of State. Keep in mind, I think people forget, he was vouching for the job of Secretary of State, and the president did not reward him for whatever reason with it. Now he's running a shadow operation for the political benefit of Donald Trump. And I think because she was coming up on stuff,
I think that's,
as we would say in the South.
that's right now, that's all conjecture. It's a fable. And that's part of the problem with this whole process. The Democrats, many have already voted that they want impeachment, regardless of the fact that we're having this. That discredits half of this operation. So even if there is legitimacy, and I think Vlad brings this up all the time, even if you're somebody who's an observer trying to decipher through this and say, oh, is there really something there? You can't, because it's so hyper politicized in terms of that. And with respect, I think we need to address this on the president's tweet. The idea that it's intimidation, I think, to use Ari Fleischer, the former press secretary for George W. Bush, whom I worked with, is laughable. That is not. The president this is the president's approach. He has a right to his opinion. Ambassadors have been treated, they're used to the rough and tumble. We heard about the type of lifestyle they have, and they're used to it from the presidents they served, going back to LBJ and even before that. So this is not unusual. What is unusual is the context that he does it on Twitter. What is unusual, he's inserting himself into the middle of this process, and he's taking oxygen out of the room because he feels whatever the president feels. None of us really kind of have a temperature gauge on that. Is it effective? We don't know. But I will tell you this, I am always surprised at how effective the president is at connecting with the voters and understanding the pulse of the people who may think this is a sham, that this is a political, what we called yesterday telenovela, kind of this, overarching opera that we're looking at. And it discredits, I think, the service of the ambassador. One thing I would say here, contrary, is that she's been a career diplomat, has done her job to the best of her ability. But sometimes, her executing upon the president's agenda is not in line. And if there's something more to that, this is not the method we're going to find out.
But Leslie, a couple of things I want to push back for a second, with all due respect. Number one, the House Democrats have not decided on impeachment. That's why it took them so long to get to an impeachment inquiry.
Some of them have already
just
decided.
A few, because they've taken votes
on the committee.
They have taken votes on impeachment, but not the majority. So we can't say that. The second thing we have to identify in all this is the fact that the things are starting to be tied together. We've seen testimony after testimony from career people in the State Department. And keep in mind, if they've been there for a while, they didn't have this problem under Bush, Clinton, Obama, whoever, but they have these issues under Trump. And her job was to weed out fraud, waste, and abuse, corruption. And now she was being punished for this, essentially. And out of all the ambassadors in the world that the president could have picked on, why the Ukraine ambassador? Why her of any ambassador in the world? Why her specifically? It's because she was doing her job and it was bumping up against a political agenda.
We don't know that that's
It's starting to be flushed out in all the hearings.
But let me, Leslie, to your point, Ari Fleischer, the former press secretary to President Bush, President George W. Bush, tweeted this just after the point that he made about witness tampering, which I think is interesting. Let's recap. Trump will be impeached in the House. He won't be impeached because of his 725 phone call. He will be impeached because he's Trump. Democrats find him offensive. He will be impeached because of Charlottesville, collusion, and obstruction. What's on TV is just an excuse. I mean, it's interesting that he's essentially saying, and this is what I asked Major Garrett, right? I said, is it problematic that the Democrats keep sort of grasping, oh, well, there's this, let's bring that up. Let's talk about that. When it does to the Republicans who support President Trump feel as if there's every little thread they're going to pull because they don't like President Trump. They haven't liked him since he was inaugurated, and they've made it a mission to get rid of this president.
Right. There's an undercurrent and a belief that regardless, I will tell you, I am always surprised at American voters are so smart, right? Because I'm not surprised they're smart, but they always have the pulse better than sometimes I think we do, even as an analyst does. They come to see this as a piling on the president. And to get beyond that, to something that is really significant and serious, that a bipartisan effort where we can fundamentally all agree that this has crossed the line. Remember, we talked about two steps. One, did it happen? And let's go back to the July phone call and the quid pro quo. I thought that's what we were here for. And the second is, does it merit removal of office? On the first part, we're kind of coalescing because there's so many witnesses, even though today doesn't get us any closer. But on the second part, no. And so what Ari's saying is, I think, reflective of the conservative populist movement, is that it's anything. It's Russian hoax. Now we're talking about this, and the president doesn't like this ambassador. It's just all of this together. And truthfully, I think the truth in all this, the people that want to stand back and really question the president's motives and the president's style, for them, they are completely lost in this. There's no way in having confidence that this is a fair process.
So thus far, what do you think the lasting effect of her testimony, at least thus far, will have on a voter who is undecided? What do we say, 17%?
Right, and most people have already made up their minds.
So independent voters are not going to be, people like to talk about independent voters, but half of them don't turn out. So in the election, it's going to be kind of those likely voters that are really galvanized and engaged in this. They're going to look at this sympathetic character, but if they're getting their news and understanding from people that are in their ecosystem, they're going to say this is more of the same, kind of that Ari Fleischer message, which is why I think it's what I'm listening for are those younger members, the female members, the members who are not part of this long Washington establishment, but fundamentally, where do they fall in kind of deciding, did something cross the line? Are you hearing an amplification of that? If that starts to move, then we have a serious issue. But right now, I think we're really far from it.
Would it have made sense, Antoine, for Democrats to say, look, all those things that Ari Fleischer has tweeted are absolutely, we don't like President Trump. Just in the same way that, Republicans said we want to make President Obama a one-term president. Merrick Garland, Merrick Garland calling, didn't get his fair shot. If they said, look, here is the case why you need to vote for a Democrat for the chief executive come 2020 because of all these things, and perhaps they don't rise to the level of an impeachable offense. Was that ever going to be a strategy that would please those on the populist left?
Let me say two things. One, always keep in mind, Democrats and Republicans never get graded on the same scale. So we can't do it.
What does that mean to our viewers? Explain to our viewers what that means.
That means that what would make common sense and what would be sexy in this scenario for Republicans, it will not work for the Democrats. So the argument that they made, we're going to make Barack Obama a one-term president, we hate him, blah, 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 that worked for them. It does not work for us because it ends up being used against us in the court of public opinion. That's number one. Number two, keep in mind, it was the Republicans who were yelling and screaming and breaking into hearing rooms that they already had Republican members in about transparency during this entire process. Well, guess what? Now they have this process wide open to the general public, and now they want to take this process, and the fact of the matter is they wanted transparency. Nancy Pelosi gave them everything they wanted in making these hearings public, but yet they voted against having transparency. So when people say Democrats were already minds made up about impeachment, that's not true. Republicans' minds were made up, so it's like everybody retreat to the corner, do what they want to do for their political purpose, but no one can argue the information that's being flushed out of this testimony. Now, can Democrats be a little more focused? Yes. Will they mess this up if they start making emotional arguments and not flushing out the facts? Absolutely. But
let me answer that.
But
is that hypothetical?
Can Republicans mess this up? Absolutely. You can't lose an election in an off year. I'm sorry, you can't win an election in an off year, but you can dang sure lose one in an off year. And I think that's where both sides have to be careful in this.
Is it going to be important, Leslie, for the Republicans as they continue to question Yovanovitch to actually explain why she was let go? Because the president's really vague, right? He says, oh, the people she was with were no good. But we actually don't have a reason. Everything we know about her is that she was fighting corruption.
She's fighting corruption. We don't have a reason, and I don't think the impetus is on Republicans to explain the president, unless the president has come out directly and said, he has his own reasoning. I've been, in the government for a long time. Sometimes there's just people rub people the wrong way, and there's other agendas that they're moving forward. They have other individuals they want to put into those positions.
All right, hey, Leslie, stand by because we have some breaking news here to report on CBS, and I'm just going to look down at my phone here. We've been following all along the hearing of Roger Stone. Roger Stone has been found guilty on all 7 charges. That's the email that I have right here. The jury, this is an earlier email about the jury deliberating, and now the breaking news. Roger Stone found guilty on all 7 charges.
They include obstruction of proceeding, false statement, several charges of false statement, and witness tampering, which carries a maximum term of 20 years in prison.
So we have to talk to Keir about this because it looks like Roger Stone could be going to jail.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. To sort of remind people what got Roger Stone sort of all jammed up in this, really, is that he had essentially bragged about having a connection to WikiLeaks and having prior knowledge of when WikiLeaks was going to release the stolen is it DNC emails? Or
yes, right.
So, and then when he was sort of called on it, he said, oh, I kind of made it up. and just just sort of a puffery or whatever.
Right.
But clearly that defense, if that was his defense, did not work here, and he could be facing some real time. And we've seen Manafort, Paul Manafort, he's behind bars right now. So we know that this is kind of a reality for him.
Folks who, in both the case of Manafort and Roger Stone, are close to the president.
You know, everything is so noisy right now that sometimes we don't hear the lyrics. In that Roger Stone testimony, there were so many things that came out that the Trump campaign and the president have pushed back on that I think that's going to resurface himself. But it's a true lesson for, I think, everyone who's in the Trump orbit. They have come out, in my opinion, with a real sense of arrogance about every scenario because they've been able to get away. Roger Stone is the prime example. I mean, he basically told everybody to, you can go kiss it. And now he's suffering from that. Whip Clyburn reminded me this last night. He said, always remember this, what my wife told me in 1970. Brag gently and weep softly. And I think that is part of the issue, why people have so many issues with this administration, this president. They brag about things that other people will be punished for. And then when this happened, it's like, oh boy.
Let's not paint Roger Stone in that broad brushstroke that he is the Republican Party or kind of the spokesman for Trump. Because let's just remember, there's a great documentary.
Yes, there's a very good documentary
called Get Me Roger Stone.
Yes, really good.
He is a caricature of dirty
politics.
He's
got a tattoo of Richard Nixon on his back.
On his back, I'm not a crook. There you go.
He's a Trump ally. We can't deny that.
Oh my gosh. Trump is the president and he's a Republican. And let me tell you, somebody like Roger Stone wants to suggest that he is much closer proximity. That's what this business is about.
Meaning that when it's reported he's a Trump associate, Trump ally, he's got his own inflated
When did Trump
sense.
deny it?
Trump's going to deny every single person that
he hasn't yet.
His bravado. Look, I do. The interesting part with Roger Stone is he's somebody who kind of like very unctuous. He kind of like moves his way into campaigns, and he is that dirty politics kind of a character. He really is. He brags about that they think of these ways to manipulate the media, to move candidates.
It's just remarkable to me, Leslie, as you point that out, and I'm thinking about that documentary. I mean, he's sort of become a caricature, as you say, of a lot of different things. But, let's remember, as the documentary points out, that at some point he had some real power. He was very close to the people who made very important decisions in this country. And I keep thinking about that when I think about Michael Flynn, and I think about others who, for whatever reason, in this new environment, they've been operating in the circles of power for 20, 30 years. And all of a sudden in 2019 find themselves tripped up in this particular environment. What is it about that?
I love that you said that because what that is technology. Technology and the transparency that it creates, the sunlight effect of showing what they used to be able to push under the rug and bury in a closet. And, we could have taken down some governors many times. Right in the left. It's funny, I rode on a little trailway in New Mexico, and they're like, we know how many, political, payoffs were done in certain types of things in this state. And I'm always surprised because that would not exist today. And
That's
this
really
is a
interesting.
Example. Perfect example. Roger Stone. I believe he did, the scope of the Instagram thing that looked like intimidation against his own.
And the judge got really mad.
The judge got really mad because they silenced him. He's not supposed to be making any types of comments. And it looked like it was directed at the judge. I mean, the arrogance of doing that because he named her specifically. In the real world, no one would ever do that. But in this political world, I think they live in a world all to themselves.
It's really fascinating. While we keep talking, we're going to slide Keir Dugal onto the set to talk about this. Meanwhile, we should point out that Liz Cheney, who's sort of been interesting throughout the course of this, Liz Cheney has been interesting because she was one who very vociferously stood up for Lieutenant Colonel Vindman when he was attacked by some Trump surrogates on cable television. And so here, I'm just looking at a headline here that Liz Cheney said that Yovanovitch is clearly, quote, this is a quote from Liz Cheney, clearly is somebody who's been a public servant to the United States for decades, and I don't think the president should have done that. That is in response to the tweet from President Trump going after Ambassador Yovanovitch. So that is interesting. You occasionally see some Republicans who say, look, that's beyond the pale. We don't want to go down that road. Yeah. And clearly Liz Cheney, being the daughter of who she is, not afraid of anybody, not even President
Definitely,
Trump. So I see that she has no problem saying something like this.
So,
very different.
Great movie about.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. But interestingly, given that we were talking about Ari Fleischer earlier, from that same circle, you got Ari on one side saying this isn't that big of a deal, and then you've got now Liz Cheney saying this is wrong.
So listen, we have Kara Dougal in here now, so let's pivot back to this whole Roger Stone thing. How much trouble is Roger Stone in?
Oh, a lot of trouble.
We love a lawyer.
I mean, that's as clear as it gets, Kara.
You know, he took the silver medal at this trial, and
what is that? What do you mean?
He didn't win. And
I see.
It's sorry, it's a little bit of a law enforcement joke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I never heard that one before.
Like, that doesn't sound bad.
Yeah.
That sounds
For
like
somebody who's only ever gotten a participation, that sounds fine.
That's what I thought. I was
Does
like,
he get a juice box?
this is so bad. Silver? It's not gold, but
sounds like something I would say.
No, it's really bad.
Okay.
He is this is a sort of a turning point in somebody's life once you're convicted. You know, I'm sure his lawyers will say he'll take an appeal. And, you know, there's a very, very slim possibility that there was some error in the trial, and perhaps there will be a reversal and then a retrial. But you're sort of, his life is sort of forever altered. The thing to remember here, I think, about Mr. Stone is that, you know, he was on a sort of a very direct and close relationship with President Trump at certain points of the campaign.
Point I made earlier.
He had direct phone calls. He was the WikiLeaks, he was the WikiLeaks guy. And WikiLeaks became the conduit for the stolen emails that were stolen by Russia. So now at this particular moment, while we're in the middle of the Yovanovitch hearing, we're highlighting again the corruption that Russia injected into the campaign in 2016. It really is a little bit off to the side, but it's of a piece. It's part of this, I think, set of concerns that the Democrats are dealing with now.
But we don't even know. We don't even know. I mean, when I look at some of these things, and it says, Stone testified falsely that his August 2016 references to being in contact with the head of Organization One references to communications with a single, quote, go-between mutual friend and intermediary who Stone identified as person two. I'm curious to know who are all these people in quotes.
So Organization One is WikiLeaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's Randy Credico is one of the players here, and another gentleman whose name
is it Frank Pentageli?
No, that's the guy from.
That's from the movie.
That's from the movie.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
right. So I'm sorry, I forgot. That's the kind of witness tampering thing, which I thought. I mean, this is the one that has
20 years.
20 years. This is where he threatened to steal someone's therapy dog.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, and I just, I'm sure when he was on the phone talking about that, he had no idea.
So how many different ways can you intimidate a witness, right? You threaten to steal a dog, okay? Right? You call somebody a rat. You have to use your common sense. With all due respect to Ari Fleischer, you have to use your common sense under these circumstances. Understand the context that a message is being delivered, who it's being delivered by. Threatening somebody's dog is intimidation under the right circumstance. Yes.
And part of his at least public defense, and we haven't been following the case because there's been so much going on, but part of his public defense was I did make it up. I wasn't telling the truth. But clearly that wasn't strong enough, or it's sort of difficult to determine whether or not he's been convicted for, in fact, what he sort of copped to, which was not telling the truth.
Yeah, I mean, look, he is, if I understand the news as it's breaking, right, so he's convicted on all counts, on all of these different crimes. You look at them, each one, some of them are 5-year crimes, and it's not going to be added up. Okay. Like if you add up all these numbers, it's very unlikely. If you add them all up, it looks like 50 years. But for sentencing purposes, they'll be all sort of be treated together, probably lumped together. And then, there's this complicated procedure of using some guidelines. And
what can he do moving forward to ensure or hope that he can get a lesser sentence?
Well, every defendant under these circumstances, there's still an opportunity for them to cooperate, but that all depends on whether or not the prosecutors are willing to accept the cooperation. And so not everybody gets that opportunity. It's not necessarily clear what he might be able to give to prosecutors. And given, as Leslie, I think you mentioned that he has Richard Nixon tattooed on his back.
Yeah.
I don't see him as the kind of guy who's likely to cooperate. I just don't see that. Even though he may have incriminating information potentially of very important people.
During this trial, we saw a number of similar Trump allies testify against him to essentially throw him under the bus. So what does that mean if he were to cooperate? What would that mean for some of the things that the Trump campaign and the president himself have pushed back on? They were kind of validated throughout the course of this trial. I know everybody's busy and we hadn't listened closely, but some of those things were validated, i.e. the WikiLeaks situation. Trump publicly said, don't even know who WikiLeaks is, no idea, not even sure. Boom, Roger Stone now convicted because of some of the WikiLeaks stuff. So I'll be interested to see what is the pivot outside of this because of this trial and now his likely sentence.
Can I ask you guys a question? Because this is more of a political question for me. If the president has this coterie of people around him who have been convicted, Flynn, Manafort, Gates, now Roger Stone, and we're inside a narrative where with Ambassador Yovanovitch, there's an effort to say, well, he was simply pushing an anti-corruption effort when he was asking questions about Joe Biden. How does that all play out? If the president is surrounded by people who have been convicted, can he credibly say that he is an anti-corruption advocate?
Yes. I mean, can he? Yes. Will he? Yes. I mean, so the politics of Trump are always antithetical to what anybody else would think. So somebody else would orchestrate, and throughout their administration, they would be diligent that all of those efforts were firing on the same set of objectives. The president doesn't do that. He's kind of like freewheeling on all this. He's going to say he's anti-corruption, and I think there's a lot of legitimacy that he doesn't want to just, without accountability, give $400 million without some understanding of what's going to come, that it's not going to fall into kind of corrupt hands. The interesting part with Flynn or Stone or all those, he's going to argue that these are independent actors. That are all kind of in the orbit of the win. You know, in 2016 they were all part of it. They may have, and he liked that they were not critical of him during the. That was the other thing. These were individuals who were not critical of him.
They were his disciples.
Through 2015, 2016. That was the loyalty test that many of them passed, and for that reason they became a part of that inner circle. I mean, and it's interesting because, and I'll just make this point on the State Department, you know, we heard about how many vacancies there are. That is so consistent throughout the administration because there's so many people who were either critical at some point of the president who couldn't make it past White House clearance, or they still are concerned that they'd be on shifting sand and they don't want to put themselves through that process.
He just tweeted about that. He tweeted about the vacancies at the State House, the fact that he called it, he's trying to slim down government roles, etc. But to the contrary, most reporters, even some Republican operatives, have said we have senior roles that need to be filled for the sake of national security that they cannot find people for because of Trump. But
they find people, but they don't want to take. They don't want the risk exposure
because of Trump.
Of being politicized. Their entire career will crumple right before them. Roger Stone's a different character because he's always been that shadowy figure behind the scenes who's, you know, kind of creating and manipulating campaigns, candidates, and media. And for that reason, I think he kind of had his solo defense. He thought that he would, just under the rubric of I said it's true, he didn't think that the criminal justice system would really tether him to some of the
So the question you ask for Democrats, and this is what I tell elected members who I work with all the time. For the Trump supporters, we're not going to change their minds about Donald Trump. No matter how corrupt, no matter how bad it is, no matter what facts may come out that are non-debated, we're not going to change those people's minds. So we have to couch this thing, make it sexy and presentable enough with a bow that it will convince independent thinkers and motivate our base, the core, even the millions of people who did not show up for whatever reason in the last election to come out for us. If you want to talk about the political impact of us. And if we fail to do that, we will be in long-term political trouble as Democrats.
All right, let me just reset for our viewers here. Given that we are at the top of the hour, it is 12 noon on the East Coast, just after 12 noon, 12:05. I'm Vladimir Duthiers alongside Anne-Marie Green. We have been all morning long tracking developments in Washington, D.C. Two really big stories. Obviously, the impeachment impeachment inquiry into President Donald Trump, and the former ambassador to Ukraine, Maria Yovanovitch, testifying today about her shock and disgust at discovering that President Trump had denigrated her in a July call with the president of Ukraine. During that testimony, the president called her out, some say insulted her on Twitter, and so we heard her being interrogated by a lawyer for the Democrats. We will expect, once the hearing resumes, that she will then be questioned by Devin Nunes, the ranking member of the Republican Party, and then by the Republican lawyer. And the news also out of Washington that Roger Stone, the President Trump's associate, has been found guilty on all counts, 7 counts of making a false statement, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering, or obstruction of proceeding, I should say, count 1, obstruction of proceeding. And we're here with Leslie Sanchez, who's a CBSN political contributor, and a Republican strategist, Antoine Seawright, who's a CBSN contributor and a Democratic strategist, and Keir Dugal, who is a former federal prosecutor and is here apolitically to analyze everything that we hear on the witness stand.
But you know what, Keir, we didn't get actually a chance to talk to Keir about what he saw in the testimony and about the argument that you saw the Democrats sort of laying out with the former ambassador. We were sort of strictly talking about sort of winners and losers and how it's going. But as you know, watching sort of the legal argument put forth, how do you feel this is going?
So as a prosecutor, you're trying to put bricks together, and you need to keep it moving, but you also need to ask a jury to have some patience and to understand that not every piece of evidence is going to come in like a movie. It doesn't come in sequentially. You have people who have one perspective, they see one part of it, and what you do as a prosecutor is you connect it up later. And you basically, in argument, you give a preview. Typically, in an opening argument, you say the evidence is going to show this, and you lay out that entire narrative, and then the evidence comes in chunks. And we're seeing a sort of a chunk here now. This is what I see from the majority counsel is a pretty standard, clear, concise, deliberate, even examination of the witness. And it perhaps does feel a little disjointed, but that's part of the process. And, you know, the Democrats will have the burden to connect all these dots up later and try to tell a story that, as I've heard you guys describe, that is compelling to some segment of the audience that is still willing to be swayed.
So that's what's fascinating here, because in a case where the prosecutor would be putting this together, it would be a confined space with limited interruption in the sense of what inputs and outputs that come in and out. You don't have people screaming on the side. Well, maybe you do, but you know that's a more controlled environment and more controlled how that message is ultimately delivered, and those arguments are fundamentally heard. Here, it's not. It's like the Wild West, this open, freewheeling space of the internet, and in that context, I'm curious if you think of that effect on being able to deliver. So you're saying they're just going to keep marching along, but the question is, how is that going to be received?
Yeah. So the other thing is, in a criminal trial, there's sometimes there are breaks. Obviously weekends, of course. But you would have sort of a continuous period, and the jurors they're effectively attached to the trial. They're sort of required to pay attention, and there is sort of a well-defined process. This is much more political. It is one that I think at the end of the day we'll see, but effectively before each one of these witnesses, Adam Schiff is effectively giving an opening argument and sort of repeating. He gets the advantage of repetition with each one of these witnesses to sort of tell that narrative again. That's one of the advantages they have in this format.
What about the ranking member's opening statement, Devin Nunes?
Well, again, he as defense counsel, effectively, what you're wanting to do is suggest defenses, alert the audience, the jurors in a trial. What should they be looking for? Where are the weaknesses in the case? They're making points about relevancy, about foundation. How much does this witness know? Why are we here? So he's scoring his points as well.
Do you think it was smart of Ambassador Yovanovitch to come out right away and say, here's the things that I cannot speak to?
Yeah, I mean, I think for credibility purposes for anyone, pretty much in any circumstance, if you're blathering on about stuff you don't know about, you're likely to have a problem.
You'd have a career in politics.
You said that. You said that, not me.
I'll see myself out. Yeah.
The ranking member decided to read what he thought was a transcript to try to set a foundation and set the tone for the day. What we know is he was wrong as two left shoes.
I'm curious about that, Antoine. I'm very curious as to if the White House sent this over right before this started and said, here's the transcript, and Devin Nunes, I can't imagine it would be like this, Leslie, but that somebody said, yeah, this is it. And then an hour later, as the news reports start coming out, like, look, this isn't the readout that we received. It's very different from that they said, uh-oh.
But you know what we don't know is which one is incorrect, the readout or the transcript.
Well, here's the thing. The Washington Post had it right when they said a version of the transcript, because what we know as the first version, it was not word for word, it was edited, it was what the White House wanted people to see.
Not wanted, but it was edited for a lot of other security reasons, and I mean, that's kind of, I'm just saying we're politicizing that.
Because they politicize it by editing what they want to see. If
you're talking about the July 25th one?
Yes,
yes.
Yes. Okay. And I think this phone call was the same thing. So, and I think that's where the confusion happened with the ranking member and the White House. And now they're caught like, what in the world just happened?
Right.
And it almost makes the Republican ranking member look like the GOP is not on the same page. And then Ari said it right the first day of the hearing. He said, I'm not sure the direction that the minority party is going with the baseline of questions and how they're laying out this hearing.
They're not going to have Perry Mason up there, kind of like, fighting off all these arguments. It's an old reference.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I know Perry. I know Matlock, too.
I got it. Let me, as we are sort of at the top of the hour, let's play some of the key moments from Ambassador Yovanovitch's testimony earlier, including the one that is getting a lot of attention right now as we start to see some members of Congress filing back in. The one where she's asked by Adam Schiff to respond to the president tweeting at her. And we had a feeling that Adam Schiff might bring this up,
no time.
And he probably maybe 10 or 15 minutes after President Trump tweeted.
Yeah.
Here's Chairman Schiff asking her to comment on that.
We saw today witness intimidation in real time by the President of the United States. Once again, going after this dedicated and respected career public servant in an effort to not only chill her, but to chill others who may come forward. We take this kind of witness intimidation and obstruction of inquiry very seriously.
Do you think that's an
All right, so that actually was Adam Schiff, as you can tell, outside speaking to reporters. And we are going to play, though, the moment where he, in fact, asked Ambassador Yovanovitch to comment on that. And that is what is, at least for now, there are two things that Washington is talking about right now, those who are not sitting in that briefing room. One is the president's tweet during her testimony, and two is the fact that Devin Nunes read a transcript of a phone call that doesn't match up with what the White House released as a readout. So
the president tweeting is very significant because as this testimony is unfolding, new people are coming forward, right? We know that right now we have an aide to Ambassador Taylor who's going to be testifying behind closed doors, testifying that he overheard a conversation that the president had with Taylor, and under oath, right? And in addition, sort of another aide is expected, I think, to come as well from Ukraine to sort of verify that that was at the restaurant as well. But if you have the president actively sort of tearing apart witnesses while they're testifying, it can you have to wonder about the impact moving forward.
Let's play it, and then let's get you to comment on that, Leslie. Let's play that moment.
Well, I mean, I don't think I have such powers, not in Mogadishu, Somalia, and not in other places. I actually think that where I've served over the years, I and others have demonstrably made things better, for the U.S. as well as for the countries that I've served in. Ukraine, for example, where there are huge challenges, including, on the issue that we're discussing today of corruption. Huge challenges, but they've made a lot of progress since 2014, including in the years that I was there. And I think in part, I mean, the Ukrainian people get the most credit for that. But a part of that credit goes to the work of the United States and to me as the ambassador in Ukraine.
All right, so here's the tweet in question. We'll throw it up, Leslie, while you respond. She's essentially, Adam Schiff asked her to respond to this tweet where he says, everywhere Marie Yovanovitch went turned bad. She started off in Somalia. How'd that go?
So, I want to take this a little bit different direction. In my career, I'm consistently a defender of strong women. I like to see these women take these big leadership roles, especially around the world, and I think we should all work together to respect that role. But hurt feelings are not a reason for impeachment. And that's what you're seeing here. The president punches back regardless of gender, regardless of party. He has Republicans, Democrats, I mean, just kids, football players. He doesn't care. I mean, the president swipes at everything that he feels is in his orbit. Here's an example of doing that. And I thought the interesting thing to tie this together, they had talked about giving a letter of exemplary performance, kind of her defending her reputation, her credibility from the 7th floor, and they were fearful that there would be not retaliation, but the president would respond by tweet. And this is almost your worst nightmare coming true in real time. Is the president is questioning her reputation, is questioning her decision making, maybe not her character, but her decision making, and that's a fair point, especially anybody in public service. So on those grounds, it's a difficult situation she's in, but on others, going back to impeachment, it's not a reason to
Although he does, her first posting to Somalia happened when she was probably early in her career. And, the question, of course, becomes if there is a failure in Somalia, it's not just one low-level State Department employees' fault. It's a failure collectively, for all of us as a country, for our foreign, our diplomacy, and so it sort of smacks as if you pointed out, Leslie, the president punches back hard. It's sort of a scatter shot. Yeah, Somalia, it's a terrible place. Like, everybody knows that. It's Marie Yovanovitch's fault.
But so two things, what that says and what it sets up is a narrative that for people who want to get into that business or one who take on the industry, they have to be fearful about what could come as a result of them just simply doing their job, i.e. as this ambassador did. Number two, I don't think her role today was to justify or push the issue of impeachment. I think her role today, and most of these witnesses' role, is just to flush out the facts and let the Congress make their decision. I think the two first witnesses made it clear it's not their job to come and to try to validate impeachment. It's their job to answer the questions, to give the information as they know it, present the facts, and let the Congress do their job of oversight and so forth. So I think that having an expectation that these witnesses are going to deliver the impeachment blow, I think that's malpractice on our part, particularly those of us who are watching with clear eyes. Like, I don't think we can effectively do that.
Are you asking a lot of the public, though, who's watching this, to pay attention, to keep track of what's going on? I mean, part of the problem with the Mueller investigation is when this 400-page document landed on everyone's, their lap or their TV set, they were like, I'll go with what are the 3 important points? Right. And now it's kind of like the same thing, but it's instead of having a 400-page document, the public needs to follow along.
She does come across like if you just for 20 seconds kind of tune in, she's a sympathetic character who looks like her feelings are hurt.
Yeah.
For better or for worse.
And that's what you walk away with?
That's what you walk away with. And she's like, they removed me. I didn't like it. I didn't deserve that. I should have got a commendation. I've had a career of distinction. She has her. This is what we started with. It's her personal view, and then you scratch your head and walk away. Why aren't there GOP witnesses? You keep shutting the Republicans down, and now we're hearing this sympathetic character.
Do you agree with that?
No, because while she may be confused about why she was fired, when they asked the questions about very specific details of what was going on in Ukraine, and from her position as a career diplomat from 30 years, taking the partisan politics out of it, she answered the question and confirmed what we've been hearing in the chatterbox. So I don't know if I came out as someone who's up there just a mad, pissed off person. No. I think she was just simply answering the questions and presenting what she knew. The fact that she clarified or verified what most most of us assume about Rudy's role in all this. She clarified and verified about the 2 corrupt Ukraine prosecutors. She clarified and verified what we knew about the State Department and, as she said, down the street, and the connection of the impact of the 2. And when you tie all that together, I think that you can't argue some of the stuff that she presented under oath today as a 30-year career diplomat who just came to simply tell the truth.
Why do you say she clarified and verified, though? A lot of her testimony is, I don't know. I met Rudy Giuliani 3 times. I have no idea why he didn't like me, and I don't know what was going on.
Well, she ended up clarifying that that was part of the reason why she was let go. Clarify and verify. And for the body of work she was doing in the Ukraine and how they were essentially bumping up against each other and she didn't know it. That's what I mean by clarify and verify.
So we can see Ambassador Yovanovitch is back in that hearing room, which leads me to believe that the votes are over. And there we see Chairman Schiff, and I believe he's just about to get started. So, guys, we're back at it. Let's listen in.
Status inquiry.
Thank you, sir. It appears that counsel for the witness this morning has paper copies of the slides that were used during the questioning. If that's true, does that mean that you and or your team has been in coordination with him and or her with respect to her testimony this morning? And if that's true, how does that comport with HRS 660 and the fairness that is purportedly associated with that resolution?
The gentleman, the TV for the witnesses wasn't working, so they were given copies this morning. It is now 45 minutes to Ranking Member Nunes.
Excuse me, you said that the screen in front of them was not working?
My understanding is the screen was not working in front of them, so they were given copies so they could read along since they can't see the screens that we can. Mr. Nunes, you're recognized for 45 minutes along with Minority Counsel.
First, Mr. Chair, I want to submit for the record Senator Grassley's letter to the Department of Justice dated July 20th, 2017. I read a portion of that into the record during my opening statement.
Without objection.
Ambassador, congratulate you. You've been down in the secret deposition meeting rooms. You've graduated for your performance today. Later this afternoon, I should note that for the public that we will be back down in the basement of the Capitol doing more of these secret depositions. Ambassador, I don't really have very many questions for you. You admitted in your opening statement that you don't have any firsthand knowledge of the issues that we're looking into. But I do want to talk a little bit about Senator Grassley very briefly. I assume that you know who Senator Grassley is.
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe that Senator Grassley is a serious and credible elected official?
I have no reason to think otherwise.
Were you involved in the July 25th Trump-Zelensky phone call or preparations for the call?
No, I was not.
Were you involved in the deliberations about the pause in military sales to Ukraine as the Trump administration reviewed newly elected President Zelensky's commitment to corruption reforms?
For the delay in...
For the pause.
The pause? No, I was not.
Were you involved in the proposed Trump-Zelensky, later Pence-Zelensky meetings in Warsaw, Poland on September 1st?
No, I was not.
Did you ever talk to President Trump in 2019?
No, I have not.
Mick Mulvaney?
No, I have not.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm not exactly sure what the ambassador is doing here today. This is the House Intelligence Committee that's now turned into the House Impeachment Committee. This seems more appropriate for the Subcommittee on Human Resources at the Foreign Affairs Committee. If there's issues with employment, disagreements with the administration, it would seem like this would be a more appropriate setting instead of an impeachment hearing where the ambassador is not a material fact witness to any of the accusations that are being hurled at the president for this impeachment inquiry. I have several questions I think Mr. Castor wants to get to. I know, Ms. Stefanik, you had a few quick questions for the ambassador. yield to you, Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes. Ambassador Yovanovitch, thank you for being here today.
The gentlewoman will suspend.
What is the interruption for this time? It is our time.
The gentlewoman will suspend. You're not recognized. Mr. Nunes, you are minority counsel.
I just recognized.
Under the House Resolution 660, you're not allowed to yield time except to minority counsel.
The ranking member yielded time to another member of Congress.
No, that is not accurate.
You're gagging the young
That is
lady from New
accurate.
York.
Ambassador Yovanovitch, I want to thank you for being
Gentlewoman
here
will
today.
suspend. You're not recognized.
This is the 5th time you have interrupted members of Congress, duly elected members of Congress.
Gentlewoman will suspend.
Mr. Chair, we control the time. It's been customary to this committee that whoever controls the time can yield to whoever they wish. If we have members of Congress that have a few questions, it seems appropriate that we be able to let Ms. Stefanik ask her question.
Mr. Nunes, you or minority counsel recognized.
All right. Mr. Castor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes. Ambassador, welcome. Thank you for your service. 33 years, an extraordinary career. It really has been a remarkable tenure for you at the State Department. Also, I'd like to thank you for participating here today. This is a crazy environment. This hearing room is turned into a television studio. Before today, you spent on the Friday the 11th, you were with us for early in the morning until I believe it was 8 o'clock at night. People missed trains back to New York, and it was a very complete day, so thank you. You were serving a 3-year assignment in the Ukraine, is that correct?
Yes.
And it began in 2016 and was scheduled to end in 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
And nobody disputes that it's up to the president to decide who his envoys are to posts around the world, correct?
I stated that clearly in my statement.
And you returned from the Ukraine on May 20th, 2019?
That's correct.
And your return coincided with the inauguration of President Zelensky?
Yes.
And you remain employed by the State Department?
I do.
And after you returned to Washington, the Deputy Secretary, John Sullivan, asked you what you wanted to do next. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you met with the Director General, Ambassador Perez?
Yes, that's correct.
To identify a meaningful new assignment?
Yes.
And you now serve at Georgetown University as a fellow?
That's true.
And this is a rewarding position for you?
I'm very grateful to be in that position after what happened.
Today is the second big hearing for the Democrats' impeachment initiative. But we don't understand, or we do understand that you don't have a lot of facts and information relating to the part of this that we're investigating. And those are the events from May 20th up until September 11th, the release of the security assistance funds. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
So you were not part of the delegation to the inauguration. That was the day you returned. You were not part of the Oval Office meeting May 23rd, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were not part of the decision-making relating to whether there would be a White House meeting with President Zelensky?
That's correct.
And you were not a part of any decision-making in the lead-up to the July 25th call?
That's correct.
And you first learned about the call on September 25th, is that correct?
Well, I heard about the call, as I indicated in the first deposition, from Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent.
And what did he tell you about the call?
Well, as it turns out, it wasn't correct. But what I recall is that he said that President Trump had asked President Zelensky whether he could, help him out, and which I understood to be these investigations, and that President Zelensky had said that he is putting in a new prosecutor general, and that he doesn't control. This is approximately what he said. That person is an independent individual.
Okay, and you learned about that before the call was made public?
That's correct.
Likewise, you were not involved in any discussions surrounding the security sector assistance funds to Ukraine. That they were paused for about 55 days from July 18th to September 11th?
No discussions.
Okay. In your opening statement on page 9, you stated, although then and now I've always understood that I served at the pleasure of the president, I still find it difficult to comprehend that foreign and private interests were able to undermine U.S. interests in this way. Individuals who apparently felt stymied by our efforts to promote stated U.S. policy against corruption, that is to do the mission, were able to successfully conduct a campaign of disinformation against the sitting ambassador using unofficial back channels. Do you believe that President Trump was aiming to weaponize corruption in Ukraine by removing you?
I don't know that.
Okay. Do you believe your removal was part of some scheme to make it easier for elements of the Ukrainian establishment to do things counter to U.S. interests?
I think that's certainly what the Ukrainian establishment hoped. I think that in addition, there were Americans, these two individuals, who were working with Mayor Giuliani, Mr. Parnas and Mr. Fruman, who have recently been indicted by the Southern District of New York, who indicated that they wanted to change out the ambassador. And I think they must have had some reason for that.
And do you think they were seeking a different type of ambassador that would allow them to achieve some of their objectives?
I don't know what other reason there would be.
Okay. Is Ambassador Taylor the type of person that would facilitate those objectives?
No.
So Ambassador Taylor is a man of high integrity?
Absolutely.
And he's a good pick for the post?
He is. I would note that he is the charge out there, as of course you understand. So no ambassador has yet been, or no candidate has yet been named to the position.
But he certainly has had a decorated career serving his country.
Absolutely, a man of the highest integrity.
You testified about when you first learned that Mayor Giuliani and some of his associates were had a concerted campaign against you. When did that first come to your attention?
We were picking up rumors from Ukrainians. I think, kind of in the November, December 2018 time period. But then in January, February, and of course, March, it became more obvious.
At some point, I believe you testified that Minister Avakov alerted you to this campaign?
Yes.
And when was that?
He had a conversation with me in February of 2019.
Okay. And do you remember what he related to you?
Yes. He said that Mr. Lutsenko was working with Mayor Giuliani through these two individuals, Mr. Parnas and Mr. Fruman, that they basically wanted to remove me from post, and that they were working on that.
And did you have any awareness at that point in time of precisely why they were seeking your ouster?
I didn't. I didn't understand that at all because I had never met Mr. Parnas and Mr. Fruman, and so it was unclear to me why they were interested in doing this.
Were you especially influential implementing policies that stymied their interests in Ukraine? Were advocating for some sort of environment or policies that would be adverse to them?
I think that just the general idea that obviously U.S. ambassadors, U.S. embassies, one of our most important functions is to facilitate U.S. business abroad, right? Whether it's trade, whether it's commerce, that's one of the things that we do. And but everything has to be above board. We believe in a level playing ground and so forth, but we obviously advocate for U.S. business. These two individuals, with hindsight and what we learned later, looking to open up a new energy company exporting liquefied natural gas to Ukraine, never actually came to the embassy, which is unusual because that would usually be a first stop. Going to the American Chamber of Commerce, going to the U.S. Embassy, get the lay of the land, see how we could provide assistance.
And was that source of frustration ever expressed to you, or did you just learn that separately?
Source of frustration? What do you mean? On whose part?
On Fruman and Parnas.
I don't know that they were frustrated. I mean,
Okay.
Frustrated by what?
Well, you mentioned that they had business interests, and I asked you whether they had been stymied by anything in particular that you had advocated for, or you were a roadblock to them being successful. I wondered if there was any connection.
I'd never met them. When I heard those names for the first time, which was in February of 2019, I asked my team, the econ and the commercial sections are the ones who would usually meet with American businessmen and women, and nobody had heard of them. So all I can conclude is that it was the general U.S. policies that we were implementing that might have been of concern to them.
Okay. And at any point, did you ever try to reach out to the Prosecutor General, Mr. Lutsenko, and find out why he was participating in this concerted campaign?
No.
And why didn't you do that?
I didn't feel that there was any purpose to it.
And why not?
He is, he clearly had, I would say, an animus for doing this, and he was working with Americans. So I reached out to the American side, in this case the State Department, to try and find out what was going on.
When did you first realize that your relationship with Lutsenko had reached a adversarial point?
Probably around that time, maybe a little bit earlier.
And this is March?
Yeah, and what I would say, adversarial, that's a really strong word. We at the U.S. Embassy are visiting key people from the State Department and other agencies. We were pushing the Ukrainians, including Mr. Lutsenko, to do what they said that they were going to do when Mr. Lutsenko entered office, that he was going to clean up the PGO and make reforms, that he was going to bring justice to the what they call the Heavenly Hundred, the people who died on the Maidan in 2014, the Revolution of Dignity, and he was going to prosecute cases to repatriate the approximately $40 billion it's believed that former President Yanukovych and his cronies fled the country with. And he didn't do any of that. And we, kept on trying to encourage him to do the right thing. That's what the Ukrainian people wanted him to do, and we thought it was a good plan and that he should do it.
And then you mentioned you contacted the State Department in late March. Was that Under Secretary Hale?
So contacted about what?
About the concerns you had about the campaign against you?
I contacted the State Department much earlier than that. I mean, it was an ongoing sort of discussion, makes it sound very formal. We have many ways of going back and forth with Washington. So, on phone calls or DVCs, we would have this discussion.
When did you realize this
And if I could just amplify my answer, we had the discussion because we were concerned that Ukrainian policymakers, Ukrainian leaders were hearing that, I was going to be leaving, that, there was maybe somebody else waiting in the wings, et cetera. And that undermined not only my position, but our U.S. position. The Ukrainians didn't know what to think. And we need to be out there all the time, firing on all cylinders to promote our national security interests. So it was a concern.
And when did you realize this concerted campaign against you was a real threat?
A threat?
A threat to your ability to do the job in Kyiv?
Well, I would say that when you go into a meeting with somebody and they ask, are you going to be leaving, that is concerning. So that probably, I don't know exactly when that started happening, but in that time frame.
And did you undertake any efforts to push back on this narrative, either inside the State Department or publicly?
Well, certainly with the Ukrainians, I said, there's nothing to this. This is, a distraction, and we are focused on the job. Our policy remains the same. Yes, we had discussions in the State Department about this.
In hindsight, do you think you did enough inside the State Department to alert them to this mounting campaign against you?
I did what I could.
And what was that?
Reached out to the European Bureau. I think you've also heard that Dr. Fiona Hill was aware of this as well, so the NSC, and they had other discussions with more senior people.
Okay. Did you get any feedback from your chain of command? I mean, did you engage Ambassador Rieker,
Yes.
Under Secretary Hale?
Yes.
And
yes.
Did you develop sort of a game plan to push back against these allegations?
So, I mean, there are different timeframes here that we're talking about. So, fast forwarding to March, I did, when Undersecretary Hale asked whether I would consider extending, I did raise, because I wasn't sure that he was aware of it. I wanted to make sure that he knew that Mayor Giuliani had been out there saying things about me, untrue things, and I wanted him to be aware of that. And he said, he understood. He still was hoping that I could extend for another year. So that was early March, and then fast forward to late March, and the discussions about this issue continued, but obviously once it became a public political story here in the United States, the tenor of everything changed, because I think that the State Department felt that it wasn't manageable anymore, and that the more prudent thing would be for me to come back in July.
Do you think there was anything you could have done differently to get ahead of the story and to lobby the secretary and his counselor, Mr. Breckbuhl, that there was a concerted campaign against you, that you didn't believe the allegations lodged were accurate and you needed their assistance?
I think that, sure, maybe I could have done that, but I think they were aware. And as I subsequently learned from Deputy Secretary Sullivan, the Secretary of State had been well aware of this since the summer of 2018.
The corruption's endemic in the country of Ukraine, right?
I would say that corruption is a serious issue everywhere in the former Soviet Union. It's a post-Soviet legacy, and we talk about it a lot in Ukraine because there's actually an opportunity to do something, to actually help the Ukrainians tackle the issue. They want to tackle the issue. In other countries, like Russia, you can't even talk about it. So I think it's a post-Soviet legacy, and it's important to deal with it.
And that you testified rampant corruption has long permeated Ukraine's political and economic systems?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And it's your belief that it should be the U.S. foreign policy to help Ukraine curb its corruption problem?
Yes, because it's good for the Ukrainians, but it's also in our interests.
And anti-corruption efforts, you mentioned, serve a national security purpose?
I believe that to be true.
Are oligarchs a big part of the problem in Ukraine?
Probably, because so much wealth is concentrated in the hands of a very, very few, 6 or 7 individuals, and they also have political power and control the media.
And a lot of their power has been acquired through what we here in the U.S. would consider improper ways?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment.
The head of Burisma, Mr. Zlochevsky, you familiar with him?
I don't know him, but I know who you're talking about.
George Kent testified a couple days ago that he was investigating for stealing millions and millions of dollars, some of which had been supplied by the U.S., Great Britain, subject to an investigation, trying to get the money back. That was a big part of Mr. Kent's initiatives when he was there. That a bribe was paid to the prosecutors, and Zlochevsky was let off the hook. This was in 2014. Is this something that you're familiar with?
I've heard about it. This was before my arrival. And I would just say my understanding, but please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the U.S. money that you're referring to was the money that we used to fund an FBI team that was embedded with the Prosecutor General's office to go after, not to go after, but to do the investigation of Burisma and Zlochevsky.
Mr. Kent testified that this bribe was paid, the prosecution went away, and essentially nothing has been further done with regards to Burisma. During your tenure in Ukraine, has there ever been any focus on re-examining allegations, whether it's of Burisma or other powerful interests like Zlochevsky, re-examining it?
Is that on the part of the Ukrainian government? Is that what you're talking about?
Trying to lean on the various prosecutors general to clean up the oligarchical system?
I think, yes, there have been some efforts, and as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, the U.S. was welcoming of Mr. Lutsenko's nomination to the position of Prosecutor General, because we were hoping he would clean that up. That, in fact, is not what happened. And because, it's kind of hard to explain to a U.S. audience, but in Ukraine, in the former Soviet Union more broadly, including in Russia, the justice system, whether it's cops on the beat, whether it's investigators, whether it is prosecutors, whether it is judges, are used as a tool of the political system to be used against your political adversaries. And so I think that, going back to your question about Burisma and Zlochevsky, my understanding, this was, as I told you earlier in the previous deposition, this did not loom large when I arrived. I arrived in 2016, August 2016. But over time, my understanding was that the case was basically sort of on a pause, that it wasn't an active case, but it also was not fully closed. And that is a way, as I mentioned before, for those in power to keep a little hook in to Burisma and Mr. Zlochevsky.
And right around the time the bribe was paid, Burisma undertook an effort to spruce up their board, and they added, I believe, the president of Poland and some other luminaries. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I don't exactly know what the timing of all of this was.
Okay.
But yes, I mean, to the elements.
And one of the folks they added to the board was the vice president's son, Hunter Biden, which raises questions. Is he a genius on the corporate governance front? Is he a genius with the Ukrainian oligarchical systems and cleaning that up, or was he just added to the board because he's the vice president's son? Was that ever, a concern, or at least the perception of that concern addressed?
As I said, I arrived in August of 2016, several months before the elections and several months before President Trump took office. And it was not a focus of what I was doing in that 6-month period.
Okay. Was the issue ever raised at all?
Not.
He was still on the board, I think, at the time.
Yeah, my understanding from newspaper accounts is that he just recently left in 2019. Right. I never met him, never talked to him. And I'm sorry, what was your question?
He was still on the board when you arrived at Post, and was just wondering if at least the perception problem was brought to your attention as the ambassador.
I was aware of it because, as I told you before, in the deposition, there had been in terms of the preparation for my Senate confirmation hearings for Ukraine, there was a question about that and a select answer. So I was aware of it.
Okay.
Yes.
In your deposition, you acknowledged that the president has longstanding concerns about corruption in Ukraine. Is that true?
That's what he says.
Well, going back to, there was a meeting with President Poroshenko in September of 2017 in the Oval Office, and I believe you testified that, he expressed his concerns then.
Yeah, he said that a friend of his had told him that Ukraine was the most corrupt country in the world.
Okay. Several witnesses have testified that the president has concerns that there are certain elements of the Ukrainian establishment that during 2016 were out to get him. Is that something you were aware of at any point in time?
Well, I'm certainly aware of it now. Obviously, there's been a lot of press attention on that. It was not brought to my attention during the 2.5 years that I served under President Trump as our ambassador to Ukraine.
We've gone through the deposition some of these elements that, maybe they loom larger now, but, in hindsight, was there any discussion at the embassy that there's these indications of some Ukrainians trying to, at least advocate against then candidate Trump?
Actually, there weren't. I mean, we didn't really see it that way.
And were you aware of, I know Mr. Nunes mentioned this earlier, the consultant Alexandra Chalupa had reportedly, at least according to her and according to Ken Vogel at the Politico, was trying to work with the Ukrainian embassy in D.C. to, trade information, share leads of that sort of thing?
I saw the article. I, didn't have any further information about that.
And did you see the article at the time, or did that only come to your attention subsequently?
It's certainly been brought to my attention subsequently. I think I did see something to that effect at the time as well.
And you're the ambassador in country at this point. Did you aim to get to the bottom of that? Because, if the reporting's true, if what Ms. Chalupa told Mr. Vogel is accurate, that would be concerning, correct?
Well, I was the ambassador in Ukraine starting in August of 2016. And what you're describing, if true, as you said, what you're describing took place in the United States. So if there were concerns about what Ms. Chalupa was doing, I think that would have been handled here.
And do you know Ms. Chalupa?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever met her?
I don't think so. I mean, if she worked for the Ukrainian embassy, it's possible that I met her in a large group or something, but I don't believe I know her.
Are you aware of the role that investigative journalist Mr. Leshenko played in publicizing the the Manafort black ledgers?
Yes.
And he publicized some information in a pretty grand way in August of 2016, and almost immediately coincided with Mr. Manafort leaving the Trump campaign. Was there anything about that issue when it was occurring that concerned you?
Well, I certainly noticed it because I was, a week or so away from arriving in Ukraine. I think that from a Ukrainian perspective, I realize we are looking at this from an American perspective. From a Ukrainian perspective, I think that what Mr. Lyshenko and others who were looking into the Black Ledger were most concerned about was actually not Mr. Manafort, but former President Yanukovych and his political party, and the amount of money that they allegedly stole and where it went and so forth. I mean, I think there's just a difference in perspective depending on which country you're in.
But you can understand the president, at least from his perspective, looking at these facts, it certainly is reasonable to conclude that there are elements of the Ukrainian establishment that are advocating against them at this point in time, correct?
Well, just speaking about Mr. Lyshenko, he's an investigative journalist, as you said, and he got access to the Black Ledger, and he published it, as I think journalists would do. And again, I'm not sure that I don't have any information to suggest that was targeting President Trump.
But the way the events unfolded, Mr. Manafort was, subsequently left the campaign, and it certainly did begin a period of interest in, Manafort's ties to Russia and so forth.
I think, again, I think that that may have been the effect here in the United States. And obviously it was of interest to journalists and others here that Mr. Manafort was former President Yanukovych's political advisor, and he was the political advisor, head of a campaign here. And so we all know that there have been court cases and so forth where Mr. Manafort was found guilty of certain actions. But at the end of the day, President Trump won the elections.
With Mr. Lyshenko's reporting, there's been a question of whether all the information that he published was authentic, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
There's been some have questioned whether the information Mr. Lyshenko published was all correct, or whether it was doctored.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Ambassador Chali, during the August timeframe, he wrote an op-ed in The Hill taking issue with then candidate Trump. Were you aware of that when it occurred?
Yes.
And did you have any communications with the ambassador to express concerns?
No.
And how frequently did you communicate with the ambassador? Obviously, you're in different posts in different countries, but
yeah. Didn't actually see him or talk to him that often.
So you weren't in frequent communication?
No.
Can you see how, writing an op-ed, even, given the substance, we've discussed the substance of it, that there's sensitivities, but can you see how just the simple fact of writing an op-ed, the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., might create a perception that there are elements of the Ukrainian establishment that were advocating against then candidate Trump?
My recollection of that op-ed was that he was taking he was critical of a policy position that President Trump had with regard to Crimea, and whether Crimea was, a part of Ukraine or a part of Russia. That's a tremendously sensitive issue in Ukraine, and my recollection is that is what Ambassador Chali was writing about.
And do you know whether the ambassador or anybody from the embassy tried to make contact with the Trump camp to talk about their concerns before lodging an op-ed?
I don't know.
Okay. During the same time period of the run-up to the election, the Minister Avakov had said some especially candid things about then candidate Trump on some various social media platforms. Are you aware of that?
Yes, as a result of the deposition, the previous deposition.
But during the relevant time period when it was happening, you weren't aware of that?
I don't recall it.
Okay. He's one of the more influential officials in the Ukraine, correct?
He is.
And I believe he's one of the few that span both the Poroshenko administration and the Zelensky administration.
Yes, that's correct.
Looking back on his comments in hindsight, do you see how that might create a perception that a very influential Ukrainian was advocating against then candidate Trump?
That he was doing what? I'm sorry?
Just advocating. He was out to get him. I mean, he said some real nasty things.
Well, sometimes that happens on social media, and I are you asking me whether it's appropriate? Probably not. But I would say that Minister Avakov has been, as well as others, both in President Poroshenko's administration as well as in the Zelensky administration, has been a good partner to the United States. As I think I told you before, he's a very practical man and looking for partners and getting the job done.
I'm shocked that social media would be the site of negative comments. You certainly can understand that the president, aware of Minister Avakov's statements, aware of what Mr. Leshchenko was up to, what Ambassador Chali was up to, and these other elements that we've discussed, that there certainly forms a reasonable basis to wonder whether there are influential elements of the Ukrainian establishment that were out to get the president.
Again, I can't speak for what President Trump thought or what others thought. I would just say that those elements that you've recited don't seem to me to be the Ukrainian, kind of a plan or a plot of the Ukrainian government to work against President Trump or anyone else. They're isolated incidents. Mm-hmm. We all know, I'm coming to find out myself, that public life can be, people are critical. And that does not mean that someone is, or a government is undermining either a campaign or interfering in elections. And I would just remind again that our own U.S. intelligence community has conclusively determined that those who interfered in the election were in Russia.
You would turn our attention to Ambassador Volker. He's been a friend and colleague of yours for many years. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
And I believe you testified he's a man of honor.
I believe that to be true.
And a brilliant diplomat.
Yes.
And you have no reason to think that he would be undertaking any initiative that was counter to U.S. interests?
I think that he tried to do what he thought was right.
Turning our attention to the Trump administration's policy of aid, the aid package to Ukraine, you've testified that during your tenure as ambassador, America's policy actually got stronger toward Ukraine. Is that accurate?
With the provision of javelins to the Ukrainian military, yes, that was really positive.
And why was that important?
Well, two things. They are obviously tank busters, and so if the war with Russia all of a sudden accelerated in some way and tanks come over the horizon, javelins are a very serious weapon to deal with that. That's number one. But really the more important issue is the symbolism of it, that the United States is providing javelins to Ukraine. That makes Ukraine's adversaries think twice.
And the provision of javelins to Ukraine was blocked during the previous administration. Is that correct?
I think they made a determination I was not a part of those discussions, but obviously they had not yet made a determination about whether to provide javelins.
But do you have any understanding of what the interagency consensus was with regard to javelins during the previous administration?
I think that most in the interagency wanted to provide javelins to Ukraine.
And so in the new administration under President Trump, the ability to afford Ukraine this weaponry is a significant advantage, significant step forward?
We thought it was important.
And has it played out that way?
Well, it has, because it's a symbol of our strong support for Ukraine. But when then, this year there are questions as to whether or not our security assistance is going to go through, that kind of undermines that strong message of support.
Ukraine still has the ability to acquire the javelins, though, correct?
Are you now talking about purchasing javelins by the Ukrainian government?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. That is my understanding.
And the security sector assistance did go through. It was paused for 55 days from July 18th to September 11th, but it ultimately went through, correct?
It's my understanding.
Okay. You testified during your deposition that you were proud of the efforts of the United States during your tenure to, supply this type of aid to Ukraine. Are you still happy with the decisions?
Are you talking about the javelin?
The javelin and also the whole aid package.
Yes.
Do you think it's sufficient? Do you think we're giving Ukraine enough money?
That's a hard question because one can always use additional funding. That said, I think that that the Congress has been very generous in voting for security assistance and other forms of assistance for Ukraine.
My time is coming to an end, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now go to member 5-minute rounds. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Ambassador Yovanovitch, I want to follow up on some of the questions from my colleagues. Some of the early questions seem to suggest that your testimony here was completely irrelevant to the issues at hand. Why are you even here? Isn't this just some small matter that should have been referred to HR? So I want to bring our attention to someone who thought you were actually very important to this whole plot or scheme, and that is the President of the United States. There was only one ambassador, I believe, who was discussed by the President in the July 25th call, and that was you, Ambassador Yovanovitch. And I want to refer back to how you were brought up in that conversation. At one point during the conversation, the President brings up this prosecutor who was very good, and it was shut down, and that's really unfair. And I think you indicated earlier that that was a likely reference to Mr. Lutsenko, the corrupt prosecutor, is that right?
I believe that is the case, but I don't know.
So immediately after the President brings up this corrupt former prosecutor, only one, I'm sorry, my staff has corrected me, only one American ambassador is brought up in the call. Immediately after the President brings up this corrupt prosecutor that he praises and says he was treated very unfairly, he then encourages Zelensky to speak with Giuliani, the guy who orchestrated the smear campaign against you, correct?
Yes.
And he then brings you up. So he praises the corrupt prosecutor. He says, I want you to talk to Giuliani, the guy who smeared you. And then he brings you up. He obviously thought you were relevant to this. But what is even more telling is immediately after he brings you up and says that you, the woman, was bad news, he says there's a lot to talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Immediately after praising this corrupt prosecutor, he attacks you. and then he goes right to Biden. That would indicate to you, wouldn't it, Ambassador, that he connects you somehow with this prosecutor you were at odds with and his desire to see this investigation of Biden go forward, would it not?
Again, you're absolutely right that that is the thought progression.
My colleagues also asked, in pushing you out of the way, ultimately Ambassador Taylor got appointed. Is Ambassador Taylor the kind of person that would further Giuliani's aims? And I think we can all agree that Ambassador Taylor is a remarkable public servant.
Absolutely.
But what if the president could put someone else in place that wasn't a career diplomat? What if he could put in place, say, a substantial donor to his inaugural? What if he could put in place someone with no diplomatic experience at all? What if he could put in place someone whose portfolio doesn't even include Ukraine? Might that person be willing to work with Rudy Giuliani in pursuit of these investigations?
Yeah, maybe.
That's exactly what happened, wasn't it?
Yes.
And my colleagues also say, well, the security assistance ultimately went through. So if they sought to condition or bribe Ukraine into doing these investigations by withholding security assistance, they ultimately paid the money. Are you aware, Ambassador, that the security assistance was not released until after a whistleblower complaint made its way to the White House?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Are you aware that it was not released until Congress announced it was doing an investigation?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And finally, I want to ask you about the call record that my colleague read at the outset. I'm curious about this. And just for people watching at home so they're not confused, there are two calls here. There's the perfunctory congratulatory call after Zelensky is inaugurated, which my ranking member read this morning. And then there's, of course, the very problematic call in July. And one of the reasons we are here is what happened between April and July. But there was a readout put out by the White House at the time the April congratulatory call was made. And the White House readout said that the president discussed with Zelensky helping Ukraine root out corruption. Now, that, in fact, doesn't appear anywhere in that call. So I want to ask you, Ambassador, why would the White House put out an inaccurate reading? Why would the White House represent that the president said something about corruption when he said nothing about corruption in that call or, in fact, in the one in July?
I can't answer that question. I don't have visibility into that.
I thank you. I yield now 5 minutes now to recognize the ranking member.
I just remind the gentleman there's actually 3 calls. There's the 2 calls with President Trump and the one that you reiterated in our last hearing a couple of weeks ago. Ambassador, I just want to clarify something before I yield. Are you against political appointed ambassadors? Is it not the president's prerogative to appoint whoever he wants in any country?
First of all, I am not against political ambassadors, just to be clear.
I just wanted to clear that up. Now can I yield to Ms. Stefanik? I need your permission.
You may yield.
Thank you. Ambassador, before I was interrupted, I wanted to thank you for your 30 years of public service, from Mogadishu to Ottawa to Moscow to London to Kyiv. I also wanted to thank you for hosting the numerous bipartisan delegations. I led one of those delegations in Ukraine. My questions today will focus on 3 key themes. The first is the role of the president when it comes to appointing our ambassadors. The second is long-standing corruption in Ukraine. And the third is aid to Ukraine. Earlier this week, as you know, we heard from George Kent, and I know that Mr. Kent is a colleague, a friend, and someone who you deeply respect. In his testimony, he stated, all ambassadors serve the pleasure of the president. You would agree with that statement, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, he elaborated and went on to emphasize that this is without question. Everybody understands that. You would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And in your own deposition under oath, you stated, quote, although I understand, everyone understands that I serve at the pleasure of the president. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just so there's no public confusion, you are still an employee of the State Department, correct?
Yes.
And in the deposition, you say that you personally asked whether it would be possible to be a fellow at Georgetown University, and that was arranged for me, and I'm very grateful. That's where you're posted today, correct?
Yes.
Georgetown students are lucky to have you. We are lucky to have you in Foreign Service, and I again want to thank you for your tremendous public service. Shifting gears to corruption in Ukraine, in your powerful deposition, you described, quote, "We have long understood that strong anti-corruption efforts must form an essential part of our policy in Ukraine, and now there is a window of opportunity to do that. And so why is this important, and why is this important to us? Put simply, anti-corruption efforts serve Ukraine's interests, but they also serve ours as well." Is that still your testimony?
Yes.
And particularly at the critical time in 2014, after the Ukrainian elections, you testified that the Ukrainian people had made clear in that very election that they were done with corruption, correct?
Yes.
And you also testified that the Ukrainians thought it would be a good idea to set up this architecture of a special investigative office that would be all about the crimes of corruption, correct?
Yes.
And I know this was before you arrived in Ukraine, but you are aware that the first case that the US, UK, and Ukraine investigators worked on was in fact against the owner of Burisma.
Yes.
And that was during the Obama administration.
Yes.
And in your testimony, you said today, the investigation was never formally closed because, quote, "it's frankly useful to keep that company hanging on a hook," right? That's your quote.
Yeah, the Ukrainian investigation was never closed.
Partnered with the U.S. and the UK.
As I understand it. Yeah, although because we didn't see the Ukrainians moving forward on that, we no longer partner with them on that case or in that way.
But let's take a step back. The first time you personally became aware of Burisma was actually when you were being prepared by the Obama State Department for your Senate confirmation hearings. And this was in the form of practice questions and answers. This was your deposition. And you testified that in this particular practice Q&A with the Obama State Department, it wasn't just generally about Burisma and corruption, it was specifically about Hunter Biden and Burisma. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And the exact quote from your testimony, Ambassador, is, quote, "The way the question was phrased in this model Q&A was, what can you tell us about Hunter Biden's, being named to the board of Burisma?" So for the millions of Americans watching, President Obama's own State Department was so concerned about potential conflicts of interest from Hunter Biden's role at Burisma that they raised it themselves while prepping this wonderful ambassador nominee before her confirmation. And yet our Democratic colleagues and the chairman of this committee cry foul when we dare ask that same question that the Obama State Department was so concerned about. But we will continue asking it. And lastly, in my 20 seconds left, I just want to get it on record. In terms of defensive lethal aid, which you were an advocate for, that was not provided by President Obama. It was provided by President Trump.
That's correct.
I yield back 5 seconds.
Mr. Himes, you're recognized.
Ambassador, thank you for your testimony today. Those of us who sit up here are supposed to be dispassionate and judicial and measured, but I'm angry. And I've been angry since I learned about your summary and unexplained dismissal after a lifetime of excellent and faithful service to this country. I'm angry that a woman whose family fled communism and Nazism, who served this country beautifully for 33 years, not in Paris or in Rome, but literally under fire in places like Mogadishu and Kyiv. I'm angry that a woman like you would be not just dismissed, but humiliated and attacked by the President of the United States. And I'm not just angry for you, I'm angry for every single Foreign Service officer, for every single military officer, for every intelligence officer who right now might believe that a lifetime of service and sacrifice and excellence might be ignored by the President of the United States, or worse yet, attacked in language that would embarrass a mob boss. Now, it's the President's defense, and it's emerging from my Republican colleagues today, that this is all okay, because as the President so memorably put it in his tweet this morning, it is a U.S. President's absolute right to appoint ambassadors. I'm a little troubled by this idea of an absolute right, because that doesn't feel to me like the system of government we have here. I think that how and why we exercise our powers and rights matters. Ambassador, when you're ambassador somewhere, do you have the right to ask the intelligence community, the CIA in an embassy, what operations they're doing?
We talk about these things collaboratively. There's some things that, in short, yes.
So you have the right to ask the intelligence community in your embassy what they're doing. Why might you do that?
Because sometimes operations have political consequences.
Right. So the performance of your duties in the interests of the United States gives you the right to ask very sensitive questions of our intelligence community in your embassy. But what if instead of working through the issues that you just described, you went to dinner that night and handed over that information to a Russian agent for $10,000? Would that be an appropriate exercise of your right?
No, it would not.
It would not. And what would happen to you if you did that?
Well, I can't even begin to imagine, but I would imagine that I would be pulled out of post.
Right. And this is not about ambassadors, right? A police officer has the right to pull you over. But if the police officer pulls over his ex-wife because he's angry, that's probably not right. I have the right. In fact, today, I cast a bunch of votes. But if I cast those votes not in the interest of my constituents, but because somebody bribed me, that is a severe abuse of my power. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
So I guess the question is, why, after an exemplary performance as ambassador to Ukraine, did the president decide that you should be removed? Because I think we just agreed that if that was not done in the national interest, that's a problem. Ambassador, if you had remained ambassador to Ukraine, would you have recommended to the President of the United States that he asked the new Ukrainian president to investigate, and I'm quoting from the transcript here, CrowdStrike or the server?
No, I would repeat once again that the U.S. intelligence community has concluded that it was the Russians.
Okay, so Ambassador, if you had remained as ambassador and not been summarily dismissed, would you have supported a 3-month delay in congressionally mandated military aid to Ukraine?
No.
Ambassador, if you had remained as ambassador of Ukraine, would you have recommended to the president that he ask a new president of Ukraine to, quote, find out about Biden's son?
No.
I have no more questions. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent to enter the record. Dear colleague, letter from Speaker Pelosi dated September 23rd. Relevant part reads, we also expect that he will establish a path for the whistleblower to speak directly to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees as required by law.
Without objection.
Thank you. I look forward to you honoring that statement from the Speaker. Attorney Ambassador, I, for one, want to thank you so very much for a long service, exemplary service to our country and on behalf of our nation. Lots been said about what was going on around the phone call. I'd like to focus more on what's happened since then to you and your career and what's going on. So when you got the word, anytime an ambassador changes post, there's a process you go through to depict what you do next. And that happened in this instance. Can you give us a quick statement as to what happened when you came back here, as to what your next assignment would be at State?
So when I came back, obviously it was sort of out of cycle. There was nothing set up.
Sure.
And again, I am grateful that Deputy Secretary Sullivan asked me what I would like to do next. I recalled that there was the fellowship at Georgetown and asked whether that might be something that could be arranged.
Was that your only choice?
I'm not sure. We didn't really discuss other options.
My sense is Georgetown is fertile ground for State Department recruitment of future fledgling Foreign Service officers, and so they now benefit from your experience and your inspiration to inspire them to have spend their professional life in service to our nation.
Thank you.
You're a fellow there. You teach classes. How many classes do you teach?
This semester I was supposed to teach two. I am still teaching one on national security. The other one was on Ukraine, and I asked whether I could,
defer
postpone that.
How many students in your class? Approximately.
There are, let's see, I think 14, 15.
Any other responsibilities at state other than the fellowship at Georgetown?
Well, I will tell you that all of this has kept me very busy.
Okay, I got that. But no necessarily day-to-day things that you'd be responsible for. Other than not qualifying for overseas stipends and other things, has your compensation been affected by being recalled the way you were?
No, it has not.
Okay. I'm worried about the way you might be treated by your fellow employees at state. Any negative, they hold you in less high regard than they used to as a result of this? Do they shun you at the lunch counter? I mean, do they treat you badly as a result of the way you were treated by the president?
I've actually received an outpouring of support from my colleagues.
So the folks that you respect the most still respect you and appear to hold you in high regard and high affection?
They do.
Okay. George Kent was in here a couple of days ago. He made some exemplary statements about you, really glowing. All of us, I think, would like to be the recipient of something that worthy, and I believe you are as well. Any reason on earth that you can think of that George Kent would be saying that because of some reason other than the fact that he believes it in his heart of hearts?
Like what?
Well, I mean, like somebody paid him to do it.
Oh. No, absolutely
Okay, so
not.
you and I agree that we think he was sincere in that bragging on you, and that's all post recall episode that was been much of the discussion this morning. Well, I'm glad that your colleagues, I would have expected nothing any different from your colleagues at state to continue to treat you with the high regard that you've earned over all these years of great service. And I hope that whatever you decide to do after the Georgetown Fellowship, that you're as successful there as you've been in the first 33 years. With that, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
I have a unanimous consent request that an article entitled "Whistleblower is expected to testify soon." House Intelligence Chairman Schiff says, Wall Street Journal, September 29th, 2019, be included in the record.
Without objection.
I have a unanimous consent request that an article entitled "Whistleblower Reaches Agreement to Testify Will Appear Very Soon." Representative Adam Schiff says, USA Today, September 29th, 2019.
Without objection.
I have a unanimous consent request. Article entitled "Schiff Confirms Tentative Agreement for Whistleblower to Testify Before House Intelligence Committee," CNN, September 29th, 2019.
Without objection.
I have a unanimous consent request. Intelligence panel has deal to hear whistleblowers' testimony, says Schiff. Washington Post, September 29th, 2019.
Without objection.
I have a unanimous consent request. An article entitled "Whistleblower Reportedly Agrees to Testify Before House Intelligence Committee," reported by Schiff. Huffington Post, September 29th, 2019.
Without objection.
I have a unanimous consent request. An article entitled "Schiff Panel Will Hear from Whistleblower," Arkansas Democrat Gazette, September 29th, 2019.
Without objection. The time of the gentleman has expired. I now recognize Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, in your prior testimony, you spoke so movingly about your family background. You stated that your parents fled communist and Nazi regimes and that they valued freedom and democracy offered in America, having experienced totalitarian regimes. Did that have any effect on your desire to enter into the United States Foreign Service?
Yes, it did.
Did you always know that you wanted to be in the Foreign Service? I look at your background, and it is perfectly suited for what you're doing. I note that you have studied at the Pushinsky State Russian Language Institute in Russia to learn Russian.
Yeah.
That you have do you also have an MS from the National Defense University National War College?
Yes.
I even noticed that you earned your undergraduate degree in history and Russian studies in college, and coincidentally, that was also my college. But I wanted, and you definitely are doing Princeton in the Nation's service by what you do every day. But I really want to know how it felt to have your reputation sullied, not for state and nation, but for personal gain. you spoke about how your service is not just your own personal service, it affects your family. And today we've seen you as this former ambassador, this 33-year veteran of the Foreign Service. But I want to know about you personally and how this has affected you personally and your family.
Yeah, it's been a difficult time. I mean, I'm a private person. I don't want to put all that out there, but it's been a very, very difficult time because the president does have the right to have his own or her own ambassador in every country in the world.
But does the president have the right to actually malign people's character? I mean, it may not be against any law, but I would think that it would be against decorum and decency.
I mean, there's a question as to why the kind of campaign to get me out of Ukraine happened, because all the president has to do is say he wants a different ambassador. And in my line of work, perhaps in your line of work as well, all we have is our reputation. And so this has been a very painful period.
How has it affected your family?
I really don't want to get into that, but thank you for asking.
Because I do care. I also want to know how you think it affected your fellow colleagues in the Foreign Service. My Republican colleagues have said that since you received such adulation from and embracing from your own fellow colleagues, that what occurred, the incident that occurred with the president and his cronies, you know, maligning your reputation, how has that had a chilling effect on the ability and the morale within the Foreign Service? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think that it has had exactly that, a chilling effect, not only in Embassy Kyiv, but throughout the State Department, because people don't know kind of whether their efforts to pursue our stated policy are going to be supported. And that is a dangerous place to be.
Now, for the record, my Republican colleagues will probably try to paint you as a never-Trumper. Are you a never-Trumper?
No.
As a Foreign Service officer, you took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States without regard for who's in office. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
Have you also served in your 33 years for not just Democratic presidents, but also Republican presidents?
4 Republican presidents.
4 Republican presidents. In fact, you joined the Foreign Service under Reagan. Is that not right?
Yes, that's true.
Now, why do you think it's really important that Foreign Service officers are nonpartisan? Can you talk to us about why it's important for you to do your job and your fellow Foreign Service officers to do your job, that you're nonpartisan?
Yeah, because our work is essentially nonpartisan. And, you know, Senator Vandenberg, a Republican senator who actually partnered with President Truman, coined a phrase that politics should stop at the water's edge. And I think that's exactly right, because while obviously the competition of ideas in a democracy with different parties, different individuals is hugely important, but at the end of the day, when we are dealing with other countries, it needs to be about what is right for the United States. Those are our national security interests. And whether an individual works for the CIA or the military or the State Department, we've got to be nonpartisan and thinking about what is right for the United States.
Well, on behalf of a grateful nation, I want to say thank you for your service, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner.
Ambassador, I want to say I have a great deal of respect for what you do. I serve on the Armed Services Committee, the Intelligence Committee. I've worked with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, including being its president, and I know the complexity of what you do. I know you have little access directly to decision makers, little resources, but you have still a great deal of responsibility. It's a complex task, and I want to take us from just the concept of one-dimensional Ukraine being corrupt to the other issues that you had to deal with as the Ukraine ambassador. You had to deal with more than just our bilateral relationship with Ukraine, for example. And I'd like confirmation that, I mean, obviously I know you know these, but these were on your portfolio. You had to deal with the issue of the OSCE Budapest Agreement and the denuclearization of Ukraine and the issues of its territorial integrity of the signatories, correct?
Could you run that by me again?
The OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation for Europe, and the Budapest Agreement, under which Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons and believed they had its territorial integrity guaranteed by the United States and Russia. You would have had that in your portfolio.
Well, that
was an
yes.
issue you would have to deal with the Ukrainians on.
Yeah, when the Ukrainians would ask about our policy and whether it was in keeping with the Budapest Agreement.
Excellent. NATO. Ukraine is an aspiring NATO country. And of course, you have the Bucharest summit where the U.S. and the NATO allies made a statement that they would get membership. That would have been on your portfolio. They would have been discussing with you.
Yes, certainly aspirations to NATO membership would be.
And it's also consistent with U.S. policy that the U.S. supports Ukraine joining the EU, and they have a great deal of interest and desire for joining the EU, correct?
Yes.
And they just had a summit in Ukraine in July where they talked about the associated agreement on economic integration between the Ukraines and the EU. And they also had a discussion about the illegal annexation of Crimea and the blocking by Russia of the Ukrainian sailors that came out of the Azov Sea and that were captured. Those would have all been issues that would have been in your portfolio and that were consistent with what the EU's issues are, correct?
Yes, we work closely with our EU partners.
In addition to Ukraine, you'd have to work with France and UK and Germany, all of which would have different ideas of those. The ambassadors to the Ukraine of France, Germany, and correct?
Yeah. Did you say they all have different ideas about these issues?
Some of them, yes.
But mostly there's a consensus.
You'd have to work with NGOs, non-governmental organizations, on issues that we heard about: legal aid, human trafficking, building democratic institutions, and even HIV/AIDS, right?
Yes.
And you've spoken at several NGOs while you were the ambassador to Ukraine.
Yes.
Now, the U.S. ambassador to the EU, they would have under their portfolio aspiring nations to the EU, would they not?
Yeah.
Okay, so EU Ambassador Sondland then would have had Ukraine in his portfolio because they're an inspiring nation and he's our U.S. ambassador to the EU, correct?
I think he testified that one of his first
But you agree that it's
was
within
with
his
Ukraine.
portfolio, correct?
He was answering the question.
You would agree that it's in his portfolio, would you not? Yes.
I would agree.
Yes, thank you. Now, I want to go to the next.
I'm sorry,
I'd
can
like
you
to
finish her answer,
Richard
please?
Holbrooke is a person who which I have a great deal of reverence for. I'm not
Ambassador Yovanovitch should not finish her answer. You may finish your answer, Ambassador.
Not out of my time. You're done.
Nope.
Right?
Ambassador will be recognized.
I would say that all EU ambassadors deal with other countries, including aspiring countries, but it is unusual to name the U.S. ambassador to the EU to be responsible for all aspects of Ukraine.
I'll take your additional answer. It's still in his portfolio, which was my question. You knew Ambassador Holbrooke, probably. I did. He's a man of great integrity, one of our most successful ambassadors. You know him probably by his reputation. You would agree that he was a man of great reputation, right?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Ambassador, would it surprise you if in 2004 John Kerry had a member of his campaign who was a foreign policy advisor who traveled to the Ukraine in July and met with Ukrainian officials and the U.S. ambassador? Would that surprise you? And a member of John Kerry's campaign team for President of the United States in 2004 traveled to Ukraine, met with the U.S. ambassador in July.
Not necessarily. What
Would
was
you
the
have taken that
context?
meeting if a member of John Kerry's campaign traveled to the Ukraine? Would you have taken that meeting?
I guess it would depend on what the purpose of the meeting was.
Well, that meeting actually occurred, and it was with John Holbrooke. John Holbrooke was a private citizen, traveled to Ukraine, met with the U.S. ambassadors, met with Ukrainian officials. He was also there on about HIV/AIDS, which was, in addition, something that the Clinton Foundation was working on. So we have a official of the John Kerry campaign in 2004 as a private citizen meeting with our ambassador in Ukraine.
Time of the gentleman's expired.
Is that unusual?
We meet with private individuals all the time.
It probably wasn't unusual for Giuliani.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Carson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Madam Ambassador, returning to the topic of corruption, we heard evidence that you were successful at promoting efforts to address corruption. On Wednesday, in testifying about your very sterling career as a champion of anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent said, quote, "You can't promote principled anti-corruption action without pissing off corrupt people," end quote. It seems that your efforts as ambassador to essentially reform the powerful prosecutor general's office in Ukraine did exactly that. Madam Ambassador, what concerned you about the prosecutor general's office when you were the ambassador in Ukraine?
What concerned us was that there didn't seem to be any progress in the 3 overall objectives that Mr. Lutsenko had laid out, most importantly for the Ukrainian people, but also the international community. So the first thing was reforming the Prosecutor General's office. It's a tremendously powerful office where they had authority not only to conduct investigations, so an FBI-like function, but also to do the actual prosecution. So very, very wide powers, which is part of that Soviet legacy. And there just wasn't a lot of progress in that. There wasn't a lot of progress in handling personnel issues and how the structure should be organized and who should have the important jobs, because some of the people in those jobs were known to, were considered to be corrupt themselves. Secondly, the issue that was tremendously important to the Ukrainian people of bringing justice to the over 100 people who died on the Maidan during the Revolution of Dignity in 2014. Nobody has been held accountable for that. And that is, kind of an open wound for the Ukrainian people. And thirdly, Ukraine needs all the money that it has. And there is a strong belief that former President Yanukovych and those around him made off with over $40 billion. $40 billion, that's a lot in the U.S. It's a huge amount of money in Ukraine. And so, again, nobody has, none of that money has really been, I think maybe $1 billion was repatriated, but the rest of it is still missing.
Madam Ambassador, was the head of that office corrupt?
We believe so.
And you got the sense, did you not, that he was a driving force behind some of the attacks against you?
I did.
Which ultimately led to your removal, correct?
Yes.
But it wasn't just him. His allegations were picked up and spread by Mr. Giuliani and Donald Trump Jr., were they not?
Yes.
So let me get this straight. You were effective at fighting corruption in the Ukraine. Fighting that corruption was important to the national security of the United States, and you were punished for that, ultimately being removed from your post by the President of the United States. So in your opinion, Madam Ambassador, why is it important to have a nonpartisan career in the Foreign Services?
I think it's important to have a nonpartisan career Foreign Service office, or service, I should say.
Sure.
Because what we do is inherently nonpartisan. It is about our national security interests. It's not about what is good for a particular party at a particular time. It has to be about the greater interests of our security in, frankly, what is an increasingly dangerous world.
And could you briefly describe for us what broad U.S. policies you have sought to advance in your 33 years of service, and specifically in post-Soviet states like Ukraine?
Well, that's a broad question. But I think that certainly in my time in Russia, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, all of these countries are very different, as is Ukraine. But I think that establishing positive, constructive relations to the extent that we can with those countries is really important. And that, there are 3 basic areas. One is security, the second is economic, and the third is political. And so working all the sub-issues, your colleague mentioned many of them, we certainly did that in Ukraine as well.
Thank you for your service. I yield to the chairman.
Thanks.
Dr. Wenstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Ambassador, thank you very much for being here. And I just want to start by saying I appreciate your years of service and enduring years of moving around the world to dangerous places. And hearing from you today, I realize that we share some of the same feelings and experiences as an Army Reserve surgeon. I received a call on a Monday afternoon in March of 2005 that told me I was being deployed to Iraq and I had to be out the door in the next 2 to 3 days. I had patients scheduled for months. I had surgeries scheduled and had to go. So I understand that shocking feeling that can come with some abrupt change like that. And I was processing a few days later, and I was told my orders would say you're going for 18 months, but it may be a little shorter than that. But I served a year in Iraq, 2005, 2006, one of the bloodiest times of the war. And this is where I have another personal relationship with what you were talking about. I saw a nation in Iraq of people that craved a non-corrupt government. And sadly today, even though it helped to remove Saddam Hussein, they still have corruption concerns in Iraq. And I can relate to what you said just a few moments ago, that it feels like an open wound when it hasn't been resolved. But you might imagine with that military experience and background, I take an interest in military strategy and capabilities and the thoughts of those with boots on the ground, like you and Mr. Volker and Mr. Taylor. In your deposition on page 144, your quote is saying, in terms of lethal assistance, we all felt it was very significant that this administration made the decision to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine. Just real quick, who in general makes up we all? Would that be the team I mentioned?
Yeah, can I just look at that? Just one second. What line is that?
Well, I have to move on. So you said we all felt it was very significant that this administration made the decision to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine. I assume that is those that have boots on the ground. And then this administration, I assume you meant the Trump administration.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. In your deposition, also on page 144, you spoke about the generosity of Congress. You mentioned it today, increasing aid to Ukraine. And part of your deposition, after that statement that I quoted before, you were asked, did you advocate for that? You responded, yes. Then you were asked, did you advocate for that prior to the new administration in 2016? And you responded, well, yeah. On page 148, the question was, were you satisfied that the administration was doing what was necessary to support Ukraine? You said, in what respect? And they said, in, helping them deter Russian aggression, helping them with foreign aid and foreign assistance. And you said, yeah. And I agree that lethal assistance was very significant, as you said. And I thank you for that. And I thank Mr. Volker, and I thank Mr. Taylor. Acting Ambassador Taylor was here Wednesday. He testified about the president's decision to withhold lethal aid. And he said the president felt it might provoke Russia. And Mr. Taylor contested then that Russia has already been provoked and they have invaded the Ukraine. President Obama had the right to make his own foreign policy and make his own decisions as president of the United States, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's an interagency process, and obviously Congress has a role as well.
He has the right as president. I respect the interagency process. I'm getting to that, actually. But he has the right to make his own foreign policy and make his own decisions as president of the United States, as do all presidents, correct?
Yes.
So we have one president, Obama, who denied lethal aid altogether, in spite of ambassadors and other boots on the ground making that recommendation, such as you did. We have another president, Trump, who vetted those that were going to receive the aid and provided it consistent with your intra-agency recommendations and that of your colleagues. Let me just ask you from a military standpoint, without javelins, would you agree the Russians had much greater military offensive options and flexibility in their effort to attack the Ukraine without the Ukraine having javelins?
Yeah, I mean, they had another option, although the tank war is no longer the war that is being fought in Ukraine.
But I'm just saying with the javelins.
Yeah, it's another option.
And there's a reason for that, because the javelins are there. And so I think that changes the scenario. But I just wanted to make that point, that the president has a right to have their own foreign policy and to make their own decisions. And with that, I yield back.
Yeah, if I could just supplement one of my answers.
Of course.
So I want to thank you for your service as well. But what I'd like to say is, while I obviously don't dispute that the president has the right to withdraw an ambassador at any time for any reason, but what I do wonder is why it was necessary to smear my reputation.
Well, I wasn't asking about that, but thank you very much, ma'am.
Representative Speer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador, so very much. You were confirmed by the Senate on a voice vote, weren't you?
Yes.
So unanimous, Republicans and Democrats, correct?
Yes.
No dispute. You said that in summer of 2018, the smear campaign began in your testimony earlier today. Did Secretary Pompeo at any time come to your aid?
Well, my understanding from Assistant Secretary Phil Reeker and Deputy Secretary Sullivan is that, this sort of the rumors about me, if, for lack of a better word, the smear campaign, which was behind closed doors at that point, that there were a number of discussions between the President and Secretary Pompeo, and that he actually did keep me in place for as long as he could. That's what I was told.
So it appears that back in 2018, the President was already making noises that he wanted you out of there. It appears that as early as April of 2018, Mr. Parnas was at a fundraiser for the President and recommended that you be removed. And then subsequently, in May of 2018, was pictured at a White House dinner with the President. And then later in May, made a contribution of over $325,000 illegally to the President's reelection campaign. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the press about those things.
Does that help you understand a little bit more why this smear campaign was underway?
Yes, I mean...
All right, you made some very riveting comments in your statement this morning that I just want to repeat because I think we should have you expand on it. You said, "I've always understood that I served at the pleasure of the President. I still find it difficult to comprehend that foreign and private interests were able to undermine U.S. interests in this way. Individuals who apparently felt stymied by our efforts to promote stated U.S. policy against corruption, that is, to do our mission, were able to successfully conduct a campaign of disinformation against a sitting ambassador using unofficial back channels." Now, as I listened to you make that statement, I was thinking of all the other persons in the Foreign Service who now have to be concerned that it's not good enough to follow the stated U.S. foreign policy, but also to be aware that maybe the President has a back channel of interests that he is promoting that is diametrically opposed to our stated foreign policy. Can you expand on that, please?
Well, I think that it's important that whoever is representing the President, an ambassador, speaks with the full authority of the President and our foreign policy establishment. And if there are others who are also helping with the responsibilities in that country, for example, Ambassador Kurt Volker with his important mission to bring peace to the Donbass, that we all speak with one voice, that it's all about our common security interests, and that it's not about, personal gain or commercial gain or anything else, that it's about our national security.
But in this case, the Tres Amigos appeared to be more interested in getting an investigation than into promoting an anti-corruption effort in Ukraine. Is that correct?
That appears to be the case.
You were told at one point in 2019, in February of earlier this year, you spoke to a minister in Ukraine who warned that when it came to Rudy Giuliani, you needed to, quote, watch your back. What did you understand him to mean?
I didn't exactly know, but you know, the rumor was out there at that time, and in fact, I think this minister also shared that information with me that the mayor was working to have me removed.
Let me just say, to conclude, that you have endured an orchestrated character assassination, that it was hatched over a year and a half ago, and that it's laced with enormous campaign contributions to the president's reelection campaign. And you deserve more from the American people, and you deserve more from Congress in supporting you. I yield back.
I have unanimous consent.
Mr. Stewart, you're recognized.
I have unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
We can take that up later. Mr. Stewart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and others. And Ambassador, thank you for being with us here today. Welcome, as I said a couple days ago to the witnesses, welcome to year 4 of the impeachment proceedings. I'm sorry that you've gotten dragged into this. For 3 years, we've heard these outrageous and frankly unbelievable accusations regarding Russian collusion, accusations that we now know are absolute nonsense. There was no basis at all, despite promises from some members of this committee that they had secret proof that would prove this collusion. And again, we know that it was nonsense. But now in year 4, we apparently move on to Ukraine and quid pro quo, culminating yesterday when the Speaker announced that the President would indeed be impeached and removed for office for bribery. And with that statement, I would now feel compelled to ask you, Madam Ambassador, as you sit here before us, very simply and directly, do you have any information regarding the President of the United States accepting any bribes?
No.
Do you have any information regarding any criminal activity that the President of the United States has been involved with at all?
No.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that directly. The American people know this is nonsense. The American people know this is unfair. And I have a prediction regarding this. I think that public support for impeachment is actually going to be less when these hearings are over than it is when the hearings began. Because finally, the American people are going to be able to see the evidence. And they're going to be able to make their own determination regarding that. Now, I want to ask you one thing very quickly, and you've been asked this again and again, but my question is slightly different. You've been asked, as you recognize, that the president, any president, has the ability to ask his ambassadors to serve at will. I'm curious, do you think that's the right policy?
Yeah, I probably think it is.
I do as well. It may be imperfect. There may be times when it's not used perfectly, but I agree with you. It is the right policy. I don't think that we should change that. Now, I'd like to read from some previous statements, including one of your own as well as others, regarding the appropriateness of investigating corruption in the UK. From Ms. Fiona Hill. So again, the fact that there are investigations into corruption in the energy sector in Ukraine, as well as Russia and many other countries, is not a surprise. From yourself, your previous testimony. Question. Was it the general understanding that Burisma was a company that suffered from allegations of corruption? Your answer was yes. From Ambassador Sondland. I just am generally aware that Burisma is considered a potentially corrupt company. Would you agree then that it's appropriate to investigate corruption?
I think it's appropriate if it's part of our national strategy. What I would say is that we have a process for doing that. It's called the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty. We have one with Ukraine, and generally it goes from our Department of Justice to the Ministry of Justice in the country of interest.
Okay,
and that's the usual path.
And I appreciate that. Regardless of the process, though, it's appropriate for us to investigate in potential corruption. And especially, look, we're about to give some of these countries hundreds of millions of dollars. The U.S. taxpayer said, here's $1 of mine, go ahead and give it to this other country. But please only do it if you know it's not going to be used for corrupt purposes or against our national interest. And I'll conclude with this because I promised my friend, Mr. Jordan, I would save him a little bit of time. We mentioned earlier that the vice president, when he went to the Ukraine and called for the specific firing of a specific prosecutor, that he was, as they say, completing official U.S. policy. But the interesting thing is this. The vice president had exactly 2 countries that were his responsibility at that time, China and the Ukraine. And he has bragged and been very proud of his influence in the previous administration. He says again and again that the Obama administration listened to him, so it doesn't surprise me that they would be fulfilling a policy that this vice president certainly helped to formulate. Mr. Jordan, I leave you.
Sir, if you just want to clarify, it was Cyprus and Ukraine and China.
In Cyprus, I'm sorry. Thank you. Clarification, and I will yield for unanimous consent.
I have unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, that doesn't involve you this time. It's 3 articles, the New York Times article 2004 campaign, the advisors, Kerry Foreign Policy Crew has a Clintonian
Time
look
of the
to
gentleman
it.
has expired.
Kiev Post, Holbrooke to visit Kiev, July 2004. And the Brahma News,
recognize you later.
Holbrooke meets with one Ukrainian
Gentleman's time has expired.
organization. I'd like to have that unanimous
Mr. Quigley,
consent,
you're
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman.
Mr. Quigley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. It's like a Hallmark movie. You ended up at Georgetown. This is all okay.
We want to pause briefly to welcome our viewers from our CBS stations. Hi, I'm Rena Ninan in New York, continuing our CBSN special report. We now take you back to the hearing room where Marie Yovanovitch is testifying.
It wasn't your preference to be the victim of a smear campaign, was it?
No.
Wasn't your preference to be defamed by the President of the United States, including today, was it?
No.
Wasn't your preference to be ousted at seemingly the pinnacle of your career, was it?
No.
You wanted to finish your extended tour, correct?
I did.
What did you want to do after that? Did you know?
I wasn't sure.
There's nothing wrong with Georgetown. It's a fine place, right?
It's a wonderful place.
But it's your only choice at the end of a distinguished career after all that. It's not the end of a Hallmark movie. It's the end of a really bad reality TV show brought to you by someone who knows a lot about that. Why did you previously testified that you sought advice from Ambassador Sondland at this time about what to do. Is that correct?
I did.
And why did you reach out to the ambassador?
Because this was clearly so political and was not going to be, you know, the State Department was not in a position, shall we say, to manage the issue. It didn't appear to me. And so I asked Ambassador Sondland, who said that he, you know, he was a political appointee. He said he was close to the president. And so he had just been in Ukraine for a ship visit with some of his EU colleagues from Brussels. And so I reached out to him for advice. When this was no longer a Ukraine kind of an interview with Mr. Lutsenko, kind of a Ukrainian, but it became sort of the American politicians and pundits, et cetera, were repeating those allegations. I asked him for advice.
And it meant a lot to you. This was an extraordinary time. It meant, and the advice meant a lot. And what was his advice?
Well, he suggested that I needed to go big or go home, and he said that the best thing to do would be to, you know, send out a tweet, praise the president, that sort of thing.
And what was your reaction to that advice?
Well, my reaction was that I'm sure he meant well, but it was not advice that I could really follow. It felt it felt partisan, it felt political, and I just, that was not something that I thought was in keeping with my role as ambassador and a foreign service officer.
Did he give you any specific suggestions on what to say about the President of the United States, or just say something nice about him?
Yeah, just to praise him.
Thank you. I yield the balance to the chairman.
I want to follow up on Ms. Quigley's line of question and also harken back to something you were asked by Minority Counsel earlier. You were asked a couple of questions. Do you think you could have done more to push back against this smear campaign? And I'm not suggesting this is what the counsel was getting at, but sometimes victims are asked, aren't you responsible for your own victimization? What would you say to people who say, isn't it kind of your fault, Ambassador, that you didn't fight your own smear harder?
Well, I think that, I've been a Foreign Service officer for a long time. And just like the military, we have our own culture, we have our own kind of chain of command, so to speak. And I did everything that I could to address these issues and ask the State Department to do what I felt was the right thing, which was support me when it was important to do so, because it was also about supporting the policy. I think it was for others to stand up for me.
I quite agree. Representative Stefanik.
Thank you. Since the chairman has gavelled out all of my colleagues with their unanimous consent, I am going to read for the record many of the chairman's comments in September of the importance of hearing from the whistleblower. Again, Ambassador, thank you for your patience, thank you for your service, but since we haven't been able to conduct ourselves in normal procedures, I'm just going to use the 5 minutes for this. September 29th, in the Wall Street Journal, quote, the whistleblower at the center of the impeachment investigation of President Trump will testify in the House very soon. This is a quote by the chairman. USA Today, September 29th. Talking with ABC News this week, Schiff, the Democrat who chairs the House Intelligence Committee, said the whistleblower would testify very soon, and the only thing standing in the way was getting security clearances for the attorneys representing the whistleblower so they could attend the testimony. From Vox, September 29th, Rep. Adam Schiff said Sunday the whistleblower at the center of a growing scandal surrounding President Donald Trump will testify before the House Intelligence Committee very soon. On CNN, September 29th, Schiff said Sunday on ABC as well as NBC's Meet the Press that he expects the whistleblower to testify very soon. The Washington Post, September 29th. In an appearance on ABC News this week, Schiff echoed Pelosi's message. He also said he expected the Intelligence Committee to hear from the whistleblower very soon, pending a security clearance from Acting Director of National Intelligence Joseph Maguire. In the Huffington Post, Schiff told ABC's This Week that he expects the whistleblower to appear before this committee very soon. In the New York Post, quote, we'll get the unfiltered testimony of that whistleblower. In the Washington Times, quote, that whistleblower will be allowed to come in. These are all quotes from Chairman Adam Schiff. In Talking Points memo, the question was posed, actually this was by George Stephanopoulos, have you reached an agreement yet with the whistleblower and his or her attorneys about coming before the committee and providing the information firsthand? Quote, yes we have, Schiff responded, and as DNI Maguire promised during the hearing, that whistleblower will be allowed to come in and come in without a minder from the Justice Department or from the White House to tell the whistleblower what they can and cannot say. We'll get the unfiltered testimony of that whistleblower. In Daily Kos, we're ready to hear from the whistleblower as soon as that is done, and we'll keep obviously riding shotgun to make sure that the acting director doesn't delay in that clearance process. In CNBC, we'll get the unfiltered testimony of that whistleblower. In Market Watch, House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff said Sunday that an agreement has been reached under which the whistleblower will testify before the committee very soon. I can keep going, but again, the chairman refused to allow us to put these into the record with unanimous consent. So I've read those out, and as we know, it is important to protect whistleblowers from retaliation and from firing, and we want to make sure whistleblowers are able to come forward. But in this case, the fact that we are getting criticized by Chairman Adam Schiff for statements that he himself made early on in this process shows the duplicity and just the abuse of power that we are continuing to see. With a minute 54 seconds left, I'll yield to my colleague, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I would also add that the chairman has promised we'll get to see the transcripts. But there's still 4 people we've deposed that we have not been able to see their transcripts, have their transcripts released, and therefore the testimony they provided we're not able to use in these open hearings. If it's an open hearing, all the available testimony from depositions that has been taken by the committee should be available to be discussed for the American people to see. But no. Mr. Morris and Mr. Hale and two other, Ms. Williams, two others have, and another one have not yet been released. So I hope the chairman releases that. One other point I would make in the last minute of Ms. Stefanik's time. The Democrats have asserted that this whole thing with Ambassador Yovanovitch was part of some sinister scheme by the White House to get Mr. Zelensky to do an investigation, President Zelensky to do an investigation. If recalling Ambassador Yovanovitch was part of some scheme by Trump and Pompeo and Giuliani to get President Zelensky to do an investigation, why would they replace her with the Democrats' first witness, their star witness, Bill Taylor? I mean, if that's the plan, not the best plan I've ever seen put together. Their star witness, their first witness, Mr. Taylor, was here Wednesday. That's what they were up to? I think it just demonstrates that that is not what went on here. Mr. Zelensky never undertook any investigations, and the reason the aid was released, as we discussed on Wednesday, was because Vice President Pence, Ambassador Bolton, and U.S. senators all talked with President Zelensky, and they were convinced he was the real deal, as the ambassador has alluded to in her testimony. That's why the money was released. That I yield back.
Mr. Swalwell.
Mr. Chairman, a lot has changed since the whistleblower came forward. Two things in particular. First, most of what the whistleblower has alleged has been corroborated by the witnesses that we have heard from. Second, the president, who my colleagues so shamelessly continue to defend, continue to pressure, threaten, and intimidate the whistleblower. So I'd like unanimous consent to put into the record a September 26, 2019 article from Business Insider. Trump suggested the whistleblower who filed a complaint against him is guilty of treason, which is punishable by death.
Without objection.
How about September 26, 2019, Vanity Fair? Trump suggests executing the whistleblower's sources, like, quote, in the good old days. Third,
without objection.
September 29th, whistleblower's lawyer raises fear for client safety.
Without objection.
From Axios. Mr. Chairman, the whistleblower has an absolute right to anonymity. The whistleblower's lawyer has said that he fears for his personal safety and will only answer questions now in writing. I wish my colleagues would join me in protecting the whistleblower's right to anonymity. But here, Ms. Yovanovitch, we are here to talk about you and what you witnessed. And you saw a lot as it related to Mr. Giuliani. And I want to read a quote to you from Mr. Giuliani, but first ask you, when you were in Ukraine, you understood that Rudy Giuliani was Donald Trump's personal lawyer. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Are you familiar with Rudy Giuliani's quote in the New York Times describing himself as the lawyer, saying, quote, he basically knows what I'm doing, comma, sure, as his lawyer. Were you familiar with that quote?
It sounds familiar.
And you have a lawyer with you today, Ms. Yovanovitch, and you understand that lawyers act on their client's behalf. Is that right?
Yes.
That it would be improper for a lawyer to go outside any directive that a client gives. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Are you familiar with a New York Times story on May 9, 2019, where Rudy Giuliani says that he intends to visit Ukraine and says, we're not meddling in an election, we're meddling in an investigation? Are you familiar with that quote?
Yes.
That's 11 days before you were removed as ambassador. Is that right?
Yes.
He is talking publicly about designs on coming to Ukraine. But what I think is interesting is that Mr. Giuliani says, we're, as in we are. He doesn't say I am not meddling in an election. He doesn't say I'm not meddling in an investigation. He says we. He's speaking for himself and his client. And I want to talk about that quote, we're not meddling in an election, we're meddling in an investigation. Is it proper for you or anyone who acts on behalf of the United States government to meddle in an investigation?
No, I don't believe so.
Why not?
Well, there are law enforcement channels, and things need to be handled properly and without any kind of political bias.
Now, this anti-corruption crusader, President Trump, who my colleagues have touted out as having such a great interest in anti-corruption, in both the calls that have been referenced today, the August 21 call and the July 25 call, isn't it true that President Trump never mentions the word corruption?
Yes, that's true.
And as far as the foreign aid that my colleagues keep saying, well, he can't be guilty, he didn't complete the cheat, the aid went to the Ukrainians, isn't it true that the only reason the aid, or the only time the aid went to the Ukrainians, was after the whistleblower complaint became public?
Yes, it was after the whistleblower complaint became public.
So you don't really get points when you get your hand caught in the cookie jar and someone says, hey, he's got his hand in the cookie jar, and then you take your hand out, which is essentially what my Republican colleagues and the president are trying to take credit for. Finally, I want to put up the disgusting tweet from the president today, where he attacks your character. But I think I know who you are, Ambassador. I think the country knows who you are. He smeared you when you were in Ukraine. He smeared you on that phone call with President Zelensky on July 25. He is smearing you right now as you are testifying. Ambassador Yovanovitch, are the president's smears going to stop you from fighting corruption?
Well, I will continue with my work.
And if your country asks you again to fight corruption, will you still do that despite the smears?
Yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Hurd.
Your Excellency, 33 years. We'll move over here. 33 years, 6 Senior Foreign Service Performance Awards, 5 State Department Superior Honor Awards, the Presidential Distinguished Service Award, and the Secretary's Diplomacy and Human Rights Award. You're tough as nails, and you're smart as hell. And you're a great example of what our ambassadors should be like. You're an honor to your family. You are an honor to the Foreign Service. You are an honor to this country. And I thank you for all that you have done and will continue to do on behalf of your country. Now, I'm nervous about what I'm getting ready to do. I want to do a 5-year history of Ukraine in about 45 seconds. And now that you're a professor, you can grade my paper, okay? Valentine's Day 2014, the Ukrainian people get fed up with the Ukrainian president Yanukovych and basically overthrow him. He goes on the run. This was the Revolution of Dignity. Who was the acting president during that time when Yanukovych went out?
I think it was...
Turchinov, is that how you say it?
Turchinov, thank you for helping me.
Turchinov, okay, excellent. Then in March of 2014, that is when we saw little green men coming into Ukraine, and ultimately the Russians invade the Ukraine and not only try to annex Crimea, but also they invade the entire country in the eastern Donbass as well.
Yes.
Then there was an election, and the Ukrainian president was Poroshenko. That was in June of 2014. Then you came to post in 2016 of August, is that correct?
2 years later.
January 2017, Trump was elected. And in December of 2017 is when the Javelins were approved, right? And we saw those Javelins delivered in April of 2018 to be put to first use. Then we had Zelensky elected in 2019, April, correct? Now, the Zelensky defeated the previous president, Poroshenko.
Yes.
There's no love lost between those two dudes, is there?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then in May of 2019, Zelensky is sworn in.
Yes.
So my questions, we talk a lot about Rudy Giuliani. Do we know what officials within the Zelensky regime he actually met with? I know two. a gentleman named by Yermak, who was one of Zelensky's senior advisors. And then we also know of the former Attorney General that we've already established here, was corrupt, Lushenko, right? And Mr. Lushenko served under Zelensky for a couple of months, up until August, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And their parliament basically voted him out, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
So if Rudy Giuliani is trying to influence the Zelensky regime, would a guy that worked under the previous regime, under Poroshenko, be the right guy to do it?
So are you saying Mr. Lutsenko?
Yes.
That he, could you?
So did Mr. Lutsenko have much credibility within the Zelensky regime, the current regime?
I don't think so.
He didn't. Now, Mr. Yermak, do you know of any other Ukrainians that Mr. Giuliani was meeting with that was part of the Zelensky regime?
Well, just to remind, I would have already have left Ukraine by that point.
But there was
no, I'm not aware.
Even with the administration to come, right? Zelensky won the election. There was a 2-month period of preparing to be installed as president. Even during that time, were you aware of any contact?
There was, so there is a, one of the oligarchs, as we've heard about, one of the oligarchs is named Mr. Kolomoisky, and he met with Mr. Fruman and Mr. Parnas, and that was apparently to get a meeting for Mr. Giuliani.
And but those are not people that were actually in government or became in the Zelensky regime, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for your 33 years of service to our nation. A big question here today is why you were pushed aside as ambassador. For example, Americans know that an employer has a right to fire an employee, but they shouldn't do it for certain reasons. You shouldn't be fired because you're disabled, because you're a woman, because you're black, and for other reasons. And I think most Americans agree that a president shouldn't fire an ambassador or recall an ambassador because the ambassador is standing in his way of doing a corrupt act. So I want to ask you, did the president ever tell you why he was recalling you?
No.
Did anybody at the White House ever tell you why you were being recalled?
No.
Did the president ever consult you about who the good guys and the bad guys were in the Ukraine?
No.
Did Secretary Pompeo ever tell you why you were being recalled?
No.
And it appears in the testimony that we've heard in the Intelligence Committee so far that there were a group of the president's men, perhaps Secretary Perry, Rudy Giuliani, Ambassador Sondland, who were in on this scheme to help the president get the Bidens and Burisma investigated. And I want to put aside President Trump for just a second and ask you, in all of your years of service, have you ever come across a president, been asked by a president, or known of colleagues who were asked by an American president to help that president get an American investigated overseas?
I'm not aware of that.
And if a president asked you to investigate a former vice president for this purpose, what would you have said?
I mean, with what I know today, I would have said no.
And would you have considered it an unlawful act?
I don't know that it's unlawful per se, but I think, again, that there are channels for conducting proper investigations, and that would have been the best way to handle something like this.
But certainly it's bizarre for a president to ask that some American be investigated by another government.
It's very unusual.
And also, you mentioned that there is corruption in Ukraine. Ukraine isn't the only country that confronts corruption. If the people in power in a country where corruption is rampant are being asked by a foreign leader who's got a lot of leverage over them to conduct an investigation, could that be dangerous because they could trump up charges against someone if they wanted?
They could.
And I also want to ask you, I spoke to Ambassador Kent. He made a comment yesterday about selective prosecutions and what it means going forward, what kind of precedent it sets. And you've spoken about a dangerous precedent for the State Department and for diplomats. But I want you to help us consider the precedent going forward. If there's no consequences for President Trump, or really any president who does this, what are the consequences for this country and for any American, not just a former vice president or a presidential candidate or even somebody in politics, but a person in business who does business in Saudi Arabia or some other country? If a president is going to speak to another head of state or some foreign official and try to get that person investigated, what does that mean for the future of the country and for Americans?
Well, I think that investigations, prosecutions, judicial decisions properly should remain with investigators, prosecutors, and the courts. And I think that, as I said before, I think Senator Vandenberg, when he said that politics needs to stop at the water's edge, I think he was right in that.
I'll yield back to the chairman.
Mr. Ratcliffe, thank the chairman, and Ambassador Yovanovitch, I'd like to join all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in thanking you for your service. I'd like to ask you about your earlier testimony about your Senate confirmation, and Congresswoman Stefanik had asked you how the Obama-Biden State Department had prepared you to answer questions about Burisma and Hunter Biden specifically. You recall that?
Yes.
And
yes.
She mentioned that you had been asked or been prepared for a question about Hunter Biden's role on the board of Burisma, but I don't think that you gave us the answer or answers that the Obama-Biden State Department prepared you to give in response to that question. Do you remember what those answers were?
Yeah. It was something along the lines of, I would refer you to the Vice President's office on that.
So did they, in the course of that, brief you about the amount of money that Hunter Biden was being paid by Burisma?
No, this wasn't part of a briefing. I mean, I had sort of big old books with questions that might come up.
In preparation for your confirmation. And they thought that Hunter Biden's role at Burisma might be significant enough that it would come up during your confirmation. Is that correct?
Apparently so. I mean, there were hundreds of questions.
Well, hundreds of questions, but were there hundreds of companies? How many companies other than Burisma did the Obama-Biden State Department prepare you to give answers for? And if so, if there were others, which ones?
I just don't recall.
You don't recall that there were any other companies, is that correct?
I'm quite sure there probably were some companies, but I mean, you know, this is a while ago and I don't recall.
But you specifically recall Burisma?
Yes.
All right. Out of thousands of companies in the Ukraine, the only one that you recall the Obama-Biden State Department preparing you to answer questions about was the one where the vice president's son was on the board. Is that fair?
Yes.
You understood from Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent's testimony, as it's been related to you, that he testified a few days ago. Do you understand that that arrangement, Hunter Biden's role on the Burisma board, caused him enough concern that, as he testified in his statement, that in February of 2015, I raised my concern that Hunter Biden's status as a board member could create the perception of a conflict of interest. He went on to talk about the vice president's responsibilities over the Ukraine or over Ukrainian policy as one of those factors. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
That it was a legitimate concern to raise?
I think that it could raise the appearance of a conflict of interest.
And did you discuss that ever with Mr. Kent?
I don't believe so.
Shortly before your confirmation in August of 2016, Prosecutor General Shokin was fired by President Poroshenko, correct?
Yes.
And Prosecutor General Shokin was the one who had opened the investigation into Burisma, correct?
I think that's right, but I'm not actually sure.
He was in charge of it, at least at that point in time, as the Prosecutor General. And are you aware of the very public statements by the Vice President that firing of the Prosecutor General occurred in March of 2016, 6 hours after the Vice President told President Poroshenko that he needed to fire the Prosecutor General or that he wouldn't receive $1 billion from the United States? Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. And do you think that raises a potential concern or conflict of interest that the Vice President of the United States was ordering the firing of the prosecutor in charge of a company that has been identified as one that is substantially corrupt?
I actually don't. I don't think that the view that Mr. Shokin was not a good prosecutor general fighting corruption, I don't think that had anything to do with the Burisma case.
But the legitimate concern about Hunter Biden's role was legitimate, correct?
I think it creates a concern that there could be an appearance of
Well, based on your
interest.
testimony, Ambassador, I'd like to renew my request, Mr. Chairman, that Hunter Biden's testimony that has been
Time of the
requested,
gentleman has expired.
requested by the Republicans be considered
The gentleman's expired.
as
Mr.
legitimate
Heck,
rather than as a sham, as the
Gentleman will
has been
suspend.
referred to
Gentleman will
by the
suspend.
chairman.
Your time has
I
expired.
have a unanimous.
Mr. Heck,
I have a
you are
unanimous
recognized.
consent request.
You're not recognized. Mr. Heck, you are.
Ambassador, I'd like to thank you very much. Add my voice of gratitude for your years of service. Frankly, you're the best of this nation, and I cannot think of anybody else I would rather have representing us in a foreign capital than you. My colleagues have gone to a great deal of effort to better understand the facts surrounding your removal. I think the facts are pretty clear. There was a smear campaign, and it was orchestrated by a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor, the president's attorney, the president's son, and even some of the president's allies at his favorite TV station. So that campaign led to your removal, despite 33 years of outstanding service, progressive responsibility, and awards. And so I kind of sit here with a mix of emotions. On the one hand, there's some pride and gratitude for all your outstanding service, and on the other hand, I'm angry, like my friend from Connecticut. In fact, I'm very angry about how it is the most powerful person on the face of the earth would remove you from office after your stellar service and somehow feel compelled to characterize you as bad news and then to ominously threaten that you're going to go through some things. So I am angry, but I'm not surprised. After all, as was suggested earlier, he said the whistleblower may have committed treason, a crime punishable by death, even though the whistleblower strictly adhered to the letter of the law as independently attested to by both the Trump-appointed Inspector General and the acting DNI. After all, he even demeaned the memory of Senator McCain after he lied in his grave at the Naval Academy grounds, despite a lifetime of public service and serving 6 years as a prisoner of war in a tiny cell in Hanoi, being beaten and tortured every day. And after all, he belittled the Gold Star Khan family, whose son, Captain Khan, gave his last full measure of devotion out of love for this country. And let me tell you, as somebody whose older brother never saw his 35th birthday because of service in the Vietnam War, those words are deeply offensive. Words matter, and the words leveled against you constitute bullying of the worst order. Your good character, your outstanding reputation have been besmirched in a way that is devoid of common decency. But here's my message to you. There is nothing, Ambassador Yovanovitch, nothing he can say or do, not a thing, that will in any way diminish the nature and quality of the service you have rendered to our great nation. Not a thing. And there is not a thing he can say or do that will diminish our gratitude to you for that service. And I thank you again for it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So as to the larger point, I would like you to answer, what does this mean to Ukraine when the United States actually engages in the kind of behavior that we are attempting to discourage them from engaging in, namely a politically motivated prosecution? What does that mean to what does that mean to them in their struggling efforts to become a robust democracy? What's the impact in Ukraine for this behavior?
Yeah. Well, I think Ukraine, like many countries, looks to us for the power of our example. And I think that when we engage in questionable activities, that raises a question. And it emboldens those who are corrupt, who don't want to see Ukraine become a democracy, a free market economy, a part of Europe, but want Ukraine to stay in, under Russia's thrall. And that's not in our national security interests.
Thank you, Ambassador Yovanovitch. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
I yield the balance of my time to the chair.
I thank the gentleman. I understand that either the witness or counsel would like to take a short break. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
If members of the audience could please remain in the seats to allow the witness or counsel to leave ahead of us, we will resume in a few minutes. We are in recess.
You've been watching Marie Yovanovitch testify in the public hearing there on Capitol Hill. She was a former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. I want to welcome you back on set as well here. Joining me, CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman and CBSN political contributor Molly Hooper. There's so much to dive into on this. Ricky, I want to start with you because we did see tweets this morning from the president, and it's a big focus. I want to ask you, and in fact, during the testimony at one point, Marie Yovanovitch actually said that I find these tweets intimidating.
Yes, they were read into the record.
They'd stop a testimony, it was read into the record. What do you make of that? And is this intimidation, Ricky?
Well, I certainly think that the president, who would have been well advised to have not tweeted anything during these hearings at any point in time, has gone on to do what he does. And he knows that he can affect voters, particularly his base, as well as the media by tweeting. The problem here is what he has done today in these tweets about Marie Yovanovitch is that he has given the Democrats yet another opportunity to find another article of impeachment, because intimidation or tampering with a witness, intimidation of a witness, which really means to influence a witness's testimony, is a federal crime, but far more important, it could form the basis for another article of impeachment for either obstruction of justice or abuse of power. So why would you ask the Democrats to have yet another article of impeachment?
Molly, I want to bring you in. If we could stand back for a second.
Yep.
Look at Marie Yovanovitch. She really had nothing to do with the bribery per se.
Yep.
What was the point of calling her into this open door hearing to testify?
Well, that's what Republicans are asking, and that's the point that they're trying to make. And I think that, speaking to Ricky's point about the tweet, when the president did that this morning during the Democrats' 45 minutes of questioning, that really flustered the Republicans on the dais, and you could even see it. They were kind of talking to each other like, what do we do now? Because it's the one thing that they do not want to do is make her look like a victim, because it doesn't look good for the president. It doesn't, they want to just essentially make that point. What do you have to do with any of this? You're not a firsthand witness. What can you tell us about this quid pro quo and all that? This has nothing to do with you. But when the president interjected, it sort of took away some of their leverage to really make that point and go after her in a more aggressive manner. So I think that's why you were seeing somebody like Elise Stefanik, the only woman for the Republicans on the dais, trying to take a more prominent role in the questioning. Will Hurd as well, praising Yovanovitch's service overseas, and Republicans trying to basically make that point. Why are you here?
Rena, one of the things I try to do, since I do not want to be put in the column of political analyst, I want to stay in my lane as a legal analyst, but I have to always analogize these proceedings to what I know in a legal proceeding, understanding that this is a political proceeding. But one of the things that we always look at as lawyers is trying to persuade our audience, which would be the jurors. Well, in this particular situation, the Democrats and the Republicans are each trying to persuade their jury, which is the American public. And one of the things that was forgotten here by the president, I say, if he were thinking about the jury of the public, although he may be appealing to his base, as well as his son, by the way, in his tweets going after Marie Yovanovitch, is that you also have to think of the jury, that is the public, about also being suburban white women. And suburban white women are a very important group here that Molly can speak to far better than I as to what kind of constituency that is. And if we have Marie Yovanovitch becoming a victim who is being intimidated, it then signifies or signals to other women, well, this is how the president treats women like me.
I want to also bring in from the Hill, CBS News' Ed O'Keefe, our political correspondent. Ed, I want to get a sense from you as to how this is being received on Capitol Hill.
Democrats pleased with how today went, believing that it bookends very nicely what went on Wednesday. As one member told me earlier today, you have three now professional, patriotic, career public servants who have now testified to Congress and are providing a pretty sharp contrast with the Republican reaction to all this and now, of course, the president's reaction. Was also told earlier that Democrats on the Intelligence Committee had anticipated that the president might do something like what he did earlier today by tweeting in real time in response to Ambassador Yovanovitch, and that they had sort of gamed out what they would do if that happened. In essence, they would do exactly what Chairman Schiff did. Read the tweets to her, get her to respond, and essentially establish, as they have laid out this afternoon, that they believe now that there's a potential that intimidating a witness could get added to the list of things that they believe need to be reviewed for possible impeachment, whether, as Ricky said, it would be obstruction of justice or abuse of power. We'll see. That's to be sorted out at a later date. But Republicans acknowledge that, at least some we've heard from, that this was not a good move by the president. Liz Cheney, the third-ranking House Republican, during a vote series earlier today, told reporters that she did not agree with the president's decision to go after the ambassador. I had a senior GOP aide concede as well right after this occurred that they had issues with. Let me just read back what this person had said. They said, quote, "That tweet did not help." And if you think about how the morning was going, right at 9 a.m. when this hearing was beginning, the president had released the call summary of that initial call he had with the Ukrainian president from April, trying to buttress his claim that his relations with the Ukrainians have been nothing short of perfect and that there's no nefarious dealings going on. So they released that transcript at 9 a.m. and minutes later, Devin Nunes, the top Republican on the committee, read the entire call summary into the record of the committee so that he could make the point that, look, this is all much ado about nothing. So in essence, you were seeing coordination really for the first time in public between the White House and his allies here on Capitol Hill. But then, minutes later, during her testimony, the president tweeted what he did, catching Republicans up here off guard, and in essence derailing their attempts to convey a respectful but persistent line of questioning, which was, look, no doubt you've served this country well, but you didn't have any direct involvement with the issue at hand here. So we'll see how this all transpires in the coming hours and days. But, there's been a lot of talk about how would an impeachment inquiry play out in the era of social media and in the era of bifurcated cable news and other news outlets. And I think what would be interesting to see over the next few days is the outrage more about what the president tweeted this morning, or is the outrage about Chairman Schiff appearing to cut off the lone female Republican member of the Intelligence Committee for violating the rules, which were that at that moment of the hearing only Congressman Nunes and his staff attorney were able to speak, but they tried to make it look as if Schiff was being insensitive to the youngest and only female Republican member of the committee. Will you see more outrage over that, or will you see more outrage over what the president has done? And depending on what you see, it probably suggests where you're getting your news from. And so, that's where we are. We're in familiar corners, and I think we've had members of both parties concede throughout the week, and we'll see what the reaction is to today, that what's going on here isn't necessarily going to ultimately change opinions on what most Americans believe should or should not happen in terms of the president and potential impeachment.
That's my understanding. Control Room is telling me that we have the president speaking just a short time ago. I want to play that for you as well.
You don't want to talk about transparency? I'll talk about transparency. I like transparency here, and I'm the most transparent president in history. And I'll tell you about what tampering is. Tampering is when a guy like Shifty Schiff doesn't let us have lawyers. Tampering is when Schiff doesn't let us have witnesses, doesn't let us speak. I've been watching today. For the first time, I started watching, and it's really sad when you see people not allowed to ask questions. It's totally, nobody's ever had such horrible due process. There was no due process. And I think it's considered a joke all over Washington and all over the world. The Republicans are given no due process whatsoever. We're not allowed to do anything. It's a disgrace what's happening. But you know what? The American public understands it, and that's why the poll numbers are so good, and that's why other things are so good. What they're doing in Washington with that hearing, and by the way, it's a political process. It's not a legal process. So if I have somebody saying I'm allowed to speak up, if somebody says about me, we're not allowed to have any kind of representation, we're not allowed to have almost anything, and nobody's seen anything like it. In the history of our country, there has never been a disgrace like what's going on right now. So you know what? I have the right to speak. I have freedom of speech, just as other people do. But they've taken away the Republicans' rights. And I watched today as certain very talented people wanted to ask questions, and they weren't even allowed to ask questions. Republicans, they weren't allowed to ask questions. It's a very sad thing. Go ahead.
Sir, with your freedom, were you trying to intimidate?
And that's the president there weighing in. Ricky Kleeman, I want to bring you in for the legal analysis here. The sense that I'm walking away from this is the president saying that there was not enough due process here. What do you make of what he said?
I think that the president and the Republicans have gotten more due process in this hearing than they were ever entitled to. You have to remember that the House hearing about a question of articles of impeachment that will or will not come out of the Judiciary Committee is really the same thing as a grand jury. The grand jury in the criminal process is held in secret. The defendant is not allowed to appear. The defense attorney is not allowed to appear. No questions can be asked. Here, on the other hand, not only are there lawyers for both sides allowed to have 45 minutes of questioning, minus the time that they divide up with the ranking member or the chair, but also each congressperson, Republican or Democrat, gets their requisite 5 minutes. So they are being well represented on the Republican side. The fact that they have chosen to do these 5-minute chunks instead of yielding all of their time to the lawyer was their decision.
Molly, I want to get you to weigh in. I was brushing up a little bit on the history of this. Yep. And back in 1868, Andrew Johnson was actually 11 articles of impeachment, but ultimately the Senate only chose to use 3, go forward with 3. Mm-hmm. What is the tactic here in the House, especially as they're looking at these articles and moving forward on these charges?
Well, I think that the tactic very much is, what do my constituents think? If I'm a member of Congress in a vulnerable district and I vote for articles of impeachment for obstruction of justice, that perhaps serves my interest better than going for another article of impeachment. It just depends. And really, it will come down to what the Senate does. And given the current makeup of the Senate, at least 20 Republicans would need to vote to convict the president, which is unlikely to happen at this point. So really, this is an unusual position we're in because the president's party does control the Senate, and given that dynamic and the fact that 20 Republicans would need to vote to convict, it just doesn't seem like it's going to be likely. So that's why when this does go to the House Judiciary Committee, where they will decide whether or not to move forward with certain articles of impeachment, it's going to be up to those lawyers and those lawmakers on that panel to decide what they can get away with, so to speak, politically.
All right, I want to get Ed O'Keefe to weigh in before we possibly pick up on this hearing again.
You talking to me, Rena?
Yes.
Okay. I want everyone to repeat after me. An impeachment hearing, an impeachment proceeding is not a legal proceeding. It's a political proceeding. An impeachment proceeding is not a legal proceeding. It's a political proceeding. There has never been a federal court ruling on whether or not a president gets due process rights during an impeachment proceeding. Okay, so he can make this argument that he has due process rights, but legally, politically, he doesn't. Let's go back to the hearing.
Ambassador, should ambassadors ever try to influence host country elections?
No.
I think you said in your opening statement, partisanship of this type is not compatible with the role of a career foreign service officer. Is that right?
Yeah.
But that's exactly what happened in 2016. In August of 2016, the very month you went to Ukraine as our ambassador, the Ukrainian ambassador here in the United States, Ambassador Chaly, wrote an op-ed in The Hill, said this: Trump's comments send wrong message. So the very month you're over there as our ambassador to Ukraine, Ambassador Chaly writes that op-ed, and it wasn't just that attack, as Mr. Castor got into earlier, it wasn't just that attack on the president. We had former Ukrainian Prime Minister Yatsenyuk, who criticized candidate Trump. We had Mr. Avakov. I believe earlier you said, Ambassador, that Mr. Avakov was the individual who first alerted you to the efforts of Mr. Giuliani. Mr. Avakov, back during this same time period, in the months just prior to the 2016 election, called then candidate Trump all kinds of names, called him a terrorist. And of course, we have Mr. Lyshenko, a member of parliament, who was a source for Fusion GPS and the now somewhat famous dossier that flowed from Fusion's work. He said this in the Financial Times, again, in August of 2016, when you first arrived in Ukraine. He said this: the majority of Ukrainian politicians are on Hillary Clinton's side. So you had several high-ranking officials in the government, in the Ukrainian government, and President Poroshenko is president of Ukraine, criticize President Trump, then candidate Trump, all in the late summer and fall of 2016. What I want to know, Ambassador, when this was all happening, did you go talk to anyone in the Ukrainian government about this? Did you go say to some of these officials, hey, you guys need to knock this off, this perception that we got, as Mr. Lyshenko said, the majority of Ukrainian politicians on Hillary Clinton's side, that's not good. Did you have that conversation?
No.
Didn't talk to anyone in the government? Did you talk to President Poroshenko?
No.
Didn't alert anyone in the government?
No.
Well, one of the things we've heard so much over the last 6 weeks in depositions and frankly in the hearing on Wednesday is how important bipartisan support is for Ukraine. Democrats and Republicans agree they want to help Ukraine. In fact, the Democrats' first witness, their star witness on Wednesday, Mr. Taylor said Ukraine's most important strategic asset is this bipartisan support. And you would agree with that, right?
I do.
He said this in his testimony on Wednesday. On September 11th, I learned that the hold had been lifted the next day. Ambassador Taylor said, I conveyed this news to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian foreign minister, and I reminded Mr. Yarmak of the high strategic value of bipartisan support for Ukraine and the importance of not getting involved in other countries' elections. So what I'm wondering is, this is the day after the aid's been lifted that Ambassador Taylor made this statement to the Ukrainian government. And he makes this after there's nothing been done by Ukraine to influence our election. Because President Zelensky didn't announce he was doing an investigation and the aid was lifted. But he felt he needed to say that. But in 2016, when we know that the majority of Ukrainian politicians want Clinton to win, because it was said by a member of parliament when the ambassador to the United States from Ukraine writes an op-ed criticizing then candidate Trump, when Mr. Avakov calls candidate Trump all kinds of names, nobody goes and talks to him and tells him to knock it off. Did you have any conversations, Ambassador, with Victoria Nuland or Secretary of State Perry about what was going on in 2016 and this majority of Ukrainian politicians being for candidate Clinton and not and opposed to President Trump?
No, I did not.
No one did anything. No one did anything. You see why maybe the president was a little concerned about what went on in Ukraine? And you couple that with the corruption level that we know exists in Ukraine, you add to that this idea that he's not a big fan of foreign aid, why he might be a little concerned about sending the hard-earned tax dollars of the American people to Ukraine?
I'm sorry, is there a question there?
There was.
Okay. Could you repeat it, please?
I'm asking.
Time of the gentleman's expired, but I'll allow you to repeat the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm asking, maybe we can kind of see why the president was a little concerned when you have the highest ranking officials in the government, the ambassador criticizing him, parliamentary member Leshchenko criticizing him, when you have Avakov, the guy who first told you about Giuliani, criticizing him. All this going on, and when you couple that with the concerns he has about corruption, the concerns he has about Europe not doing enough, the concerns he has about reluctance to send in the hard-earned tax dollars to any country,
Jordan,
frankly.
I have indulged you with extra time, but
I appreciate it.
My indulgence is wearing out.
I appreciate it.
There is a question, right?
Our indulgence wore out with you a long time ago, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
I'll tell you that.
But I'm about to gavel you down, so if you have a question, I suggest you.
I'm asking her, do you think there's maybe a reason that this was that President Trump's concern was justified?
You know, I can't speak for the president on this, but what I would say is you've listed a number of actions. I think from my point of view, that doesn't create a Ukrainian government strategy to interfere in our election.
I didn't say that.
Mr. Jordan, please allow the ambassador to answer the question.
So I would just say that, you know, U.S. politicians will often criticize policies of foreign counterparts, even perhaps during their elections. You know, this happens in politics, and I think that it doesn't necessarily constitute interference.
Would you ever write an op-ed critical of a presidential candidate in Ukraine?
Jordan, your time has expired. Mr. Welch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like everybody here, I'm extraordinarily grateful to you for your career of public service, and I feel very badly about what you've had to endure. Like your colleagues, you don't complain. You're doing your job. I feel badly about the insults, the tweet this morning, the fact that you were smeared, not fired. But the question, as you know, is not how you were treated.
Mm-hmm.
The question is why the president did what he did and whether what he did was a breach of trust. The question really is about whether the President of the United States, any president, has the authority to withhold congressionally approved aid, to condition a White House meeting on extracting from a foreign leader a willingness to assist him in his political campaign. That's the question. And that brings us to you as part of this story, because the question is, why were you fired from that position? I want to read a portion of the president's call on July 25th with President Zelensky. And this is the painful part when you first heard about it. The former ambassador from the United States, the woman, was bad news, and the people she was dealing with in Ukraine were bad news. So I just want to let you know that. The other thing, he goes right into this. There's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of the people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. You indicated in response to my colleague Mr. Castro's question that if you were asked to approach a foreign leader and condition American support on their being involved in our campaign, you would refuse to do that.
Yes, yes.
And you're aware now, but I don't know if you were then, but that July 25th phone call occurred the day after Director Mueller reported that the interference in our 2016 campaign was not from Ukraine. It was active, concerted, energetic, and by the Russians, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, as ambassador, you had no knowledge of whatever it is President Trump ultimately seems to have wanted to get for cooperation in this investigation. Isn't that's correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you've been asked about whether a president has authority to replace an ambassador, and you have agreed that that's the president's prerogative.
Yes, that's true.
But that assumes that the reasons are not related to the personal, private, political interests of the president at the expense of our national security, right?
Yes.
And you've been the target of insults from the president. You join some very distinguished company, by the way, Senator McCain, General Kelly, man I admire, I think all of us do, General Mattis. We're not here to talk about that unless the reason you get insulted is you did today, essentially blaming you for Somalia, is if this is another step by the president to intimidate witnesses. He didn't intimidate you. You're here. You've endured. But there are other people out there that can expect the Trump treatment if they come forward. That's a question for us. Now, you also indicated that the president has a prerogative to appoint a non-career person, and to be candid, Republican presidents and Democratic presidents have done that. Mr. Sondland's transcript is out, and he was someone who indicated that everything hinged, the White House meeting and the release of the vital defensive aid, everything hinged on the President Zelensky being willing to do that investigation that would benefit the Trump campaign. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And you've indicated that's something that you would not agree to do.
Yes.
And Sondland was quite willing to do.
Apparently so.
I thank you for your professional service, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Maloney.
Ambassador Yovanovitch, thank you for being here. It's been a long day. You know, the first time we met, it wasn't clear, and so I just want to start with a quick comment. But, you know, your testimony in this inquiry broke the dam. You were the first one through that stone wall that the president was trying to set up. And I just want to thank you for that, because others have followed your example. And there's an old expression that first person through the wall gets a little bit bloody. And I think you must understand that expression in a new way. But thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask you about the day you were let go. And I know this is a painful series of events, so forgive me, but I think it's very important. It's April 24th, and you told us a few things that really stuck with me. You said you were at the embassy in Ukraine, you were honoring a Ukrainian woman, anti-corruption activist. I believe her name is Katerina Handziuk. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Am I saying that correctly?
I was at my house.
You were at your house, excuse me. And you were giving her the Woman of Courage Award, I believe.
Yeah, the Embassy Kiev's Woman of Courage Award.
Right. And of course, that's the day you get a call from Carol Perez, a senior member of the Foreign Service. Did you know Carol Perez?
Yes.
You're both senior women in the Foreign Service. You had an opportunity to meet her before.
Yes.
And she says there's trouble coming. I want to give you a heads up. Correct me if I get this wrong. And I don't know a lot, but it's coming from the White House. I'll call you later.
Yeah, that sums it up.
But you're literally that evening honoring this anti-corruption activist. Is that right?
Yes.
And not just any woman, but a woman who was, you said, horribly attacked and killed for her efforts. And she wasn't just killed. You said I believe that someone threw acid on her.
That's correct.
And I went and I checked during the break, and it turns out she was horribly injured, and it took 4 months for her to die. Is that right?
A very painful death.
Why would somebody attack her with acid? There are easier ways to kill people. Why do you think they did it with acid?
Well, I think they wanted her out of the way, but I think the message was this could happen to you too if you continue her work.
That's what happens when you go up against corrupt people in Ukraine.
It is something that can happen. I mean, there are other ways of sidelining people.
Do you remember speaking at that event?
I do.
I went and looked at what you said. You said, Katerina paid the ultimate price for her fearlessness in fighting against corruption and for her determined efforts to build a democratic Ukraine. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And then your phone rings, and you hear this trouble up the street. And Carol Perez called you back later that night, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was 1 a.m., I believe.
Yes.
Were you sleeping?
No.
You had stayed up?
Yes.
To get the phone call?
Yes.
And that's when she says two things, I believe, that really stuck with me. She said, we're worried about your security.
Yes.
You've just been honoring a woman who was killed for fighting for her anti-corruption efforts. And she says, you got to get on the next plane. Was she speaking euphemistically, get on the next plane, when you get time? Did she mean literally the next plane?
Well, I think she meant, as soon as possible. But pretty much it was the next plane.
And that's a pretty good flight back from Kyiv to Washington, and you're on your way to meet with Deputy Secretary Sullivan.
Yes.
And he says to you two things. He says there was a concerted effort against you, and he says you've done nothing wrong.
Right.
And what I'm fascinated about is when he says you've done nothing wrong, what did you expect the United States government would do next?
It was pretty clear that a decision had been made by the president, implemented by the State Department, that I had to leave Ukraine. But I had hoped that there would be more public support.
Did you expect them to have your back?
Yes.
And were you surprised when you found out they weren't gonna?
Not at that point anymore.
Why?
Well, because over the last several months, that had not been the case.
Ma'am, in your opening statement, you said, how could our system fail like this?
Yeah.
How is it that foreign corrupt interests could manipulate our government? How could our system fail like this? How is it that foreign corrupt interests could manipulate our government? I want you to know, ma'am, that is the very question we are determined to get an answer for. And I want to thank you on behalf of your country for your service and with our work in answering that question. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, everyone in this room should be thankful for your service to our nation. I have 4 little girls in my life, and as I sit here thinking about them, and as a woman, I could not be prouder of you, and I consider you an inspiration for women around the world. I just have to say before I get into my questioning is I think it's disgraceful to hear my colleagues refer to your sworn testimony as a performance today, or speak in a condescending way, basically suggesting that the woman, because I think that's how the president referred to you, I'm not sure he knows your name or there's some other meaning there, but to basically suggest that the woman should be thankful for whatever she was left with, smear campaign and all after your you were recalled. But I want you to know today that we thank you for your service, your 33 years of service. Ambassador, on a press conference call on October 17th, acting White House Chief of Staff Mulvaney discussed his belief that it's entirely appropriate to politicize U.S. foreign policy. Here's what he said. If you read the news reports and you believe them, what did McKinley say yesterday? Well, McKinley said yesterday that he was really upset with the political influence in foreign policy. That was one of the reasons he was so upset about this. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy. Ambassador Yovanovitch, do you share the concern raised by Ambassador McKinley in testimony before this committee about political influence in foreign policy?
Well, as I said before, I think it's important to keep political influence out of foreign policy because we all, whether we are Republican or Democrats or something else, have common security interests, and that needs to be safeguarded and advanced.
And what message do you think it sends to other foreign service officers and public servants, which we so desperately need good ones, when an administration refuses to support its own officials in the face of a smear campaign?
Well, it's deeply troubling. It's deeply troubling, and there are morale issues at the State Department.
Morale issues at the State Department. I can understand why. On March 20th of 2019, President Trump tweeted an article that included a letter from Representative Pete Sessions that said you had, and I quote, spoken privately and repeatedly about your disdain for the current administration in a way that might call for the expulsion of you as your ambassador to Ukraine immediately. Did you speak publicly and privately about your disdain for the Trump administration?
No.
Why do you think the president would want to push such a lie?
I don't know. I don't know.
Policies change, but U.S. interests don't. Not for those who are seeking to do the work of protecting our nation, the work you have done for decades. The president, his chief of staff, and his allies seem to want nothing more than to smear the good people trying to protect this country and to hijack our institutions for their personal and political gain. Again, Ambassador, we thank you so much for your service, and I'll yield my remaining time to the chairman.
Thank you.
I thank the gentlewoman. I'm going to go to Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Good afternoon, Ambassador, and thank you to the family as well for being here in support of you today. I'd like to direct you to an area of bipartisanship, namely aid to Ukraine. Congress, on an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis, has appropriated hundreds of millions of dollars in military assistance to Ukraine, correct?
Yes.
And that aid is being used by Ukraine to fight a common adversary, namely Russia, right?
Yes.
The U.S., in fact, has consistently partnered with other European countries to keep Russia at bay and maintain the peace in Europe, right?
Yes.
As Ambassador Taylor suggested earlier this week, supporting Ukraine helps maintain peace so that Americans don't have to go to war again in Europe, right?
Yes.
Suspending that aid and weakening Ukraine can increase the likelihood of the opposite, correct?
Yes, it is extremely short-sighted.
The last time you were in Ukraine was May 20th of this year, right?
Yes.
In his opening statement, Ambassador Taylor said he took charge in Ukraine on June 17th.
Yes.
Therefore, there was almost a 1-month gap between the time you departed and when Taylor took over, right?
Yes. Yes.
During that time, on May 20th, Ambassador Sondland, Rick Perry, and others came to the inauguration of President Zelensky, right?
Yes.
And during that gap in time, Ambassador Sondland visited the White House, along with others, and got directions from President Trump to talk to Rudy. Those were his words. Talk to Rudy about what to do in Ukraine, right?
That's my understanding.
In other words, isn't it the case that your departure and the 1 month gap between the time you left and when Ambassador Taylor arrived provided the perfect opportunity for another group of people to basically take over Ukraine policy. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Ambassador, you're going to have to speak a little louder into the mic.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. On page 10 of your opening statement, you mentioned, quote unquote, corrupt interests apparently hijacking our Ukraine policy, right?
Yes.
A couple of suspect individuals in that regard were Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, right?
Yes.
You mentioned in response to Minority Counsel earlier that you learned that Fruman and Parnas were attempting to open a liquefied natural gas company, correct?
Yes.
How'd you learn that, by the way?
I heard it from the Minister of Interior.
Interestingly, at noon today, the Wall Street Journal reported that federal prosecutors in Manhattan are investigating whether Rudy Giuliani stood to personally profit from that liquefied natural gas venture. Do you have any knowledge of that?
No, I do not.
Maybe we should talk to Rudy, huh? Ambassador, I'd like to direct you to another line of questioning that I had for Ambassador Taylor earlier this week. He said that there were irregular channels of diplomacy at work in Ukraine, circumventing normal diplomatic channels and threatening American interests in favor of private interests. I asked him the question, can you rule out the possibility that these irregular channels of diplomacy are being used in other countries where we conduct foreign policy? In response, he said that he could not rule it out. Ambassador Yovanovitch, I ask you, and I assume that you can't rule it out either, correct?
I can't, but I would also add I have no knowledge of that.
I understand. Are you concerned that these irregular channels of diplomacy may be at work elsewhere?
I think it's a possibility.
You testified that it was a quote-unquote dangerous precedent that private interests and people who don't like a particular ambassador could combine to replace that ambassador. Are you concerned that other ambassadors may suffer the same fate as you?
Yes.
Ambassador, in your service as an American diplomat, you have encountered various dictators and strong men ruling other countries, right?
Yes.
In your personal life, your parents fled the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, and they became familiar with despots and dictators as well, correct?
Yes.
Indeed, you're an authority on authoritarianism, right?
Well, maybe.
Is it a feature of authoritarianism to allow corrupt interests to hijack foreign policy?
Yeah.
Is it a feature of authoritarianism for the rulers there to claim absolute rights?
Yes.
And is it a hallmark of authoritarianism for those rulers to smear their opponents?
Sometimes, yes.
Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Nunes, do you have any concluding remarks?
I would just say to the American people, today's show trial has come to an end. We're headed down now to the basement of the Capitol to go until I don't know what time, and we'll be back there hiding again behind the closed doors, interviewing more witnesses that you may or may not be able to see in the public. I hate to break it to my colleagues if there's anyone else out there watching television ratings, but they must be plummeting right now. And I would suggest that we get back to the work of the Intelligence Committee, that we pass a trade agreement with the United States, Mexico, and Canada that would actually help the American people out, because this is an embarrassment. I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized for a motion?
No, I have some concluding remarks. Ambassador, I want to thank you for your decades of service. I want to thank you, as Mr. Maloney said, for being the first one through the gap. What you did in coming forward and answering a lawful subpoena was to give courage to others that also witnessed wrongdoing, that they too could show the same courage that you have, that they could stand up, speak out, answer questions, they could endure whatever threats, insults may come their way. And so in your long and distinguished career, you have done another great public service in answering the call of our subpoena and testifying before us today. I think you gathered from our comments that we not only grieve for what you went through, but what damage is being done to the State Department, to career federal Foreign Service officers all over the country. I am profoundly grateful to you and Mr. Kent and Ambassador Taylor, who have done so much in the last 2 days or 3 days to show the American people the face of our diplomatic corps. The extraordinary public servants who work all around the world in very dangerous places as you have. And so I'm glad they've gotten to see you, because you're often vilified as bureaucrats, or diplomacy is diminished as unimportant. Anything other than the military doesn't really matter, when it's your efforts that often prevent us from going to war. Sometimes you're disparaged as the deep state. But what you are is what holds this country together, what holds our foreign policy together, what makes it seamless, what makes it work. And I'm glad America gets to see that. I will just emphasize once again about the importance of your testimony. Mr. Kent and Ambassador Taylor gave us the broad outlines of this story. This is a story about an effort to coerce, condition, or bribe a foreign country into doing the dirty work of the president, investigations of his political rival, by conditioning U.S. taxpayer money, by conditioning a meeting that President Zelensky desperately wanted and needed to establish that relationship with the most powerful patron of Ukraine, the United States of America. The fact that they failed in this solicitation of bribery doesn't make it any less bribery, doesn't make it any less immoral or corrupt. It just means it was unsuccessful. And to that we owe other dedicated public servants who blew the whistle. Had they not blown the whistle, we wouldn't be here. And I think it is appalling that my colleagues continue to want to out this whistleblower so that he or she can be punished by this president. But let's underscore once again, while you are the beginning of this story, you're not the end of it, but nonetheless, the beginning is important, because the beginning of the story is an effort to get you out of the way, an effort by Rudy Giuliani and Fruman and Parnas and corrupt Ukrainians like Lutsenko to get you out of the way, because they felt you were an impediment to these political investigations the president so desperately wanted. Giuliani has made it abundantly clear he was in Ukraine on a mission for his client, for the president, to investigate the Bidens. And you were viewed as an obstacle that had to go, not just by Giuliani, but by the President of the United States. And if people had any doubt about it, they should do what the President asks: read the transcript. And what they'll see in that transcript is the President praises the corrupt. He praises the corrupt, Lutsenko. He condemns the just, you. And then he asks for an investigation of the Bidens. There is no camouflaging that corrupt intent. We are adjourned.
Mr. Speaker, in condition. Mr. Chairman, you disparaged those members on this side of the aisle. We should have a chance to respond to your disparaging remarks. Mr. Chairman, I demand a seat. Mr. Chairman.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. That rather dramatic ending there concludes the second public impeachment inquiry hearing featuring former ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch. Now, if you're just tuning in, here's what you may have missed. House Democrats accused President Trump of witness intimidation as the former U.S. ambassador delivered her public testimony in the impeachment inquiry. The president ousted Yovanovitch from her position prior to the president's July 25th call with Ukraine's leader. Yovanovitch described a, quote, smear campaign put forth against her by the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and said she was unsure of his motives. She also insisted numerous allegations made against her, such as that she badmouthed the president and made a do not prosecute list, were untrue, and that the State Department did not come to her defense. House Democrats' lead counsel asked Yovanovitch about that.
So let me see if I get this right. You were one of the most senior diplomats in the State Department. You've been there for 33 years. You'd won numerous awards. You've been appointed as an ambassador 3 times by both Republican and Democratic presidents. And the State Department would not issue a statement in support of you against false allegations because they were concerned about a tweet from the President of the United States?
That's my understanding.
When the president removed Yovanovitch from her position, the former ambassador said she was told he had lost confidence in her. She was not given a reason why. The president did discuss Yovanovitch with Ukraine's leader in his July 25th call. According to that call summary, the president said of her, quote, the former ambassador from the United States, the woman was bad news, and the people she was dealing with in the Ukraine were bad news, so I just want to let you know that. Here's how Yovanovitch responded to the president's comments.
And prior to reading that call record, were you aware that President Trump had specifically made reference to you in that call?
No.
What was your reaction to learning that?
I was shocked, absolutely shocked, and devastated, frankly.
What do you mean by devastated?
I was shocked and devastated that I would feature in a phone call between 2 heads of state in such a manner where President Trump said that I was bad news to another world leader and that I would be going through some things. So I was, it was a terrible moment. A person who saw me actually reading the transcript said that the color drained from my face. I think I even had a physical reaction.
During the hearing today on Twitter, the president wrote the following, quote, everywhere Marie Yovanovitch went, she turned bad. She started off in Somalia. How did that go? Then fast forward to Ukraine, where the new Ukrainian president spoke unfavorably about her in my second phone call with him. It is a U.S. president's absolute right to appoint ambassadors. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff asked Yovanovitch about these tweets.
And now the president in real time is attacking you. What effect do you think that has on other witnesses' willingness to come forward and expose wrongdoing?
Well, it's very intimidating.
It's designed to intimidate, is it not?
I mean, I can't speak to what the president is trying to do, but I think the effect is to be intimidating.
Well, I want to let you know, Ambassador, that some of us here take witness intimidation very, very seriously.
President Trump addressed that tweet and Yovanovitch's testimony this afternoon. Here's what he said.
And I'll tell you about what tampering is. Tampering is when a guy like Shifty Schiff doesn't let us have lawyers. Tampering is when Schiff doesn't let us have witnesses, doesn't let us speak. I've been watching today. For the first time, I started watching, and it's really sad when you see people not allowed to ask questions. It's totally, nobody's ever had such horrible due process. There was no due process. And I think it's considered a joke all over Washington and all over the world.
We're going to take you now to Capitol Hill, where Chairman Adam Schiff is speaking. Let's listen in.
Share a few observations after the testimony today. I think we could all see what an incredible public servant Ambassador Yovanovitch is. We are so fortunate to have dedicated professionals like her serving around the world. She's served in some of the most dangerous places. and has done so always with great distinction, with great courage under fire, sometimes quite literally. She showed that same, I think, level of devotion and courage and commitment to country today. So we're grateful to her. We're grateful to the other witnesses that have testified as well, who show the country what it means to be a public servant, what it means to be a career Foreign Service officer. We're enormously proud of them. That she had to endure yet another attack today, even as she was testifying for the President of the United States, is just appalling. But as we have observed so often, appalling in this administration is not the least bit surprising. Nonetheless, she endured the attack and went on. We're grateful for that. But it is quite clear that, I think from her testimony as well as others, that Rudy Giuliani and the President felt it was necessary to get her out of the way. That notwithstanding what the President and others were told about her dedication to country, her commitment to fighting corruption, if anything, her commitment to fighting corruption was part of the reason why she was pushed out. Pushing her out made it possible to put in the three amigos to conduct Ukraine policy. If there were any doubt about why she was pushed out, I think the call record eliminates that doubt. It is apparent from that call record that the President associated his bias in favor of this corrupt prosecutor, Lutsenko, with the need to push out Yovanovitch, with the need to move forward with the investigations he wanted of his political rival. That a U.S. ambassador would be so shamelessly smeared and cast aside to further this corrupt effort just adds further insult to the injury done to the country and to our national security. Thank you.
Chairman, real quick question. What's your expectation for next week? Can you help us understand why you have the witnesses paired the way you do? Is the expectation that Fiona Hill's public testimony will be the last public hearing that your committee will hear in this impeachment proceeding?
Well, we have, as you've seen, we've combined witnesses from time to time on different panels, depending on how long we think the testimony of any one witness may go. We've also tried at times to accommodate schedules, but mostly the witnesses have accommodated us. In terms of whether Ambassador Hill will be the final testimony, I'm not prepared to say. But as we have endeavored all along, we are moving expeditiously, but we are trying to move methodically.
Chairman, on the issue of witness intimidation, there's been talk today that this could potentially be considered impeachable. Is it more obstruction of justice or abuse of power in your view at this point?
Well, I would say that the President's attack on a witness today is not something that we view in isolation. This is part of a pattern of the President of the United States, a pattern that goes back to praising Paul Manafort for not cooperating, condemning Michael Cohen as a rat because he was cooperating with authorities, attacking other witnesses who come forward, suggesting that we ought to treat those like the whistleblower who exposed wrongdoing in his administration as we treat traitors and spies, and we used to execute traitors and spies. This is a part of a pattern to intimidate witnesses, and it's also part of a pattern to obstruct the investigation. It was also a part, frankly, of the pattern to obstruct justice. And so we need to view the President's actions today as part of a broader and incriminating pattern of conduct.
How would you describe how this is advanced over the first now that the 2 days are in the books?
And CBS News' Ed O'Keefe, political correspondent, is on Capitol Hill right now. Ed, Chairman Schiff just now said the president's efforts to intimidate witnesses is part of a pattern. So how might that inform how this inquiry unfolds? Are we looking at another article of impeachment here, perhaps?
Well, as he was saying in response to my question, it would be sort of piled on with all the other issues they have with things that he has said or done in regards to, I'm just checking here to see if there are other, no, okay, sorry, we were just waiting to see if there were other members coming to the list. Forgive me. It would be It would be additional evidence for a potential obstruction of justice or abuse of power article of impeachment. Wouldn't necessarily stand in isolation. That's what he was suggesting today. So you take all the other instances of him speaking out in defiance of someone who's defied him, and that perhaps is what it is. The Republicans are here now. Let's hear from them, Tanya.
Yes, let's listen.
Well, second hearing, third witness who has no firsthand knowledge of the subject that is supposed to be the focus of this entire inquiry, third witness who never talked to the president, third witness who never spoke with Chief of Staff Mulvaney, third witness who was not on the call, third witness who wasn't even, as I said, in Ukraine when the relevant during the relevant time frame. Wasn't even there when President Zelensky left before he was even inaugurated as the new president. So again, 4 facts. I say this every time, but it's the truth. 4 facts have never changed, will never change. We got the call transcript. There was no conditionality or linkage on the call between an investigation and security assistance. We have the 2 individuals on the call who both said that there was no pressure, no linkage. We know that the Ukrainians didn't even know aid was withheld or on hold at the time of the call. And most importantly, the Ukrainians, specifically President Zelensky, never took any official action to get the aid released. And so those facts never change and will never change. I'll let Ms. Stefanik say a word, and then we'll take the question.
Sure. So this was day 2 of an abject failure of Adam Schiff and his regime of secrecy. As we saw today, he is making up the rules as he goes. He did not let Republicans put forth any unanimous consents. He did not let us control our own time, Republican members' time. I think I was interrupted about 6 times throughout the hearing. So this is just more of the ridiculous abuse of power that we're seeing from Adam Schiff. I think one of the most important facts that came across today, Ambassador Yovanovitch testified that the president can appoint ambassadors at will. That is important. The president has a right to pick who his or her ambassadors are. And then in my line of questioning, I just wanted to highlight the Obama State Department was so concerned about conflicts of interest with Hunter Biden sitting on Burisma's board that the Obama State Department, that was the first instance where Ambassador Yovanovitch had ever heard the word Burisma. That's an important fact to note for all of the viewers here today. So we're going to continue asking about Hunter Biden's role on Burisma on behalf of the millions of Americans who want to know the answer to that question. And then on the whistleblower, it is important to note that Adam Schiff, and I listed all of the instances of this, Adam Schiff initially in September said he was adamant about hearing from the whistleblower, and it only changed when it became clear that there was coordination between Democratic staff and the whistleblower before the whistleblower complaint was issued.
Let me just do 2 other real quick things. First, I thought we were in the public stage of this so-called impeachment inquiry, but yet here in just a few minutes, we're going back to the bunker in the basement of the Capitol for another deposition that the American people won't get to see. What they also haven't seen yet are 4 transcripts of people who've already been deposed, which means under House rules, we cannot use that testimony in these proceedings. We would like to use parts of the testimony from Mr. Morrison as an example in the open hearings, but we're prohibited under House rules from doing that. So a great question for you all to ask Mr. Schiff is, when is he going to release those transcripts so we can actually use that information in the public hearing?
Mr. Jordan, once the president sent his tweet, didn't that completely undercut anything you were trying to do in the hearing today?
Chad, we're not here to talk about tweets. We're here to talk about impeachable offenses. Chad, let me answer your question. These hearings are not about tweets. They are about impeachment of the President of the United States. This is a constitutional matter. You can disagree or dislike the tweet, but we are here to talk about impeachment, and nothing in that room today and nothing in that room earlier this week, nothing rises to the level of impeachable offenses. This is wishful political thinking by the Democrats. This is not the first or last tweet that they're going to complain about, but we are talking about impeachment, and there is not a single fact that is impeachable in terms of this president.
Was that tweet intimidating? Would you consider it intimidating?
No, the witness was able to answer questions. As you saw, the only people that were limited from asking questions were Republican members because we were muzzled by Adam Schiff.
So, Congresswoman, you agree with the tweet? Earlier today, you said you didn't agree with it.
I said I disagree with the tone of the tweet. But again, when we're talking about impeachment, we are talking about impeachable offenses. You can disagree or agree with the tweet. I happen to disagree with the tweet. But again, as we know, the Democrats want to continue making this a political food food fight. They are going about this in a partisan way. This is a very serious matter when we're talking about impeachment. This is a constitutional matter. It's not about tweets.
Congressman, do you agree with the president's decision to recall Ambassador Yovanovitch based on what you learned today?
I agree with Ambassador Yovanovitch's testimony where she said she thinks it is good policy that the President of the United States can determine who serves as their ambassadors.
But do you agree with his decision ultimately?
I agree with the President's ability to pick and choose who his ambassadors are and those that are nominated and voted on by the Senate.
What do you think of the president's decision to recall her?
The president can have whom he wants in diplomatic positions.
Today, do you think that was the right decision?
That's the president's call.
Yeah, but what we do have is we have what President Zelensky, we have a new administration in Ukraine that didn't have the same confidence in this ambassador. And so isn't it appropriate with all the Foreign Service diplomats we have to put someone in with a new regime in the Ukraine that can actually work on the president's behalf or on behalf of the American people?
Why is it appropriate for the president to tap his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, to mount what she testified to was a smear campaign against her? Why is that okay?
The president can have, as I said, the president can have whom he desires doing diplomatic work for the country. There's been all this talk about the irregular channel. I think it's important that folks in the quote irregular channel were Senate confirmed Ambassador Sondland, Senate confirmed Ambassador Volker, and Senate confirmed Secretary Perry. So you all want to make some of the witnesses want to make a big deal about that, and you had the president's lawyer also part of that group. I think presidents are allowed to have whom they want doing the work of the country.
Do you think it was a smear campaign? She said it was a smear campaign. Under oath, she testified it was a smear campaign of false attacks against her. Do you believe her?
Congressman, Democrats say that the president is intimidating the witness. Is it appropriate for the president to be attacking a witness while she is testifying?
I don't know that it's. Excuse me. I don't know that it was an attack on the witness. It was really a characterization of her resume. And when you look at this, you guys want him to go in with no attorneys, no witnesses, no Twitter, no anything. You know, at some point you got to say, when is it going to be a fair process? And today was not a fair process in there. It's not going to be a fair process in the bunker that we're about to have to go to. And it was not a fair process when they muzzled the gentlewoman from New York over and over again. It's not fair.
But it's fair to attack on policy on Mogadishu.
Do you think it's a fair process for the witness?
Listen, the second sentence of that tweet, for example, one example, Adam Schiff never brought this up. The second sentence of that tweet goes back to the July 25th call transcript. And in that, President Zelensky is saying to President Trump that he's concerned that Ambassador Yovanovitch is a, quote, bad ambassador, and that President Zelensky believed that Ambassador Yovanovitch had a loyalty to President Poroshenko. Now, Adam Schiff, when posing the question to Ambassador Yovanovitch to respond to the tweet, never even mentioned that, because this is what Adam Schiff does. When he had the acting director of national intelligence in front of the committee, in his opening statement, he made up a fictitious call transcript of July 25th, because the real one doesn't have the bribery that he wants to allege. So just like that make-believe, what he called parody, instead he created a parody version of the tweet, a partial rendition, where he left that out, and then asked Ambassador Yovanovitch to respond. I think it would have been more responsible if Adam Schiff wants to ask that question, to let Ambassador Yovanovitch read the entire tweet, to digest it, and then respond. And by the way, if you want to talk about what President Trump said to President Zelensky about Ambassador Yovanovitch, why would he cherry pick out, once again, he loves to withhold key facts, that's how he rolls. He withholds information, he outright lies, and he cherry picks leaks. In this case, he took a part of a tweet. So it was the entire approach to it, the fact that they never asked Ambassador Yovanovitch about what President Zelensky said about her, plus not providing her the full information in the tweet. That is how he rolls with all of this. Why is President Trump putting out information and fighting back? It's because Adam Schiff only wants the American public to have 3% of the information and connect dots that aren't actually connected to write the world's greatest parody.
Well, why didn't you ask him?
Donald Trump, well, I'm not on the House Intelligence Committee. I'm saying this right now. By the way, we have asked Ambassador Yovanovitch, and anyone out there can go back and read her deposition. Because we spent 7, 8, 9 hours, and that's now public, even though Tim Morrison's isn't. But President Trump is right to want to defend himself and ensure that the other 97% of the story gets out there, because Adam Schiff is only going to tell the American public 3%.
But does the Senate do you still think that the planning today on the whistleblower should be announced publicly?
Is the impeachment about withholding aid?
Sir, do you
Is the impeachment about withholding aid? Because that's really what I thought it was all about. And I find it pretty interesting. We heard from somebody who's in the intra-agencies today who recommended that we give Ukraine lethal aid. We heard her say that. She said it even in the previous administration. This is what they wanted. Okay? And Congress approved it. Okay? This is about providing the aid or not, right? The previous administration, against the interagency, against Congress, denied Ukraine lethal aid. This president provided, and for this he's getting impeached. What about the previous president who denied the interagency and denied Congress? Thank you.
Is there any way you guys can characterize this as a good day today for Republicans? You said this was an abject failure. I mean,
This is an abject failure for Adam Schiff. Let me be clear.
But it was
an
not
abject
a good
failure
day
for
for
Adam
Republicans.
Schiff.
Hold on to making. I said I disagree.
And we just heard Republicans giving their version of the day's events. CBS News' Ed O'Keefe, political correspondent, is on Capitol Hill and joins us now. So, Ed, I think more than anything else that I got out of that is that Representative Stefanik is a rising star in the Republican Party. That was my main takeaway.
They're certainly trying to set it up that way. Yes, look, she is the youngest member of the committee, the only Republican woman on the committee. They pulled a fast one today that we anticipated, in that they had their only, their youngest and their only female member of the committee try to interject during a part of the hearing in which only two people on the Republican side were allowed to be called on, based on rules that the House had approved last week. And that's confusing, and that's the point. They were trying to make a simpler argument, that the process here is rigged against the president and Republicans. It's exactly what Democrats did when Bill Clinton was being impeached and House Republicans controlled everything. It's a reminder that elections have consequences.
Right.
She had every right to speak after the first 90 minutes, when only Chairman Schiff and Congressman Nunes and their staff attorneys had the right to be asking questions. They knew that. But most of the American public watching didn't, understandably, because these things are confusing. And so Republicans wanted to create the image of the chairman shutting down, shutting up the youngest and only female Republican member of the committee. And as you saw, as we expected, she came here to suggest yet again, as Republicans have, that this process is unfair. That's their argument. Elections have consequences, and the majority rules.
Elections have consequences, and as you've pointed out, Ed, this is a political proceeding, not a legal proceeding, and it's certainly it is certainly full on, a political circus, one might say. And
to the point, and just real quick, Tanya, just so we don't let this linger and cast any doubt for the viewers, when it comes to whether the president himself gets to call witnesses or have an attorney in the room, that will come if the House Judiciary Committee, as expected, takes up articles of impeachment. But the Intelligence Committee is still in the evidence-gathering phase. When they're done, they'll refer all of this to the Judiciary Committee, where then the president's legal team can present evidence on his behalf.
Then it becomes much more like an actual trial, right, Ricky Kleeman?
No, even then it doesn't.
No, even then it doesn't.
But he will have it. But he will have someone there representing him.
And we also have CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman with us. Ed, please stick with us. But I just want to turn to Ricky to describe what the next step would look like. How much would it appear to be a legal proceeding?
Well, it will appear to be more of a legal proceeding as we know it than this does. Because remember, as Ed so correctly says, this is an intelligence gathering phase. One is in private, or as the Republicans like to say, secret in the bunker, which is where the depositions are conducted privately. This part has been made public. You will have more of a chance for it to look like a legal proceeding when it gets to the Judiciary Committee, but it's not going to look like a trial unless, in fact, there are articles of impeachment and it goes to the United States Senate. Then we have a trial.
And I just want to introduce you, CBSN political contributor Molly Hooper, who's also on set with us.
And actually, what the Intelligence Committee is acting as sort of what the special counsel was in terms of Watergate
independent counsel was, Kenneth Snarr, for Bill Clinton's impeachment. The Intelligence Committee is really coming up with facts, and they are going to put together a report either recommending articles of impeachment or not.
Right.
And they're going to send that to the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee debates it. They come up with their articles of impeachment, vote on each one independently, and then we'll see what goes to the floor. But again, this is more of a fact-finding, fact-gathering point in this whole process.
And there was no reason that they had to do anything in public.
Right.
That's
I
right.
mean, they could have done the entire thing in private.
This was ostensibly a concession to the Republicans who were calling for this to be out in the open,
Well,
correct?
Then the other thing is if you go back to Watergate and the Bill Clinton impeachment, there was a concern on the part of the majority party that, even going through and initiating impeachment inquiries and proceedings would need to have a lot of bipartisan buy-in, which is why you saw a lot of Democrats vote to move forward with an impeachment inquiry for Bill Clinton. And really, at the time, there was so much more camaraderie between the chairman and the ranking member, then Henry Hyde and John Conyers for the Democrats, that when the Democrats asked for witnesses, Henry Hyde would say, fine. That's not what you have in this current environment, especially between players like Adam Schiff and Devin Nunes, who, if you are watching these proceedings, you'll notice they are not talking to each other unless they absolutely have to. And they're sitting right next to each other. I've seen Devin Nunes talk to Republicans around Devin Nunes behind his back. So there's no love lost now. And when Republicans say we want these witnesses, it's not going to be like the days of in the 90s and even in Watergate where there was a blanket sign-off by the opposite party.
Right. So, Ed, if you're still with us, I want to ask you, what was the value of Yovanovitch's testimony today, both to the Democrats and to the Republicans?
Well, for the Democrats, it was that they wanted to establish that here was the career, nonpartisan, non-political diplomat who was ousted last spring at the start or just before the incidents in question really began. And they were trying to make the argument that she was forced out by the president, by his allies who were speaking out publicly against her and impugning her character, basically, in a bid to get her out of the way so that what transpired later on could occur. That's what Democrats will allege. And so by having her come and share that testimony and her concerns about having her character defamed, and questioning why the president didn't just recall her without allowing this to become fodder, especially for conservative media, they believe that it will help paint the picture of a president who is surrounded by people and who believes that this is acceptable behavior when Democrats may eventually argue it's impeachable. For Republicans, as you heard them say just a few moments ago, they don't think this has anything to do with what's at issue. Why is she even here? She's never met with the president. She never had direct involvement in implementing these changes regarding Ukraine. They don't doubt her qualifications, her capabilities, and her service to the country, but they think that she's basically just a sideshow to what is the main event. And they point out that actual first-hand witness accounts of this are unavailable and are not being provided to the committee, and that Democrats should be focused on that. Democrats would turn around and say, we'd love to talk to the first-hand witnesses, but the president's invoking executive privilege and keeping those people away from us. And we should point out, too, Tanya, as this public portion of the hearing wraps up, a gentleman named David Holmes, who worked with Ambassador Taylor in Ukraine, is now down in what we call the SCIF. Some around here call it the Dungeon of Doom, the room that's 2 floors down and behind some pretty thick walls, where they are now quizzing him in closed private session about that phone call that Ambassador Taylor brought up the other day. Mr. Holmes apparently heard Ambassador Sondland discussing with the president whether or not conversation about a potential investigation of the Bidens came up in conversation with Ukrainian leaders. We don't know yet whether he may be called later to testify publicly. And as you heard in response to a question, Chairman Schiff doesn't rule out that after the 3 public hearings scheduled for next week, there might yet still be more public testimony.
Right. All right, Ricky, I want to turn to you I have a couple legal questions. Number one, does Ambassador Yovanovitch have a libel case? She has been smeared publicly. We just saw a tweet by the president today as she was testifying. These smears and this, misinformation campaign has affected her career. Does she have a legal case for libel?
Well, if she didn't have one because it occurred in the Ukraine originally, she may have one today. And that's because the tweets that came out today came out in the United States of America. Now, I am not in favor of frivolous litigation, and you have some extraordinary defamation experts in this country, some of whom may be looking to talk with her right now. What you have is something called libel per se. And libel per se means something written, which this was written, and per se has certain categories. And one of the categories is impugning one's ability to perform in a professional capacity. And that's exactly what these tweets were. She has to also, if she were to go forward, show that these tweets today have been harmful to her in her career. As I say, I'm not advocating that anyone should file a lawsuit unless it's a lawsuit of merit. But I want to add one thing that we may have forgotten about. There is a woman named Summer Zervos. Summer Zervos was a contestant on The Apprentice who said that she had been groped by Donald Trump. Donald Trump, in essence, called her a liar. She sued for defamation, and the case has been permitted by the courts to go forward. So the president can be sued for defamation while he is president. Now, there are all kinds of defenses to why these remarks on Twitter are not libelous, let alone libel per se, including the fact that the president has already said this is just a matter of opinion. But
he's the president of the United States,
yes,
and these are comments about her professional performance.
And that they also, according to her, when they were read into the record, she found them intimidating, which, as Ed noted and I had noted previously, could form another article of impeachment for abuse of power or obstruction of justice. But in terms of defamation, I leave it to the First Amendment defamation lawyers. But nevertheless, it's an intriguing possibility.
We'll have to delve into that one a little bit more. Let's bring in CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Jiang now. Weijia, welcome. So Democrats say the president's tweet today amounted to witness intimidation. But it doesn't seem that the president is too concerned about that, although there have been several Republicans who've also come out today to criticize the tweet.
Right. So unlike on Wednesday, President Trump says today he found time to watch the hearing, which we knew because he was reacting in real time when he blasted out this tweet. And then he defended himself. We only got to see him one time publicly today during a separate event about healthcare prices. But during that very short time when he actually talked about the hearing, he said, look, I wasn't intimidating anybody. I was just exercising my freedom of speech. And he said, I have the right to speak and to say whatever he wants. The press secretary sent out something similar. She said the tweet was not witness intimidation. It was simply the president's opinion, which he is entitled to. But of course, if Marie Yovanovitch says that she felt intimidated and that impacted, her performance on the stand, that is a different story than, because we're not just talking about anybody. This is the president of the United States who is also at the center of the impeachment inquiry. So even though he doesn't think it's a big deal, that certainly doesn't mean it wasn't a big deal. I do think it's interesting that he acknowledged that he was watching today, and even though he continues a very familiar line of attacking this entire process, behind the scenes, I think his aides, especially those very close to him, are trying to get him to pull back a little bit and not be so public in chiming in, because every time he does speak, it often begs more questions. And every time he tries to defend himself, it creates more questions. And we saw that with the transcript of his first phone call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Of course, we all heard Congressman Nunes read that. And, from what he read, it was just an exchange of pleasantries, congratulating Zelensky on his victory. But, Tanya, we've been talking about this all day, that, right after that call in April, the White House sent out an official readout, which is not a transcript, but basically a summary of the call, in which it says that the president talked about rooting out corruption, and that never happened according to this transcript. So again, that's just one example of more questions than answers when the president and when his staff chimes in.
Many, many questions at this point. Ouija, Ed, Ricky, and Molly, please stand by, everyone. And to our CBSN viewers, we'll be taking a short break and we'll return in a moment. For our broadcast viewers, there will be more about this on your local CBS station. You can also tune in to CBSN on any platform or device by downloading the CBS News app. This has been a CBSN special report. I'm Tanya Rivero in New York.
For news 24 hours a day, go to CBSNews.com.
Wherever we have to go,
You traveled the whole way with your son?
whatever we have to do,
This is an ongoing recovery effort.
we are focused on finding and telling the truth and earning your trust. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop.
I struggled with a porn addiction for about 3 years.
Think.
I had to go live with him, so I was only 15. Inside of me, I was dying.
And stream out loud.
There are times where she gets on my nerves. I don't want to have sex with her. I want to have sex with him.
Eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. House Democrats accused President Trump of witness intimidation as the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine delivered her public testimony in the impeachment inquiry today. The president ousted Marie Yovanovitch from her position prior to the president's July 25th call with Ukraine's leader. Yovanovitch described a, quote, smear campaign put forth against her by the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and said she was unsure of his motives. When the president removed Yovanovitch from her position, the former ambassador said she was told he had lost confidence in her. She was not given a reason. The president did discuss Yovanovitch with Ukraine's leader in his July 25th call. According to that call summary, the president said of her, quote, the former ambassador from the United States, the woman, was bad news, and the people she was dealing with in the Ukraine were bad news. So I just want to let you know that. Here's how Yovanovitch responded to the president's comments.
And prior to reading that call record, were you aware that President Trump had specifically made reference to you in that call?
No.
What was your reaction to learning that?
I was shocked, absolutely shocked, and devastated, frankly.
What do you mean by devastated?
I was shocked and devastated that I would feature in a phone call between two heads of state in such a manner where President Trump said that I was bad news to another world leader and that I would be going through some things. So I was, it was a terrible moment. A person who saw me actually reading the transcript said that the color drained from my face. I think I even had a physical reaction.
During the hearing on Twitter, the president wrote the following: "Everywhere Marie Yovanovitch went turned bad. She started off in Somalia. How did that go? Then fast forward to Ukraine, where the new Ukrainian president spoke unfavorably about her in my second phone call with him. It is a U.S. president's absolute right to appoint ambassadors." House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff asked Yovanovitch about these tweets.
And now the president in real time is attacking you. What effect do you think that has on other witnesses' willingness to come forward and expose wrongdoing?
Well, it's very intimidating.
It's designed to intimidate, is it not?
I mean, I can't speak to what the president is trying to do, but I think the effect is to be intimidating.
Well, I want to let you know, Ambassador, that some of us here take witness intimidation very, very seriously.
President Trump addressed that tweet and Yovanovitch's testimony this afternoon. Here's what he said.
And I'll tell you about what tampering is. Tampering is when a guy like Shifty Schiff doesn't let us have lawyers. Tampering is when Schiff doesn't let us have witnesses, doesn't let us speak. I've been watching today. For the first time, I started watching, and it's really sad when you see people not allowed to ask questions. It's totally, nobody's ever had such horrible due process. There was no due process. And I think it's considered a joke all over Washington and all over the world.
And let's bring in CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman, CBSN political contributor Molly Hooper, and CBS News correspondent Nicole Killian, who is on Capitol Hill. Welcome to all of you. Nicole, let me start with you. You're there on Capitol Hill. What are you hearing from lawmakers right now?
Well, we just heard responses from both sides, from both Democrats and Republicans following this hearing. You know, Adam Schiff essentially gave his impressions of this hearing and also of these tweets that the president put out. You know, in terms of the hearing, he, again praised Marie Yovanovitch for giving her testimony and also talked about the fact that it was appalling, frankly, how she had been treated by this administration, more specifically by the president. And now getting back to the president's tweets, of course, right after that exchange that he had with Marie Yovanovitch, asking her to respond, there was a recess, and he came out and said this essentially amounts to witness intimidation. And so this afternoon, he again said that this attack by the president is not something that they view in isolation. He also went on to say that this is a pattern by this president and pointed to the fact that this is a pattern when it comes to obstruction. So I know Ricky mentioned earlier, it's unclear whether Democrats may go down the abuse of power angle or obstruction, but certainly it seemed like Chairman Schiff might have been tipping his hand there. In terms of Republicans, this was really the first time we heard them respond as well to the president's tweets on camera. Elise Stefanik, who was the lone Republican female in the Intel Committee, basically wouldn't address it. She said, we're not here to talk about the president's tweets. This is a serious matter. I'm not going to talk about tweets. We also heard from Lee Zeldin, another Republican member, who said, the reason why you're seeing this president fight back is because Chairman Schiff is cherry-picking information and only allowing 3% of the information out there. So that was a Republican's initial response to this tweet by the president criticizing Marie Yovanovitch as she was testifying.
And Ricky, what were your first impressions from this hearing? what do you make of Democrats' argument that the president's tweets constituted witness tampering?
Well, witness tampering, it sounds like you therefore get a witness who refuses to testify, who stops testifying, who changes his or her testimony. That's not what witness tampering is ultimately under the law. And what we're dealing with is the intent to influence. And even if it didn't ultimately influence her testimony, she said she was intimidated. That in and of itself, we're not in a criminal law sphere. But what we are in is the abuse of power or obstruction of justice question. And ultimately, and I think it's also Molly who has said it earlier in the day, that the the Democrats, when they go back to decide what kinds of articles of impeachment are appropriate, you can do a general abuse of power and have subsets underneath that bring you to facts. It's like saying that during the Mueller report that some of these 10 or 11 acts may be considered or may not be considered acts of corruption. So this is just another one. I mean, one of the reasons you have lawyers, whether it's the president or in any kind of an accusatory proceeding, if the reason you have lawyers is to let them talk. You should be quiet.
Right. Well, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says witness tampering is a crime.
It's a 20-year felony.
So can we imagine that this will be a new article of impeachment?
Oh, I think it's going to be a new article of impeachment, but I do think it's going to fall under abuse of power or obstruction. I don't see it as an article in and of itself, but it is not for me to say.
All right. So, Molly, what was your takeaway from today's hearing? Do you think the Democrats or the Republicans had a better day?
Well, it depends on what happens coming out of this, because clearly, well, you could see up on the dais when that tweet came out and the Republicans all sort of huddled together because they weren't anticipating the president even interjecting during the hearing in such a way. They were not prepared for that, and that did not look good. In fact, they didn't want that to happen. You know, they had come in with a clear plan. We need to make sure that the country knows this woman is not a firsthand witness. She cannot corroborate anything. So why is she even here?
And by the way, I just want to point out that Representative Stefanik, who did at first try to deflect talks about the tweet, she didn't. She said, "I don't want to talk about the tweet. We're here to talk about the serious, impeachment proceedings that are going on, not tweets." She did later say, whether you agree with the tweet or not, I personally don't agree with it. She did say that.
Well, exactly. And so did Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney, who is the #4 Republican in the House of Representatives, she's the head of the GOP conference. So she rallies all the troops. She's the message woman, essentially. And she came out and said, I don't agree with this. This isn't helpful. And so that takes Republicans off this message of, why is this woman here? And we're gonna get you, Yovanovitch, to tell us what happened when you were getting briefed before your Senate confirmation last go-round. That's right. The Obama administration wanted you to address a question about Hunter Biden specifically. That was in your briefing book. And so what she did was she essentially corroborated that the Obama administration thought that this could be problematic in a confirmation hearing. And later, when John Ratcliffe was asking questions, he essentially got her to say that it was a conflict of interest for Hunter Biden, the son of the point person to Ukraine, to sit on the board. So what Republicans, those were pretty much the two goals that they had, and had it not been for the president's distracting tweet, that's right, tweet, they probably would have had a better day. Democrats, on the other hand, it's tough. I mean, we are sitting here saying that Marie Yovanovitch is coming across as a steady woman, a woman of steel, very, very measured. I mean, getting up there and having to listen to various members of Congress tell you that you've been smeared, that you've been, that you were pushed out for the wrong reasons, that hearing your reputation tarnished so often, that's got to be rough. And so, as we saw, if you looked at Twitter, the pundits, Mark Meadows even tweeted this out, the pundits are feeling moved by Yovanovitch's testimony. But again, where does that get them? Where does that get Democrats in terms of, abuse of power?
So, Nicole, my next question is for you, but I want to play first a soundbite from House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff about witness intimidation. Let's listen.
We saw today witness intimidation in real time by the President of the United States. Once again, going after this dedicated and respected career public servant in an effort to not only chill her, but to chill others who may come forward. We take this kind of witness intimidation and obstruction of inquiry very seriously.
Do you think that's
So, Nicole, do you anticipate Democrats will use this messaging moving forward? And is that sort of taking their eye off the ball, so to speak? I mean, is that the more successful point to focus on when this sort of larger abuse of power issue is what they started out focusing on?
Well, again, I think for Democrats, they're trying to build the most comprehensive case that they can. And so in terms of what happened today, again, you heard Chairman Schiff just earlier, as soon as this hearing dismissed, again, saying that this reflects a pattern of behavior by this president, a pattern of obstruction. And again, pointing out that this is not something that we take in isolation, although we know in the case of these impeachment proceedings, we are looking pretty narrowly at, this situation involving Ukraine. But that being said, certainly another part of Democrats' narrative is this notion of bribery. That is also a term that we continue to hear more frequently. You heard House Speaker Nancy Pelosi yesterday saying that the president's actions more or less amounted to bribery, as opposed to saying quid pro quo, which is kind of how they have described this notion of withholding military aid in exchange for these political investigations into the president's rivals, Joe Biden and his son Hunter, and also investigations into looking into what happened in the 2016 election, that Ukraine may have had some involvement there and that the president wanted these investigations. So again, we are seeing some shifts in messaging by the Democrats, and certainly I think it's something to watch as these hearings play out.
So, Molly, Democratic Congresswoman Terry Sewell had an exchange with Yovanovitch where they discussed more of how all of this is affecting the State Department. Let's listen to that.
How has that had a chilling effect on the ability and the morale within the Foreign Service? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think that it has had exactly that, a chilling effect, not only in Embassy Kyiv, but throughout the State Department, because people don't know kind of whether their efforts to pursue our stated policy are going to be supported. And that is a dangerous place to be.
And Molly, we also heard in Yovanovitch's opening statement her deep concern about the role of the State Department and how foreign actors getting an ambassador, expelled, what that message is, what that message sends to other countries.
Well, and that is one of the tricky parts of this whole testimony today, because on the one hand, you do have that issue that the Democrats were bringing up, that this does have a chilling effect, and Marie Yovanovitch obviously confirmed that. And that's something that some lawmakers have been worrying about, obviously publicly, but also privately. This is not good. Even when Devin Nunes, the Republican, opened this hearing, he's saying that this hearing really should be taking place in front of the Human Resources Subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs Panel, because this is a human resources issue, essentially. But really, it's not.
It's a little bit more than that.
It's a little bit more than that. And that's why this was tough testimony to hear, because we would hear that Yovanovitch had the support of Pompeo, it seemed, for a long time, apparently, because according to Yovanovitch, the president had wanted her out in the summer of 2018, but she stayed until the beginning of 2019 and was even asked to stay on in March of that year. But then the next month was essentially recalled. So that in and of itself is disturbing, and I think that that's something that the Democrats will move forward on. But again, another point she made, and this is the Republicans' other big point that they wanted to make today, she conceded that ambassadors serve at the pleasure of the president, and they can be recalled for whatever reason. They don't even have to be given a reason.
That's one point that nobody's arguing. Democrats and Republicans seem to agree on that.
That's
However,
right.
the implications of how she was removed are what is not as clear.
Exactly.
Right? Okay, so I want to bring in CBS News intelligence and national security reporter Olivia Gazis. Olivia, what do we know about the closed-door deposition happening today?
That's right. So immediately the committee members who were in the room today with Masha Yovanovitch have now moved back down to the SCIF in the basement of the Capitol, where David Holmes at around 3 p.m. arrived for his closed-door testimony. He, of course, is the Ukraine-based aide to Ambassador Bill Taylor, who testified yesterday, and is said to have overheard a conversation between Ambassador Sondland and President Trump that involved, quote, the investigations. According to Ambassador Taylor's testimony yesterday, Holmes also was told by Ambassador Sondland that the president cared more about the investigation of Joe Biden than he did broadly about Ukraine. So that testimony is ongoing. It's closed door. There were reports that CBS has not yet confirmed that a second staffer in that Ukraine embassy also overheard that same call. So we're monitoring developments on that front. But Holmes' testimony is crucial, especially ahead of Ambassador Sondland, who is expected to testify in public next week. I spoke to one Democratic member this afternoon who said it will depend to a large extent what Sondland says in his testimony, whether he concedes that he had this conversation, whether he recalls that he had this conversation, before the committee makes a determination as to whether somebody like David Holmes would be called to testify in public. Of course, it is a packed week next week. There are sort of double-decker sessions, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, concluding with Fiona Hill on Thursday. So we'll see whether after hearing today's testimony from David Holmes, the committee elects to have him added to that roster as well.
All right. Well, Ricky, Molly, Nicole, and Olivia, thanks to all of you. We really appreciate it. We will have much more on today's impeachment hearings after a quick break. You're streaming CBSN.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop.
I struggled with a porn addiction for about 3 years.
Think.
I had to go live with him, so I was only 15. Inside of me, I was dying.
And stream out loud.
There are times where she gets on my nerves. I don't want to have sex with her. I want to have sex with him.
eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
This is America's latest superhero.
Don't forget to show love.
This is his kindergarten class. This one-time school administrator is now architect. This is just some of her army.
I want other people to know what they can do to their neighborhoods. This is doable.
This history is still living.
This is a miracle! Woo!
This is working.
Oh, it's working.
We're family YouTubers, actors, producers, baby makers, and influencers.
The influencer economy is growing by leaps and bounds.
My goal in life is to become as famous as possible because we make more money.
Do you guys think you're famous? Yes. We are famous.
They're little girls. I want them to stay like that.
Do you have any information regarding the President of the United States accepting any bribes?
No.
Do you have any information regarding any criminal activity that the President of the United States has been involved with at all?
No.
That was Republican Congressman Chris Stewart questioning the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, during today's hearing. For more on lawmakers' strategy today, I want to bring in CBSN political contributor Molly Hooper, CBS News contributor and Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez, and CBSN political contributor Antoine Seawright, who's a Democratic strategist, senior advisor for the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, and CEO of Blueprint Strategy. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for being with us. Antoine, I want to start with you. Did the Democrats have a good day today? Was Yovanovitch a good witness for them?
Well, I think she was a perfect witness, a decorated, trusted public servant that Democrats and Republicans agreed to have so much credibility to any case she presents. She also laid the foundation and the groundwork and gave some confirmation, I think, and some relevancy to some of the discussions being had about Rudy Giuliani's shadow Secretary of State role in the region and about the matters as relates to the Bidens that continues to be debunked or shot down every which way the Republicans try to bring it up. And the fact of the matter is what she was able to do today was to set the tone for how these hearings, I think, will continue to move forward and that the Republicans can't pin down a strategy or try to intimidate, tamper, or discredit a witness.
Now, let's talk about that for a second. Leslie, what did you make of the president's tweet during the hearings? I mean, clearly it caught a lot of people off guard, including Republicans at the hearing who had to huddle and sort of decide how to handle this. What did you make of that tweet, and what did you make of Republicans' response to it?
I think the president's tweet was a tweet. It wasn't a treat. It was a tweet. It was
a treat for us.
It wasn't a treat for the Republicans. It was not a treat for the Republicans. We love alliteration. However, it was it was a distraction, and that's the bottom line. Take away whatever you want. You can, there's this kind of idea that it was some sort of intimidation, but it really was a distraction of what was happening. And again, I think the Republicans after this hearing came back with the right response, where they said this did not address the inquiry of impeachment, anything related to impeachment. And for that reason, I think we have to keep going back to what the main focus of the hearing should be.
So now we know that Democrats are sort of focused on this, though, as witness intimidation. So is that also a distraction? Molly, I want you to comment on that. This idea that now we have one more, perhaps, article of impeachment.
Well, I think that that they definitely can coalesce around it, because this happened in real time, not behind closed doors. It happened in the middle of a hearing where you do, like Antoine said, decorated veteran of the Foreign Service. She went through her whole bio. Her parents had escaped from, first of all, Stalin's Russia, then to end up in Nazi Germany, and they had to escape from that. And this woman had dedicated her life to, she even said, 5 hardship posts. We're not talking about frou-frou ambassadorial positions.
She wasn't ambassador to Paris.
She was not ambassador in France. That she was not. And she had done this. She had committed herself to this. And even Republicans, you look at like Will Hurd, who went through her, essentially through her bios, is commending her for all of her accolades that she won as a Foreign Service officer. So, that was not to be disrupted. But then, in the middle of her testimony, when the Democrats are asking questions, the president weighs in with this tweet about, hey, wherever she went, it was bad. Look at what happened in Mogadishu. I mean, when you think of Mogadishu and you think of a couple of years ago, you think about Black Hawk Down. Well, she was there before Black Hawk Down, but there was a clear implication that was related to her service. And so even though it wasn't explicitly said, I can see Democrats thinking, hey, we've got something that we can go to.
It's the kitchen sink thing again, though. The distraction of the president's Trump, that with good merit. I think Will Hart did a very good job of saying that this is not a personal attack or a character assassination. Right. And the president may be trying to do that, but that's not what the House Republicans are trying to do. They're trying to see if there is merit behind the issue of the July phone call.
So is that the case if you were the president's, press secretary, you say, please, Mr. President, put down the phone. You're not doing the Republicans any favors right now.
Which ones? The ones that are all running out of the White House? Let's just, I see them on Dancing with the Stars, but I never see them again. The reality is that telling the president, there have been many people, decorated military, officers who've been, everybody's tried to tell, from leadership down, president, to conform to a certain way things are done in Washington.
He simply just doesn't.
He just doesn't do that. And the base responds to that. So, again, this is a political hearing, not a criminal one in that sense. And we have to keep going back to that. Ed O'Keefe keeps reminding us of that. But I think the members were very good about saying, did he do anything? When you saw Chris Stewart, the clip we just showed, was there any sense of bribery? No. Right. Was there any sense of anything illegal like that? No.
So, Leslie, you think Republicans also had a good day?
I think they had a good day, and tethering it back to why are we here? And did it meet that purpose? And it's not a closing argument. And Democrats will say, well, we're nowhere close to it. But people have lost patience with this political charade.
For the Republicans, what they were able to extract from Yovanovitch, perhaps extract's not the right word, but she did concede that she thought it wasn't a conflict of interest for Hunter Biden to be, receiving payments from Burisma while his father was the Ukraine point person. And she said that.
She did, and that goes to the honesty and integrity one could argue about her. But I don't think that anything about these hearings are going to change Republicans' minds about this process or about the facts. Look, they came into this wanted to damage or pour water on the facts and the process from the beginning. So I don't know if the posture or anything that comes out is going to change Republican minds. That's not the point. The point is to flush out the corruption in the public atmosphere in which the Republicans asked for because they want to make a mockery of the process. So we're not changing members on the committee's minds or people in the conference. It's not going to happen. We're not going to change the minds of most of the U.S. senators in the Republican conference. There are a few, 5, who have elections that are in politically sexy districts with Democrats who have not committed to the Mitch McConnell posture. However, I think when it's all said and done, when we put all this together, remember it's a marathon, not a sprint, when we put all of this together, I think Democrats are going to have a strong case to make about national security and how this is a dangerous precedent if we don't check this president on what he has done.
Just on the basis of that storyline right there, you could say what also was disclosed that the Obama administration had prepped her during her confirmation hearings, talking about Hunter Biden and the whole issue, and that came up multiple times that this was done by the Obama administration.
They were aware,
and
that
she
it
was
was
aware, and maybe there were
perceived
multiple
conflict. That's what she said. Her words were perceived.
That was a conflict,
right.
And that's a legitimate conflict, and it was raised.
Her answer was to direct them back to the vice president's office.
Right. What a crazy! And she said, "I didn't want." That's a crazy response. Direct it back because she knew that was a political hotspot.
The prosecutor that Joe Biden was trying to get fired was not looking into companies like Burisma hard enough. That's why he was fired, not because he wasn't looking into Burisma.
Details, schmetails, right? I mean, the real jury here is the American people and voters in districts. And actually, Ricky made a very interesting point earlier today when she said, how are suburban women going to look upon this testimony? Because you have this decorated Foreign Service officer.
The Republicans attacked.
They did not try to attack her, but the president's tweet
attack, and they verified
came off as an attack, that Republicans, thank goodness they had that vote on the House floor and were able to take 40 minutes to regroup because that really did throw an iron in the fire. And so again, it's how those suburban women perceive what
I'm glad
happened.
you brought that up because I poll a lot and survey and focus group a lot of suburban women. And you know, they're focused on getting their kids to, you know, soccer practice and lacrosse and all these different things. So they're looking very quickly, is there like in a snackable content, is there a there? And right now
There's no there there.
There's no there
From
there.
their
It's a
perspective.
sympathetic
Yeah.
character, and Democrats use that as a pejorative. And I don't think that's the case. I think she's sympathetic in the sense that people can relate how she felt. You know, this is a terrible experience for any person to have to go through and have their judgment and their career questioned in that way. But again, does this
So
connect?
that's the 15-second takeaway for the suburban soccer mom.
And
She's
she
like,
also
nice
conceded
woman.
yeah.
I feel bad for what she went through,
Honorable
but
public service, but does this merit impeachment?
Right.
No. Like, how do those two pieces come together? They don't.
I think we have to remember impeachment and removal are two different things. And I think that Republicans want the Democrats to say, okay, he asked a foreign entity to dig up dirt on a political opponent and say, you know what, it's just Donald Trump. He's not one of us. He's not the system, so we should just ignore it and go away. Keep in mind the timing of all of this. This is what gets lost and is so frustrating. A day after the Mueller hearing, which the president felt like he did nothing wrong, he was cleared of wrongdoing, this phone call happened. And now, if we don't do anything, the Republicans are trying to say he was cleared of Mueller because he didn't do anything, and Trump's saying, okay, I didn't do anything then, this is okay too. So what's going to be next? Is it going to be next, the next Republican senator or House member is going to ask Russia or whoever else to dig up dirt, and we're going to say that's okay because they're not part of the system? That's the point where I think Democrats and Republicans have always had a long history of agreeing about the national security and how we move forward.
This is the frustrating part. That sounds like the broken record. And with
But it's the
deepest
truth,
respect, with the deepest respect to my brilliant colleague on the left, it is over and over. He feels like he is, you know, he's cleared of all wrongdoing. He was cleared. The Mueller report, there was all this hand wringing.
He wasn't cleared of obstruction. He wasn't cleared of obstruction.
That's not true. That's not true. He was not
There
clear.
was all of this hand wringing that they were going to bring down the president with that, and
He
they
was
did
cleared
not.
of collusion with Russia, but he wasn't cleared of obstruction.
No,
And the report said we'll leave it up to the Congress.
Yes, but what has the Congress done? That's the thing. What has the Congress
so
done?
moving forward, so let's
date?
not
Muddy the two.
Muddy
All
the
right,
two.
you guys are all making great points, so we're going to leave it on these fabulous points that you're making for the moment. Leslie, Molly, and Antoine, thank you so much. And at 5 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a special edition of Red and Blue. Our team of experts will provide full analysis from day 2 of the public hearings in the impeachment inquiry, and we'll break down the key takeaways from Marie Yovanovitch's testimony. That's right here on CBSN. The president's longtime friend and ally, Roger Stone, was convicted today on several counts. Our Jeff Pegues has the details.
This was day 8 of Roger Stone's trial, and the verdict is in. Guilty on all 7 counts. He faced counts of obstruction of justice, false statements, essentially lying, as well as witness tampering. And this all has to do with the congressional investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. Prosecutors allege that Stone lied to congressional investigators, hampering their investigation. But Stone's attorneys, in his defense, argued that it doesn't really matter that he lied because he felt like the Russia investigation was all a hoax. But the jury did not buy Stone's lawyer's defense, and today came back with this stunning guilty verdict on all 7 counts that could lead, well, at least the maximum penalty is about 50 years behind bars. We don't expect Stone to get that. But we'll just have to see what the judge decides. This was a day 8 of this trial, very colorful trial in that there were friends of Roger Stone and the president in the courtroom throughout. And many of them were stunned today. There were tears in the courtroom. There was anger from Michael Caputo, who views Roger Stone as a sort of mentor of his. He was in the courtroom. He is someone who worked on the Trump campaign. So this was a stunning verdict for one of the president's associates, confidant, someone that the president has been in touch with over the last, well, for decades, really. They've been friends. He will be sentenced February 6th. Roger Stone guilty on all counts. Tanya.
Jeff Pegues, thank you so much. Coming up after a break, we'll get an update on the school shooting that left 2 students dead in Southern California. Ahead, what we're learning about the suspect. Plus, the latest on that NFL brawl that led to fines and several suspensions. You're streaming CBSN.